The man told the boy that this was no place for those who pity weapons. The youth smiled quietly and, without saying a word, simply turned around and walked away. He realizes that dragons have become an integral part of modern culture. Now people can hardly imagine their lives without these mythical creatures. Then the boy explained that about 100 years ago people figured out how to breed dragons. Since then they have used these creatures in many fields, for example, as transport or in military actions. He also said that dragons are divided into three sizes: small, medium, and large. However, even the smallest dragon is still 2 or 3 times bigger than a human. The man explained that medium-sized dragons are almost as large as a house. They are usually used to transport heavy cargo over long distances. Then he added that the largest dragons are a real force in the army, often given individual names, and they become the main support in battles. The boy shared that few manage to defeat a dragon, and those who have are called dragon knights or dragon riders. According to him, one day these special people gathered together and founded their own brotherhood, a guild. Seller turned to his best friend, the mighty dragon Vretri. He shared that dragons are known not only for their ability to fly, but also for their true loyalty to their masters and amazing strength that allows them to travel great distances. The boy began to explain that among all dragons there are special breeds. One of these is Nidhogg. These dragons are known for their loyalty and lively character, so they are often taken as companions in wars. He pointed to his mother at a majestic dragon, proudly circling high in the sky. The sight of this creature made a great impression on him. He confidently promised his mother that when he grew up, he would definitely become a true dragon rider. Cillier understood well. The dream of owning a brave dragon and riding it high above the clouds lives in the heart of every boy who dreams of great feats. To be the rider of such a powerful creature is a true honor and a profitable business. But suddenly, a scream broke the silence. The boy immediately became alert and began to listen carefully to the unfamiliar voice. He was an angry man who shouted at his disobedient dragon, ordering him to stop drawing and go further with him. Cillier immediately understood that before him was a dragon of the Tararch's breed, a small and convenient one for traveling overland because its scales were smooth and had no sharp protrusions. He decided that this dragon was probably rented, and the creature itself grumbled sadly, not taking its attention away from Cillier. The man continued to mutter angrily under his breath, still unable to understand why the dragon stubbornly stood still, while the poor creature quietly whimpered as if trying to explain something to its confused master. Cilly politely inquired if he could help in this situation, and he was allowed to intervene. The host warmly welcomed the honored guest and sincerely apologized for any possible inconvenience. The boy calmly replied that he was not a visitor of the establishment. The young man confidently said that the dragon most likely had an injured right hind leg and clearly pointed to that spot on the creature's body. The host suggested trying to move the animal, but it was completely exhausted and barely moved. Then the man realized that continuing the rental made no sense and decided to refuse it. Nearby, the young man stood watching everything with sadness in his eyes. The host approached the assistant and asked if he worked in dragon rentals, noting that today he had received great help from him. The boy advised the host to take better care of his dragon, then approached the sick animal. The beast thanked him with words, and in response heard a warm wish for a speedy recovery. Returning to the guild, he shared with the host that today the little one was especially upset and behaved more capriciously than usual. The boy advised the man to give his tired dragon some rest. However, the man only smiled mockingly and disdainfully said that the boy was talking nonsense because no one had ever heard of dragons being sad at all. Cillier Rise suddenly raised his voice and declared that his interlocutor did not understand dragons at all, because these creatures are also capable of feeling and experiencing emotions, just like humans. The man irritably asked why he should sympathize with ordinary livestock, emphasizing that the boy was probably crazy. These words painfully affected the young man. Since childhood, he understood the language of dragons and always felt a special connection with these creatures. The young man said that he found it difficult to find common ground with ordinary animals, but with dragons he easily communicated. This was the reason he chose the path of a dragon rider. Cillier long observed dragons, carefully studied each of their features, and over time mastered the art of controlling these creatures. But before flying on one of them, he always asked the dragon for permission, although everyone around was sure that the boy subdued them only by his will. Later, the Lindworm Guild, which united the strongest S-class dragonites, learned about his abilities and invited him to their ranks. The young man further explained that guilds are determined by the number of dragons and the skill of riders. The highest level is rank S to achieve it. A guild must jointly with another guild complete 3 very difficult tasks or independently complete 2 hard quests. The young man shared that Lindworm chose a different path, but this decision had its downsides. Her knights often forced dragons to do things they did not want to, a method unacceptable to him and contrary to his own beliefs. In less than a month, he was disgracefully expelled from the guild, called a burden and a slacker who constantly looks for excuses not to work. Deep down, he was even glad to hear this decision and promised himself never to join any guild again. It seemed the situation was resolved, but one thought troubled him. The boy still needed to find food. Immediately after leaving the guild, he decided to earn money as an independent dragon knight. There were always tasks for free knights like Sylier in the city hall, who choose what to complete themselves. He knew well that in this very place announcements about easy side jobs and short tasks from various agencies often appeared. Those who did not have their own guild or personal dragon usually did not get serious orders, but in the city council anyone could choose a job, even someone who just rented a dragon. The young man noticed one interesting announcement and decided to approach closer to examine it more carefully. A search was announced for a person who would take on raising a little dragon. A young man responded and came to meet a man named Patrick Forge, who greeted the boy warmly, happy to see him, and after the youth gave his name, Patrick thanked him for agreeing to help. Patrick noted that many people immediately refuse as soon as they hear more about this matter. Celia responded that he has nothing to worry about, as dragon breeding is not an ordinary activity. The man agreed with this. Then the young man asked what kind of apprentice the client was looking for. It turned out that the dragon was being prepared as a gift for a child's birthday. This greatly surprised the young hero. The buyer shared that familiar merchants told him, it is customary to get a dragon immediately after the birth of a child. The boy agreed with this and added that this custom is very wise, because growing up together, the child and the dragon become attached to each other, and the dragon becomes a true protector for the baby. After Patrick bought the dragon, he repeatedly consulted various specialists, but the animal stubbornly refused to obey any command. The boy honestly admitted that this seemed very strange to him, so he decided to turn to the knights. Perhaps they could find a way to approach the dragon, and one of the knights suggested showing the unusual pet, so Patrick led him to the beast. This really was a Tarask dragon. The owner chose this breed because it is small and adapts well to people. Siller said that such dragons are usually taken for passenger transportation. The client complained that the dragon completely ignores the instructors and asked to solve this problem. The boy carefully approached the beast and sat beside it. The young man smiled at the little dragon and said his name. The dragoness sternly replied that she dreamed of seeing her younger sister. Then the boy calmly suggested she tell everything in more detail and gently asked whom exactly she was looking for and why it was so important to her. The boy was surprised that the dragon was not there, but he understood her request. She asked, if it has come to this, just listen to me, although she herself was not entirely sure that it made sense. She prayed to be allowed at least once to see her beloved younger sister. Since childhood, they had always been together until one day a buyer came and took only her. Siller told the girl that the owner of the house would like her to befriend his child. Then he asked if the dragon objected to this. She confidently stated that she was ready to fulfill any wish of the master if it would help bring back her sister. Soon the merchant returned and asked the boy if he had managed to find common ground with his ward. The boy managed to communicate with the little dragon, but first he asked the man where he found such a creature and if it was possible to find another one. In fact, the boy wanted to set off as soon as possible to that place to bring back his dear little dragon sister, which was the biggest problem. The client watched with surprise as the hero easily understood the language of dragons. However, remaining calm, he insisted that the younger sister of this creature be brought here immediately. Some time passed while the little heroine eagerly awaited the meeting. She fluttered her wings excitedly and dreamed of seeing her beloved younger sister soon. The happy girl jumped up joyfully as soon as she saw her long-awaited sister, who was already hurrying towards her, while the young man meanwhile rushed to the house owner, asking to remove the shackle from the girl's neck. Two dragons finally met after a long separation and rejoiced at this meeting from the bottom of their hearts. They were happy to be together again and that both had managed to overcome all the difficulties on their way. They had long stopped believing they would meet again, but now, unexpectedly meeting, they could not hold back tears of happiness and rushed into each other's arms like small children. The man watched this touching scene, slightly bewildered and surprised by the sincere joy of the two little beings. They were almost indistinguishable from humans. Cillier mechanically recalled how the guild treated such little ones and sighed heavily, feeling pain from their cruelty and indifference. The young man saw how the buyer quickly understood the special bond between the infants and felt deep respect for him for the sincerity of his emotions. That man immediately offered to discuss payment for the help provided. The dragons sincerely thanked the savior for returning one of them. The master felt that he could ask for anything he wished, but he said he wanted nothing except one thing: to become a friend to the merchant's son. The dragons gave their word to protect this friendship until they were separated. The boy smiled warmly and advised the children to never give up and always try their best. He hugged the little ones and gently stroked their heads. When the man noticed the children's eyes shining with joy, he sincerely thanked the assistant, emphasizing that such a solution to the problem was a pleasant surprise for him. The client was amazed that his request was fulfilled so easily, even though experienced trainers could not communicate with the dragon. He called the boy a true miracle, to which the boy replied that the main thing is not to separate the little dragonlings, otherwise when they grow up, they will not obey any orders at all. He looked at the happy girls and thought how good it was that he had been kicked out of that famous guild in his time. The young man did not regret his past at all, because he was proud that he could understand the language of dragons and feel their emotions. From now on, he decided to help and protect the dragons, wishing to prove to everyone how important true friendship and love are. The boy works because he needs money, and that really matters. Yet he cannot forget why he started all this. Seeing two passers-by notice the announcement about a good reward for pet care but reluctantly refuse, the boy felt hurt and disappointed. The boy saw a distinguished visitor who offered something unusual. Without hesitation, he dared to take a step forward and approached him. The maid asked the lady why she was still writing letters, since it seemed it no longer mattered much. To this, the lady replied that it was a real misfortune. No matter how many letters she sent, it would still take a long time before some dragon knight saw them and decided to help. A young woman stood by the window, thoughtfully gazing into the distance, thinking about where to find the brave knight who could save them from the impending danger. Her heart was filled with anxiety, but a small spark of hope for a miracle lived in her soul. The boy roughly imagined where this road led, but reality turned out to be much more impressive. Before him stood a truly huge and luxurious estate. He was offered to deliver a letter, promised as a reward rare dragon ammunition. But for an unemployed knight who doesn't even have his own dragon, such a reward has no special value. The woman called herself Katerina Mariel. She noticed that the boy looked too young and expressed doubt whether he could handle this task. Then she asked if he had any experience dealing with dragons at all. The young man answered somewhat uncertainly, but said he knew how it was done. Katerina asked Celia how her relationship with dragons was going. Celia honestly admitted that it all depended on the temperament of each dragon individually. After that, she pondered. The owner of this estate was exactly as she had imagined him from the very beginning. The lady of the house responded favorably to the guest's proposal, although she knew well that other candidates had received similar invitations. However, for this young man, her letter was especially important. The woman realized that if she sent only one letter, in case of its loss or delay, a lot of time could be lost. Therefore, she decided to act wisely. She wrote several letters at once and sent them by different routes. The boy thought that the Merrill family belonged to the nobility and had numerous lands and riches. It seemed that the lady herself was wealthier than Mr. Patrick, for whom he had recently worked. He had many questions, and one of them he wanted to ask right now. He decided to find out what the letter was about because that way he could better organize the safe and fast delivery of this important message. It was clear that this was very important to the lady. The letter had to reach the addressee as soon as possible. If he knew the content, he would better ensure the secrecy. The woman cast a distrustful glance at him. Overcoming her doubts, the lady agreed with the young man and admitted that the letter was a response to a sincere message sent to her by the famous Baron Bucket. The boy decided that they could only stay in touch through letters. Katerina emphasized how difficult it was to maintain communication between these two families and said that it had become a real trial for them. Then she asked to deliver the letter to Libo and inquired from the person responsible how long it might take. Celia immediately guessed she was facing a trip to Libo. She quickly estimated the route, imagined the itinerary, and began preparing for everything that might happen during this journey. He assured the lady that he would deliver the letter the very next day. She was surprised because all the other couriers said it would take at least 3 days. However, for the lady, the main thing was to be confident that the message would arrive on time. Katerina finally believed the young hero and seriously said that after completing the task, proof of success was definitely needed. She promised to personally deliver the reward when she returned. The hero saw that the women were serious, so he calmly and confidently began preparing for his future journey. At first, he decided to turn to the dragon rental service. He did not have his own dragon, and he did not even suspect that his job could have anything to do with love stories. This issue concerns not only the Mariel family, but also affects the Bucket family, whose affairs are closely tied to the interests of the client. The boy firmly decided that this time he would act responsibly. He He walked straight to the establishment where anyone could take a dragon for some time. At the entrance, an employee of the institution was already waiting for him, ready to explain in detail the terms of renting this amazing creature. He looked at the guest with interest and politely asked which dragon creature he wished to see. Salier inquired whether wyverns were among the animals. Moreover, the client specifically emphasized, no cargo needs to be transported, so the weight of the passengers is not important. The main thing is that the flight is as fast as possible. Upon hearing this, the employee looked at the three beautiful guests who were already ready for the journey and with a smile invited them to follow him. The young man himself wanted to choose a partner because every evening he learned something new in communication with dragons. Some hid their special ways of interaction and showed them to no one. The young man thought that the owner of the establishment was probably already used to unusual guests who did not seek to share stories about encounters with dragons and usually kept such details to themselves. One of the dragons angrily shouted, warning his comrades about the appearance of a stranger, and urgently urged everyone to immediately figure out what had happened. The others looked closely at the unexpected guests and immediately came to a common conclusion. This man looked much funnier and clumsier than all the previous visitors. The boy got angry and said that he was not a fool at all. The dragon was surprised and replied that it was just an impression. After that, he cautiously asked if the boy understood his language at all. The boy briefly replied that he understood their language. Upon hearing this, the dragons became livelier, spoke even louder and more cheerfully, and even asked if he had grown up among dragons. Convinced that before them was truly a special traveler, they began to question him about why he had come and what his intentions were. Siller addressed them with a request. He urgently needed to send a letter. First, he asked which wyvern could fly the fastest. One of them confidently stated that speed was her element and she could handle the task. The other curiously asked what was written in the letter. She asked if this was by chance not a love confession letter. Her words immediately made it clear it really was a love letter. The dragon was curious to learn more about the relationship between those who wrote the letters. He wondered who created the guide for a girl. Maybe everything was the opposite of what he thought. Then the client calmly explained. It was the girl who wrote the message to the boy. The pet told the boy, if the letter was written by a girl for a boy, she will definitely come for him. A bright spark of excitement lit up in the girl's eyes. She insisted that she was ready to help and would do everything possible to see the important matter through to the end. The boy thought in surprise. Could this really be the only reason why she acted this way? Another dragoness exclaimed irritably to her sister, stating that she did not understand why it was necessary to maintain relationships with humans at all. She also reminded everyone present that she was the fastest among them. The young man saw with surprise how she began to move much faster when it was time to deliver the letters. After thinking it over, he decided to rent this very dragon, hoping it would help him finish his journey on time. The master advised the young man to take the middle dragon, as it was the fastest of all. However, the boy insisted on his own. He was convinced that the right dragon was best suited for this task. Such a choice surprised the owner, as he did not expect such a decision at all. The dragon, enchanted by the girl's scent, eagerly and curiously began to beg to be shown the letter, sincerely wishing to see the beautiful handwriting of the one who wrote it. Perhaps due to her naivety or confidence in her own abilities, she decided to set off on a journey. Verni were always considered some of the fastest dragons, although they were small in size. She flew to Libo by the shortest route and arrived there almost immediately, firmly holding the letter in her teeth. In just half a day, they were already in Libo. The one to whom the letter was addressed was very glad when he learned the news from Katerina. He thanked the young messenger for his speed and asked him to continue on. The young man realized that both addressees lived as they wished, not worrying about what others thought. Turning around, the young man handed the envelope to Wyverny, and she returned it exactly half a day later. So the boy happily returned to Lady Katerina and told her that he had completed the entire journey twice as fast as usual. Impressed by this achievement, Lady Katerina praised him, calling him the best courier. The lady was a little irritated, but at the same time very glad when she received the letter. She sincerely praised the young man, thanked him from the bottom of her heart, and asked his name, becoming curious about who this talented boy was who had achieved success so quickly. The honorable lady solemnly assured that she would definitely remember the envoy's name and would certainly contact him again as soon as a new matter arose. The executor felt a pleasant relief. Another task was completed. Feeling proud of the work done, he calmly left the estate. He set off for the dragon market to see what creatures were offered there. The prices were sky-high, and keeping a dragon at home was completely unprofitable, but the boy believed. If he could earn the dragon's trust, together they could overcome any trials. So, with this intention, the young man began to carefully observe the possible candidates. Reviewing the candidates, Silge stopped at one player. His price was too low, which immediately seemed suspicious to Silge. The seller smiled and greeted the boy, but he immediately noticed something completely different. He was not interested in the goods the owner was showing. He immediately paid attention to the smoke machine. Why was it so cheap? Its price was almost the same as the rent for another dragon. Moreover, the advertisement was hastily written, it looked sloppy and even a little suspicious. The man was confused and began to justify himself, saying that she had no physical defects. Moreover, she was noticeably better than other blores. Siller could not understand why the seller's words were so different from the real price, since everything looked much more attractive in the advertisements. The merchant said he did not want to tell the details but noted, the dragon was very lazy. This sounded so unexpected to the buyer that he was completely confused. The man continued to tell, emphasizing that the girl often disobeys and does not follow orders. Therefore, the merchant advised the prospective buyer to carefully weigh his decision. But curiosity prevailed, and the young man decided to test the seller's words by approaching the mysterious Ballora. They reached the fair where there were many unusual creatures around. The seller approached the boy and advised him not to rush his decision, saying there was still plenty of time, so he could think everything over carefully. The young man understood that ballers were usually taken to transport cargo. They could not boast great speed, but they had strong muscles and could work for a long time without rest. One more interesting fact, balleri are dragons that feed on grass. They gladly spend time in green meadows, eating juicy grass. That is why taking care of balleri is easier and more convenient than other dragons. The boy calmly and politely addressed his favorite, first apologizing in case he might cause him any inconvenience. He told the dragoness everything he learned from the merchant and carefully asked why she did not want to do what she was assigned. The boys sincerely tried to understand her feelings and desires, hoping to find common ground and build a trusting relationship, but she still said nothing in response. He was incredibly eager to find out why this beautiful dragoness was silent. However, the answer came faster than he expected. The girl believed that no one would understand her anyway. The young man noticed that Beller was behaving calmly, which was even strange for a dragon. Then he gathered his courage and suggested to her to start everything anew, to forget old grievances and misunderstandings, and try to establish communication in a new way. She leaned on her elbow and asked if he really understood her language. He just smiled and jokingly remarked that she had only just noticed it. Sulder replied that it did not matter how he realized it. The main thing was that they could understand each other thanks to this ability. She asked him to sincerely tell what exactly happened. The dragoness lazily replied that she just wanted to sleep. She said that she absolutely needs to sleep at least 12 hours a day, otherwise her body simply cannot function normally, and completing any tasks becomes impossible for her. The buyer was very surprised by such an unusual requirement, as he had never heard anything like it before. People say that dragons are so strong that they only need 2 hours of sleep to rest and regain new strength. Moreover, there are dragons that can even move and act during deep sleep. The buyer clearly understood that dragons often have very different characters and habits. Taking into account the traits of his new acquaintance, he proposed a deal. If she helped him, she could calmly rest the necessary 12 hours every day. The dragoness looked at the young man suspiciously and said he was lying, but the boy confidently replied that he had not told a single falsehood, explaining that if he had not agreed to the terms of his new girlfriend, he would have long ago chosen someone else among the offered dragons. The little creature asked once more if she would really be allowed to sleep that long. In response, she heard a confident yes. However, the boy immediately set an important condition. The girl had to work diligently and conscientiously fulfill all his requests. After brief reflection, she realized that the young owner was truly serious, so she decided to trust him and accept his offer. The seller carefully asked again if the man was really sure about his decision, and once more emphasized that money for the goods is not refundable. But the man did not even hesitate. He clearly said he was confident in his choice. With a smile, he added that the Dragon Knights have special methods for dealing with such creatures. Having paid, he set off on the road together with his new favorite. The young man asked his new friend to allow him to come up with a name for the dragon. He explained that this would help them communicate more easily and make their friendship warmer and simpler. The friend nodded in agreement and added in surprise that dragons are usually not called by their real names. They are simply assigned numbers. The master, however, replied that he understands his dragon friend so well that he sees no point in addressing him as a number. The master chose a name that appealed to him, Louisa. When the favorite heard this idea, she paused for a moment and began weighing all the advantages and disadvantages of such a name. This name sounded unusual and strange to her, as she had never had her own name before. Although everything around was unusual for her, she probably took a liking to her new name. The young man was glad when he saw that his winged friend liked the new name. Turning to Louisa, he said that they had already arrived at his home. She was troubled by a very simple question, where she would live at night. Silly calmed the little creature by saying that there was a wonderful garden near the house, and she could choose any place there to spend the night. The young man sincerely apologized to the girl, saying that if he had even a little time to prepare for living together, he would definitely rent a house with a large garden. However, he hopes that their current home will also please her and meet her dreams. Eventually, it became clear that for the favorite, the garden square around the house was not important. Most of all, he valued the opportunity to rest peacefully. The owner jokingly called his new friend a true lover of sleep. Siller noted that perhaps Louisa planned to rest, as it was already evening outside and all the tasks for today were finished. Hearing these words, the dragoness was a little embarrassed and decided to ask again. The comrade emphasized that he has serious intentions. The new owner confirmed this and said that he has finally made up his mind about his choice. He asked not to worry, as he is now ready to consider all her features and desires. She noticed that this guy was somehow special. He just smiled and said that he had heard such things about himself more than once. Louisa addressed the master with a request to follow her. To this, he remarked that he should be addressed properly, master. The dragoness promised that she would reveal this only to him. The owner became very interested, and he eagerly began to wait for what she wanted to show. Finally, the friend dared and proudly announced that she would show her hidden secret. What the guy saw impressed him to the depths of his soul. His favorite animal suddenly showed incredible power, creating shining spears out of nothing. The young man barely restrained himself from exclaiming in delight. A question immediately appeared in his mind. How could she have such amazing abilities? Louis herself did not understand where such power came from. From birth, she could create spears of light. The young man, seeing this, was amazed and admitted that although he had met many from her people, he had never seen anyone possess such a unique ability. And now he clearly understood that ordinary bailovers are much weaker in magic than his companion. Among ordinary dragons, he had not yet encountered such impressive manifestations of magical power. She explained that using this rare ability always exhausted her greatly and took a lot of strength. Her mentor had no idea where such power came from, but he understood well. Every time after using this ability, she had to recover because she lost too much energy. However, Louisa emphasized that she would not object if her owner wanted to use this gift. Hearing these words, the guy was touched by her care and sincerely advised Louisa to take care of herself and not take on too much. Sincerely thanking, the guy warmly thanked his beloved friend for, despite her fatigue, still agreeing to help him with her skills and take care of him. The next morning began with pleasant wishes. The owner approached his favorite and said that today he would try to find a job for himself. He asked what his friend planned to do. The dragoness immediately replied that she dreamed of spending this day in a deep, sweet sleep. He heard her words and replied that after dinner they would come up with something, but for now she could rest a little. The boy was initially unsure whether to trust her, but now he no longer doubted. It was all sincere. Now he had his own dragon, and he was already thinking about taking a job transporting cargo. But at that very moment, he heard someone calling him. Rose, the guild's secretary, was already waiting for him. She had prepared a special task and, looking a little interested, asked if he was ready to hear something important. The young man wondered why he was chosen, but a few sincere words from Rosa changed everything. She explained that Mrs. Katerina highly values his skills and professional approach and is confident that he does his job excellently. The girl led on, emphasizing that not every Frenate is trusted with such important matters. The hero smiled in response and noted that he had always strived to work as best as possible so as not to let down his mentors. It was for this reason that the secretary chose him among all the candidates. When the boy carefully asked about the details of the task, he learned that they needed to search for a person who had gone missing. Ciliera became interested that the Dragon Knight got into a similar adventure. She asked her secretary about it and found out an important thing. The next task will be special and will require complete secrecy. It became known that this strange mission arose due to the disappearance of the princess. Upon learning this, the boy was so surprised that he could not help but ask again if the princess had really disappeared. The girl said she could not tell more about this matter. The young hero understood that the information he heard was very important. Now he had to find the girl who was destined to become the future queen. The interested boy wanted to learn more about the task, but in response he was asked a question, whether he was familiar with the name of Mount Himuya, which rises to the north of the city. Now he understood, this very mountain was the place where the most important event of his life was to happen. Rose nodded confidently as if confirming that his guesses were correct. The secretary continued his story and explained that the convoy escorting the royal person disappeared near the specified location. Apparently, the guild decided that the last time the princess was seen was near Mount Kimia. Upon hearing this, the boy asked once again how exactly the disappearance happened. The boy pondered. Not much time had passed since the incident, and the girl reminded him that it all happened just last night, making the event seem even more important. The guild did not delve into the details of the event because it was unimportant to them. They needed someone young, capable of surveying the area near the mountain. Rose asked if he would agree to do this job. Siller pondered and began carefully considering all the advantages and disadvantages. Having accepted this offer, the hero began his journey. Already on the way, Louisa noticed that her companion had become a bit tense, and a wave of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Hosen was very upset when he heard that the princess had suddenly disappeared, and everyone thought she might have died. The boy felt proud that he was entrusted with such an important task and was full of determination to help, understanding how responsible it was. The dragon advised not to worry unnecessarily in advance, and also asked again if they were really heading towards the mountain. Hearing a confident yes, the boy finally focused on his mission. The boy carefully pulled out the letter that the princess had written by hand and handed it to his winged friend. He asked her to take a good sniff of the unusual scent of the letter to determine who the true author of this message was. Louisa frankly said that she found it difficult to understand the meaning, but promised to try harder. The master patiently watched as she tried to figure it out. Barely catching the faint scent from the letter, the companion immediately imagined that its owner was someone noble, because only aristocrats use such exquisite perfumes. The smell was so sharp that the girl immediately noticed it. The boy remembered that dragons have an excellent sense of smell, but until now, he had not thought that it could come in handy. So he quickly instructed her to start the search immediately. Finally realizing that climbing this rock alone was almost impossible, Cillier looked differently at the help of his faithful partner and called Louisa a true treasure. Louisa smiled shyly and quietly said that she did not consider her skills anything special. The household pet timidly asked if this could be considered work, and if the master could somehow reward her if she tried and was useful. The boy asked his winged friend what reward she would like to receive. Louisa smiled and replied that she dreamed most of a big pile of fresh hay. The dragon thoughtfully imagined how wonderful it would be to fall asleep comfortably nestled in a soft layer of straw. Cellier, seeing his dreamy look and smiling, asked if the dragon really wanted a cozy straw nest. He promised to get as much straw as needed to please his faithful friend. The friend's heart fluttered with happiness, and she was so overjoyed that she couldn't hold back. She started jumping in place, looking truly happy and childishly delighted. Her little tail cheerfully swirled in the air, and the subordinate gladly promised to do everything in her power, giving everyone around a kind and sincere smile. The young man's face immediately grew more serious when he remembered how the man from the guild strictly forbade him from harming ordinary domestic animals. The young man mentally reproached the guild members for their indifference and tactlessness. Suddenly he noticed that his friends had stopped. Looking closely at Louisa, who was frozen in place, he cautiously asked why everyone had suddenly stopped. Indicating the direction, the dragon confidently ordered to look down. The pet said that the princess is actually downstairs. The owner became worried because if the carriage crashed there, the princess could have fallen down. Over time it became increasingly clear someone important is hiding in the damaged carriage. Without wasting time, the travelers decide to quickly go down and head straight to the place of the adventure. The hero saw before him a scene that made his heart involuntarily tighten with anxiety. A deep tragedy was felt in everything, and an unspeakable darkness prevailed. His eyes fell on the luxurious family crest, and the boy realized with a terrible feeling, before him was a real royal carriage. He was overwhelmed with helplessness. The knights of the guard could no longer be helped. All that remained was to pray sincerely, hoping that fate would protect the princess. As soon as the boy touched the ship's hull, he immediately felt an invisible force. A strong protective barrier guarded everything inside from any external dangers. Understanding how complicated this situation had become, the boy looked at his winged friend and politely addressed her. He asked her to remove the protective barrier, as only she was well versed in this and could do everything correctly. Thanks to her charms, Louisa, with a light movement of her hoof, destroyed the protective barrier and opened the way for her master to continue free searches. With a sincere smile on her face, Celia Harley thanked her brave ally for the timely help, because at that moment she felt true joy that someone was nearby who supported her at the crucial moment. In the dark salon, through the darkness, the figure of a girl who was sleeping peacefully was barely visible. The hero looked closely and with relief saw that she was alive, her breathing was soft and even. He carefully examined her and with relief saw that there were no serious injuries. The girl was not in danger. Sighing with relief, the assistant explained. The girl's life was saved by the protective barrier installed on the transport. The young man quickly decided to help the girl regain consciousness, so he carefully took action, trying delicately to bring the noble captive back to awareness. The princess woke up and at first did not understand where she was, but when she realized what had happened, fear overwhelmed her, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. The frightened girl indignantly asked the stranger to introduce himself, reproaching him for rudely invading her space. Fear gripped her because she remembered the terrible events from the past. But soon the princess was explained that the person before her was not a criminal at all. The boy emphasized that he had been given a special task to find the missing person. Hearing this story, the princess was upset but bravely accepted what she heard. The young man was impressed by her calmness. When she learned the fate that had befallen her companions, she understood. The others had probably already died. The boy asked the girl to move away from the carriage to check if she was injured. The girl was worried because she did not know what had happened to the soldiers. The young man understood her anxiety but insisted. The main thing now was to get her to a safe place as soon as possible, and they would decide the fate of the soldiers later. When the lady stepped out of the carriage, she accidentally saw a dragon. The dragon's master asked Louisa to give a ride to 2 passengers. Louisa agreed, but demanded a reward. She needed straw. The young man gladly agreed to this condition and assured that he would buy as much straw as needed. Silly suggested to the princess to sit on Louisa's back, assuring her that Balars are known for their calmness and can always be relied upon, so there was nothing to fear. However, to make sure she was truly comfortable, he carefully asked if she felt confident and if everything was all right. Comfortably settled on the strong back of the dragon, the princess quietly asked her rescuer if he was a dragon knight. The young man nodded with a warm smile and said that was exactly what he was called. The girl asked her mysterious rescuer which guild he belonged to. To her surprise, the boy openly admitted that he was not a member of any organization. For the princess, this sounded strange, because until then she had not encountered such skilled people who worked alone. The noble lady noticed that Louisa unconditionally trusted her master and began spreading rumors about it. In the city, it was said that the greatest respect was given to those knights who managed to become friends of the dragon. The princess was sincerely impressed by this. She admired that such an experienced warrior chose not to join any official organization. In fact, the boy had serious reasons to avoid large organizations. When he entered the guild, the secretary looked at him with surprise. For her, it was a real shock that such a difficult matter was resolved so quickly. When Rose noticed a girl of royal lineage before her, she politely asked her not to leave and explained that she had to report this to the guild leadership. The princess also did not ignore this. She wanted to express her gratitude to her rescuer and asked how she could properly thank her for the help. Silly politely declined an additional reward, but the princess still decided to thank him in a special way. She gave him a handkerchief with her family's coat of arms. The princess explained that this gift was not just a souvenir. The handkerchief would become his pass to the castle, and if Silly ever needed help, he could turn to her without any obstacles. The princess promised the boy that she would do everything possible to help him. The young man sincerely thanked her for her kindness and support. The farewell with the dignitary passed quickly and warmly. All worries and adventures were left behind, and the young friends cheerfully moved on, full of hope for a well-deserved reward. Having received a whole 1,000 lira, the happy owner could not hide his joy and pride for a job well done. The assistant approached the master and persistently reminded him that he had promised to buy straw because this reward was supposed to go to her. The young man reminded the girl that at first they wanted to buy straw, not hay, and asked her not to worry about the confusion. They moved on, but the boy became thoughtful, a thought spinning in his head, that 1,000 lira was such a large sum of money that one could live for a whole month without denying oneself anything. Then the boy made it clear that there are things much better than ordinary hay and straw. Louisa at first did not believe him, as she was sure that nothing better could exist. But the young man smiled and began to tell her about a cozy down bed on which one can really sleep well. The boy did not bother to explain for long, but simply decided to show everything by example. It was much clearer that way. After a long journey, the friends finally came to a shop that sold everything for dragon care. Here, one could find soft beds and beautiful decorations for pets. The store sold a wide variety of goods, including interesting toys, but Louise was not at all fascinated. None of the items caught her attention. To make his journey more interesting, the boy decided to visit him. When the friends entered the room, they were met with an unexpected surprise. There stood Louis, a knight who had once been in the guild with the main hero. Louis was the first to speak, as he had appeared uninvited. With a smile, he asked if his old acquaintance was surprised by such an unexpected visit. Seeing how his old comrade reacted, the longtime acquaintance thought the boy might have been expelled from the guild. However, Cellier calmly denied this and explained that he left the organization on his own, voluntarily. The interlocutor sincerely sympathized with his former comrade and expressed willingness to help, promising to speak on his behalf to the necessary people, hoping this would help his friend regain trust and become part of their community again. The young man smiled warmly and somewhat surprisedly noticed that his old friend's habits had changed. He asked since when he had started doing charity, as it was not typical of him before, while simultaneously emphasizing that he did not intend to return to the guild. Louis warned his former partner that they needed to forget about talks of dragon feelings. He emphasized that such emotions had no place here. A friend assured him that the young man could return if only he stopped stubbornly clinging to his illusions. He explained it simply. He did not want to lose such a talented fighter. But Sleria was unyielding. She categorically refused to continue this conversation. But suddenly, the young man interrupted the conversation and confidently said that he would never betray his convictions. His interlocutor angrily replied that such stubbornness indicates a lack of common sense. Louis was convinced that a person left alone could never truly achieve success. The young boy contradicted him, firmly stating that if he tried hard enough, he would definitely achieve everything he dreamed of. A few older acquaintances only smiled skeptically, saying it was a waste of time to have such talks with a young dreamer. But unexpectedly, Louis spoke again. Watching the argument escalate, she indignantly asked why everyone was just talking and where was the soft bed that had been promised. The host tried to calm the upset dragon, explaining that the man who had just arrived did not have the habit of sleeping for 12 hours straight, which surprised her greatly. Hearing the stranger's words, the friend got angry and began loudly protesting, showering the unexpected guest with a barrage of sharp accusations. The man looked at his winged companion with surprise and did not understand at all why he was so upset. The man who was attacked looked hopefully at the young man and begged him to stop the winged protector, but the boy remained calm and insisted that he was not guilty of anything, provoked no one, and that the attack was just a figment of a frightened imagination that saw danger where there was none. Louis, with a characteristic clicking of his tongue, realized that his memory had not failed him. He remembered how this boy always surprised with his unexpected actions, and now Louis carefully observed what kind of magic he was able to use. Solar calmly admitted that he had always regarded dragons with great respect throughout his life. He sincerely valued and respected them, always supporting the interests of his dragon friends. Louis just waved his hand, replying to the boy that he was talking nonsense. He looked carefully at his interlocutor, trying to understand the reason for their argument. The owner said that each of them had their own view of the situation and advised not to take everything so painfully. He emphasized that no matter what anyone thinks, as long as they work together as a team, Comrade rightfully can rest all 12 hours. The master himself promised this personally and now considered it important to keep his promise. The merchant warmly welcomed the guests and immediately noticed their favorite. He asked if they had any special requests. Upon learning that they were looking for a soft and comfortable bed for a little lady, the seller enthusiastically offered to show the best options in the store. When Louisa saw this luxurious bed with a down mattress, she at first could not even believe that such a thing could really exist, and from happiness she could not hold back genuine joy. Filled with indescribable joy, the girl happily jumped onto the soft bed, closed her eyes with pleasure, and quietly whispered that she was about to sink into a deep, healing sleep. Cillier shamefully tried to explain why he could not manage his pet. The staff only smiled encouragingly. It was a routine matter for them, as every visitor could try any product presented at the exhibition. The young man exhaled with relief and finally calmed down. It became clear that the girl had chosen exactly what she was looking for. The dragon, unable to contain his excitement, loudly announced his choice and hurried to call the seller closer to discuss the purchase of the desired item. The previously expressed assumption was completely confirmed. The desired item turned out to be a luxurious slime-shaped pillow. The boy knew that pillows of this type were often used instead of a bed for sleeping. The special feature of this particular model was its softness and resilience. It resembled slime, which made it considered the ideal choice for a good rest. The dragon, delighted, shouted loudly and waved its arms joyfully, showing how much it liked this pillow. The master was interested in whether Louise really liked this thing so much. The girl confidently said that she liked the soft surface much more than ordinary hay. Siler asked how much this product costs. The merchant replied that the price is 1,200 lira. Although the boy thought the price was too high, there was nothing more important to him than the happiness of his beloved. The girl looked at him attentively and quietly asked if he was sure about his choice. The boy resolutely met her gaze and nodded. For him, the main thing was the happiness of the one he loves. For him, the most important thing was to do everything so that his best friend felt calm and comfortable. Louisa could barely hide her joy at that moment. Seal confidently expressed a remark to the seller, and then firmly said that he was ready to make the purchase, adding that such a choice was not quite ordinary. The merchant admitted that he had heard of people who could talk to dragons, and suspected that the young man before him was one of them. He sincerely said that he felt a special closeness to her, as if she were someone very dear, almost like a member of his family. The man said goodbye warmly, inviting his new acquaintances to visit his shop more often. When they moved on, the boy easily started talking with his companion and admitted that he was very glad about her choice, as he had not even thought that she would like this pillow so much. Fearing that it might become too difficult for his beloved, the man gently asked if it was too much of a burden for her. Feeling his care, the girl stopped and asked him to promise her one thing. She wondered if he was really happy about this purchase. After all, although it was already too late to talk about it, 1,200 lira was much more than the reward they received for saving the princess. Louisa hung her wings a little sadly, feeling guilty for what seemed to her like selfish behavior, but Sylier gently supported her, assuring that he would definitely keep his promise, laughing with sincere warmth and a playful smile, genuinely enjoying this shared moment. Thanks to the support of his friend, the boy managed to earn a large sum of money, so she fully deserved a reward for her important help. The pets sincerely thanked their owner for his kindness and care. Only a few days passed, and new adventures awaited them. Sylier was glad that everything worked out and shared his joy with the little dragon. Then he asked with interest if anything unusual had happened to him. It turned out that she was extremely tired and very much needed rest. When the mistress realized this, she was overwhelmed with guilt. After all, it was her negligence that had so exhausted the pet, but nothing could be undone now. All that remained was to try to earn a well-deserved reward by applying a bit of ingenuity. Celia told Louisa that she could rest as long as she wanted and asked if she would get home by herself. Louisa agreed, a little upset. A young man promised that he would catch up with her later. The girl did not really believe these words, but the boy convinced her that he was completely serious. The boy praised his friend for the well-done task of the day. He thought their journey would go without adventures and really wanted to avoid any troubles. For a few seconds, the boy pondered, diving into his thoughts. Only he could understand what dragons were talking about, so he was able to let the dragon go on the journey alone. But deep in his soul, the boy felt anxiety that did not want to disappear. Despite this, he tried to calm himself, convincing himself that nothing bad awaited them ahead. Siller noticed that he was good at finding common ground with dragons, even without outside help. Then he wondered, should he try to get another dragon? The rumble of wheels made the traveler turn around. A cart pulled by a giant dragon with wings shining in the sun was slowly rolling past him. Inside the cart sat another dragon. The baby, hungry and exhausted, looked at passers-by through the bars of the cage with tears in his eyes. From time to time, he quietly whimpered as if asking for at least a little food. As soon as the boy stepped over the threshold of the dragon shop, the seller immediately recognized him and smiled sincerely. He recalled that this boy had recently bought Balor from him. The boy confirmed that this was indeed the case. Cillier sincerely thanked the seller for the dragon he had recently purchased from him. However, the merchant replied that, in fact, the gratitude should be on the buyer's side. After that, he asked how his favorite winged friend was feeling. The boy smiled and replied that the dragon was in excellent condition and feeling great. The young man calmly assured the man that there was no need to worry. He had no intention of giving away the dragon at all. On the contrary, they had developed a good relationship and got along well together. In fact, the boy came with a completely different purpose. He wanted to get another pet. The merchant sincerely rejoiced upon seeing that the buyer had once again trusted his shop. Cillier began to explain that he had recently purchased a valuable and expensive item, which is why he is currently experiencing some financial difficulties. He inquired whether it was possible to buy a dragon in the same price category, but the seller had to disappoint him by saying that there were no similar dragons in the store at the moment. Without wasting a minute, the boy quickly set off for the shop. On the way, he pondered why he really desired this visit so much and what he expected from it. The young man said he had time and was in no hurry. He asked to be informed if they found their dragon. Suddenly, the seller noticed that the buyer had lost something. Seeing this, the merchant froze in place. He did not know what to think, as he was very surprised and confused, and the boy, hesitating, tried to find words to carefully ask if something unusual had happened. The merchant could not hide his surprise when he saw a real royal coat of arms on the scarf. Silly explained that he once saved a princess and therefore received this silk scarf as a gift from the girl who later became queen. Upon hearing this story, one of the workers paid attention to him. The seller told the boy about an interesting opportunity that he might like. He even promised a discount if the young man was truly interested. Hearing this, the boy asked again if the seller was really serious and confident in his words. Recognizing what the employee really wants, the young man quickly analyzed the situation. In his mind, he considered the proposal, fully understanding the benefits he could gain from this deal. He believes that this person wants to meet someone from the princess's circle. Therefore, he offers a unique service to the buyer. The young man eagerly agreed to the generous offer and immediately went with the seller to inspect all the dragons that were offered to him. The boy became interested in a dragon named Surush, so he eagerly asked if among the presented animals there were such creatures. Surushi are small little dragons that have as many as 4 stomachs. However, only one of them truly digests food, while the other 3 they use as caches, hiding there everything they want to keep in reserve. The more Sura swallows different things, the more her body begins to swell. She becomes like a giant balloon with bizarre shapes. Once he noticed one of such Sur and approached to greet her. The dragon quickly realized that a simple human was in front of him and angrily retorted by calling him a fool. Sillier noticed that little Suresh stubbornly does not want to talk to other children. This intrigued her. Why does he so persistently avoid communication? Eventually, according to Zver, even if she speaks, people still will not be able to understand her. The girl was sincerely surprised and interested, as she could not imagine that anyone could understand her. Then the boy calmly explained that since childhood he has had a special gift, he can understand the language of dragons. He decided to buy this thing to find out how she would react. The girl advised him to just take it and not hesitate, but the boy paused for a moment and asked if she really thought so. Sarush often repeated that for her no human can be better than an animal. All humans are worse than beasts. Sillier was the first to break the silence. She wanted to understand how the dragon felt about this deal. She knew, if she refuses to sell herself, the dragon will do nothing, and if she agrees, they will leave here together. She was really curious why he suddenly became so generous. He admitted that although he most looks forward to future cooperation with her, what attracts him most is her beauty and charm. The dragoness suddenly blushed, and to hide her embarrassment, shouted irritably, demanding an explanation of what this weirdo was going to say. She put forward only one important demand that could not be ignored. The interested buyer immediately asked what the condition was. She asked for only one thing: to keep her name. Colette had this name even before she was born, while she was still inside the egg. She firmly wanted her new owner to respect her choice and not call her by any other names or nicknames. The boy with a warm smile praised the chosen name and said that he liked it very much, so it could be left as it was. Then he jokingly invited the girl to go to his home. And in her thoughts, ideas were already buzzing about how to respond wittily and indignantly to this idea. Colette decisively said that she would go with him, but immediately warned he should not think that she felt anything for him and should not imagine anything extra. When Seller was allowed to be called by her name, he sincerely rejoiced at the friend's decision. He really liked this name because it beautifully reflected her uniqueness and charm. So the boy sincerely thanked and said that he counted on her help. The host kindly suggested that she visit together the place where they often go for work. The young man approached Colette and asked her to find a special ore for him. The dragon thought that the girl was very beautiful. Seller explained to his little assistant. Before them towered Mount Milrif. It was famous for its interior rich in a special mineral, cabanium. This stone was known for its unusual properties and was considered very valuable because of its beauty. Cabanium was known for its uniqueness and was highly valued everywhere, so it could be profitably sold in large cities. The host hoped that his companion could accumulate this material in her stomachs and deliver it directly to the city to get a good profit. The young man asked the girl if she could handle the job. She confidently replied that it was quite within her power. Then the boy sincerely said that he appreciated her diligence and responsibility. Colette smiled and noted that the task was not difficult at all. Among all the dragons, only she was capable of completing this task, and the boy really wanted to find out if his partner could manage on her own without his supervision. She enthusiastically assured him that she could do everything flawlessly and would not need help. Interested, Colette asked what it was like to work alone when there was no mentor nearby constantly helping. To this, Silly replied that working independently was not as easy and simple as it seemed at first glance. The teacher entrusted his student to carefully collect the precious ore in this place and take it to the city shop. The boy also very much hoped that the brave girl would handle this task on her own, relying only on herself. For the first time in her life, Colette was truly surprised. Now she had to act on her own, without the usual support and supervision. She pondered and asked herself, what if her student wanted to avoid his duties? Could such a thought even occur to him? The young man sincerely said that he completely trusts her and is confident in her strength. To this, the dragon named Pledora said that he is a true fool, emphasizing that his trust is too obvious. The man confidently confirmed everything said, emphasizing that he had long been convinced of his assistant's integrity and reliability. She had repeatedly demonstrated her dedication and diligence at work, and he had no doubt that she would handle this task excellently. Colette decided to help her master exactly as he asked. When Cellier told the store employees about his idea, they were initially quite surprised, but after a short pause and some thought, the store owners decided to accept his proposal, hopeful that it would bring good results to both parties in the future. At that time, his subordinate confidently got to work. She delivered the ore exactly where it was needed, strictly following the boy's words and instructions. As soon as she finished, the boy, looking important, invited her to his home. He wondered if his new acquaintance would want to take a walk in the garden. Although the garden was not very beautiful, it was still a better option than nothing. She immediately agreed, adding that it was much more pleasant than staying in the cramped basement of the store. Colette asked him if he still had dragons. He immediately introduced her to Louise, the dragoness who carefully examined Colette, trying to understand who this new person was. Celio apologized for the inconvenience caused by the guest's arrival. The dragoness replied that she had sensed a foreign energy from afar and immediately understood who had appeared. The owner immediately apologized for the unexpected arrival and explained that he had recently acquired another dragon. The new resident promptly appeared before the former mistress of the house, politely greeted her, which aroused not only her curiosity but also a bit of anxiety. Louisa said that she herself had recently ended up here. The girls decided to become friends and together began to dream about how to arrange their new life in this house. Both favorites initially thought that there was not enough space for them, but it did not bother them at all. It was warm and quiet here. Colette jokingly said that she would start teaching her roommate, whom she affectionately called a real sleepyhead. Cillier clearly saw that despite the comrade's words about comfort, in reality, it was cramped for all of them. Realizing this, he decided that it was time for a change. Cillier thought about finding another, simpler dwelling where everyone would be comfortable and cozy together. Colette mocked Louisa, calling her a real sleepyhead, and the owner only smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with that. The dragoness explained, it means that the guy accepted her friend as she is, even after learning about her peculiarities. Cyro confirmed this and said that he also promised to allow her to sleep for 12 hours every day. He noticed that if he did not know how to talk to dragons, he would not have found out about her love of sleep. The same happened with Colette. He did not invent a new name for her. It turns out that fate itself brought them together. The dragon came to life and explained that he bought this thing only because it was inexpensive. That was the only reason. Suddenly, the whole company stopped. Colette looked attentively in one direction, but as soon as someone asked about it, she immediately denied it and said that she was not interested in anything, asking not to pay attention to it anymore. The subordinate suddenly turned around, briefly said that it was time for her to work, and hurriedly disappeared from sight. The man smiled distrustfully, but sincerely wished her a safe journey, saying that he hoped to meet her again. The owner thought for a moment, considering that maybe Louisa was looking at the appetizing cupcakes behind the glass. Then he sincerely praised her. However, the man had an urgent task that he could not postpone. He asked to wait for him together with his favorite and promised to return as soon as possible. Saying this, the man confidently set off for the store. At the threshold of the store, he was warmly greeted by a smiling salesman who immediately noticed the new visitor and sincerely welcomed him. Silly asked the salesman if he had brought her dragon. He nodded in agreement and showed her the item she had left here earlier. The boy approached Colette and asked to bring his first earned money. He said that the amount was small, but he still wished to give it gradually, in parts. The young man added that the dragon would sometimes bring money to the merchant. The man immediately understood the buyer's intentions, but he was truly surprised by such trust and the importance of the task. Only someone infinitely confident in their favorite could give the dragon for such a matter. Moreover, the favorite performed everything needed on its own, even without the help or supervision of its owner. This so surprised the owner that he called his pet extraordinarily capable. The merchant also noticed. The boy not only skillfully controls the dragon, he is also a kind, decent person. The employee was surprised because it never occurred to him that the young man would pay so quickly. Usually, clients delay payment, and this often creates many problems. Silly said that this was the least he could do to repay the kindness and support he had received. He hopes for long-term cooperation with the merchant because he sees how the latter cares for dragons with all diligence. Silly values this very much. The man calmly explained that he takes care of the animals not for his own pleasure, but because they bring him good money and help gain more respect among buyers. The man inquired whether the boy had enough space for two dragons, as he had recently acquired another one. The young man replied that there was enough space for both dragons, and each would feel comfortable. He also noted that the salesman was very attentive to details. The employee said that in their city there are several places specially adapted for keeping dragons. One building is a small barn where two dragons can live, and another is a large building designed for several dozen dragons. Thanks to this, guests are offered two accommodation options to choose from. The boy was impressed by the salesman's knowledge. Moreover, the salesman promised to handle everything personally, so there was no need to worry. However, he added that there was one small condition. The man was very curious about which building it was, and the owner immediately explained, as he already knew that this would definitely be asked. It turned out that these buildings were new, modern, and large. But there was a strange story associated with them. For some unknown reason, the dragons did not want to live in these dwellings. The spacious and majestic stable truly impresses. Many dragon knights dream of transferring their dragons here to provide them with coziness and comfort. But for some unknown reason, the dragons stubbornly refused to go inside. When the girls first approached this place, they were surprised and exchanged glances. The new house looked quite nice and neat. The landlord said that here they almost never rent out housing for a long time, and selling is out of the question. Because of this, prices are very low, which often surprises visitors. Zilair admitted that he was curious to find out why the dragon really dislikes this building, and asked the pets to share their thoughts. Maybe their instincts would help solve the mystery, and he also showed on the map where his house is nearby, so they could navigate more easily during the search. The master led them to the big barn and invited everyone to go inside. The young man, suspecting nothing, asked with curiosity whether the dragons liked this room, but the answer was not what he had hoped for. The dragons looked dissatisfied and anxious, clearly uncomfortable here. He noticeably became nervous upon hearing the dissatisfied noise of his pupils. The girls quickly confirmed his suspicion. Both were uncomfortable in the new room. They told the boy that a sharp, unpleasant smell was coming from that place. He immediately guessed that only dragons could detect such a smell and decided to carefully ask why this was happening. Then it turned out that this stench was rising right from under the floor. The boy asked if the smell really came from underground, but he was sternly told that they must leave immediately. He could not calm his curiosity, constantly asking others where this terrible smell came from. The pets sighed and said that the air and walls here were soaked with a dark aura of death, as if many dragons had died here long ago, and all that pain, blood, and suffering remained in the very earth. The master unexpectedly agreed and added that probably once a terrible tragedy happened in this place, from which much blood was shed. Even after years it left an invisible mark, so dragons always avoid this place, sensing the dark power of the past. Then the boy proposed a radical solution, to completely replace the local soil to erase all traces of the dark past and give the dragons a safe and cozy place to live. The master asked Colette to bring some fresh soil from the field. She gladly agreed and joked that she could even carry the soil in her belly, while Louise was given a rest since the master decided to handle all the hard work of digging up the old soil himself. All day they worked diligently on their task, renewing the land and preparing this place for those who will settle here in the future. The boy wiped his sweaty forehead with the sleeve of his shirt and suddenly realized that he had spent the whole day on this task. Zilair asked his favorites if they liked the new home. The little dragons cheerfully replied that now it was very cozy here, easy and pleasant to breathe. They were also glad that their efforts were not in vain. He smiled joyfully and said that the old land irritated sensitive dragons with its bad energy. However now, thanks to their persistent work, the land here has become pure, giving peace to the dragons. The master decided that under such circumstances they would move here. Louisa was delighted with the large stable, which looked simply fabulous and resembled a palace. Here she could finally rest. The young man emphasized that all this was achieved thanks to the girl's efforts and sincerely thanked her. The owner sincerely thanked Colette for her diligent work and care for the common cause. He was touched by her dedication, so he came up with a special surprise for her. It was a reward for perseverance and the desire to do everything possible for friends. It turned out that this dessert was intended for people. Zilair noticed that his subordinates really like sweets, so he decided to make a surprise for her. He ordered a large, delicious cake. The ward was sincerely impressed and touched by his care. Louisa was genuinely surprised to learn that Colette liked the food people eat, and with a smile joked that her friend was a real eccentric. But Colette assured Louisa that she was not particularly attracted to sweets and did not have a great passion for desserts either. She said with a smile that their life was already difficult, so there was no point in refusing such delicious food, so it was better for her to eat it all herself, as this delicacy was definitely prepared for her. Turning to the guild, Rosa sincerely thanked the young hero for saving her and happily noted that everything ended well. With curiosity, she asked if the boy had gotten another dragon and received confirmation that this was indeed the case. The secretary noticed that buying 2 dragons at once was unusual and did not happen often. She asked Cillier if he liked what he was doing now and if he wanted to join the guild, to which the young man replied that since becoming a traveler, he had tried many different occupations. When he left the Lindworm Guild, the boy noticed that most knights saw dragons only as tools. Rose noticed that the boys were not in a hurry to join other organizations. She subtly shared her idea, but first asked him to tell in detail everything that had happened. The girl enthusiastically suggested to the boy to consider creating their own guild that would care for dragons with respect and concern, noting that such a guild could earn the respect and support not only among riders, but also among all the kingdom's inhabitants. The secretary continued his story, explaining that the guild is an organization officially recognized by the state. In other words, it functions as a professional union for dragon riders. Dragon riders, thanks to their winged companions, enjoy a special status in the state, so special privileges apply to them. The young man asked what exactly privileges they have, and he was told that the most important one is special treatment from the tax service. Rose explained that creating a guild would help obtain tax benefits, including a reduction in the tax for the right to own a dragon. Cillier admitted that he had not even known about the existence of such a tax before, and they decided to return to this issue later. The girl continued to explain that along with the development of the guild, the dragon's power was becoming increasingly mighty. The young man was struck by what he heard. He could hardly believe that growth, strength, and influence could be so impressive. The secretary said that the reinforcement to the force was actually very small, only 10% of the guild level. Hearing this, the boy was genuinely surprised and immediately wanted to learn more details. However, Rose admitted that she herself did not quite understand how the system of these bonuses worked. The girl realized that this power appeared due to an ancient pact between the supreme god Romans A and the Dragon King. It was this pact that made the guild members stronger. Although it was difficult for her to fully understand how exactly this pact worked, the very fact of its existence gave her confidence and proved how important it was to stay united. The boy noticed that this idea looked much more interesting than he had imagined and asked how to open a guild. Rosa replied that first someone famous needs to become the face of the guild, and she is ready to take that on. But then everything comes down to money, since official registration requires funds and certain difficulties may arise here. She quickly estimated that registering the guild would cost as much as 10,000 lari. Such an amount was a real test for Scylla's wallet and could bring her serious money troubles. He confidently placed 10,000 lyres on the table, and this so surprised the secretary that he was completely confused. He gladly told that last evening his devoted dragoness Colette accidentally found an amazing precious stone. Thanks to this find, which he managed to sell profitably, there was just enough money to pay the fee. He remembered how recently his assistant found a strange stone and gave it to him. Now this mineral looked completely different. It had acquired an unusual color, not like it was in the morning when she first took it in her hands. The young man promised to examine the stone the next day. Later it became known that it was a rare mineral pillowite. This stone changes its colors and has 4 different shades, which is why it is especially highly valued. When the precious stone appraiser learned the story of this mineral and saw its unique properties himself, he suddenly made an unexpected offer. The appraiser wanted to buy this gem for a huge sum, 10,000 lira. For the owner, it was a real surprise and brought him genuine joy. Rose carefully counted the coins and, smiling, said that the boy was lucky today. She asked if he wanted to register right now. The boy enthusiastically agreed and asked to start the procedure immediately. When the applicant received the documents, the secretary carefully explained what needed to be filled in: full name, address, exactly how many dragons he had, and also a detailed description of each breed. Choosing a name for the guild became an important step in the whole matter. The young man took it seriously because he wanted his group to stand out from the others. And so, an original idea was already born in his mind, a new unusual name. When the secretary handed over the signed papers, his gaze briefly stopped on the name of the new guild, written in capital letters, Dragonfast. The boy was sure that the name Dragonfast was the best choice of all that could be. The girl, with a serious look, said that the registration was successfully completed. As soon as he placed the official seal, a little girl suddenly appeared before him. Rose explained that these little magical creatures are called guild fairies. They help identify each person. Cillier asked what he should do with the fairy now. He He was told that the fairy would decide for herself and follow him, so there was no need to worry about it. He was reminded once again that he needed to take care of the fairy and was given a small bag with everything that might be needed for her care. The secretary explained that these devices are made to accurately determine the mental state of dragons. She added that the better a person can use them, the higher their rank in the guild. The young man recalled seeing similar devices in the Lindworm Guild. Seeing that the boy looked upset, the girl anxiously asked what had happened and why he was so worried. Cellier felt complex emotions when he had to put special collars on his dragons. It was hard for him to accept this decision. Rose delicately advised him to visit the dragon shop, where one could find not only collars but many other useful things. Pets were quite surprised when they suddenly found out that they now had to wear various accessories. The master said he plans to visit the store with goods for dragons, as there is always a lot of interesting stuff there, but he admitted that he prefers it when dragons make their own choice. Both dragons paused for a moment, then Louisa confidently chose the sleeping bag, which greatly surprised the boy. The master smiled and said that sleeping bags for dragons are not made, and it is hard to imagine such a thing as an accessory. Hearing this, the girl decided to choose a sleep mask for the dragon. The guy thought that such an accessory could be custom made, but he was still pleasantly surprised by his subordinate's choice. He warned her in advance that removing the bandage by herself would be difficult. However, Louisa did not intend to do it. After making sure no one objected, the boy turned to Colette and asked what choice she would make. The household favorite spoke hesitantly, often pausing and stumbling over her words, never managing to clearly explain why she made her choice. It turned out that she had always wanted a small, beautiful ribbon. The owner noticed that Colette was acting like a little child again. He understood that if he told her this directly, she would immediately become reserved and serious. Therefore, he only promised his friends that tomorrow they would definitely discuss the choice of accessories in the store. The seamstress carefully measured Louisa's head and promised to create a special headband for her that would fit perfectly. The seamstress asked if the price of 100 lira was acceptable to the man. The buyer was satisfied and even ordered a few additional sets. She promised to finish everything in a few days and asked to wait a little while she completed the order. Louisa beamed with happiness. Celia recalled how once he asked his favorites to wear collars for a while, and they agreed without hesitation, not feeling any discomfort, but he did not allow them to wear collars all the time. The dragoness sincerely admitted that she could not have imagined that she would really need an eye mask. The young man calmly replied that if his friend wanted such an item, there was no reason to refuse her. The dragoness thanked her friend for his sincere care. Suddenly the boy noticed that his guild card began to glow brightly. The level rose to the second. The young man asked in surprise what it meant and whether it was really possible to advance to a new level so quickly. The secretary explained that usually it takes about a month because only one person in their guild takes care of 2 dragons. If more people worked, raising the level would be much easier. The girl checked everything carefully once again to make sure there were no mistakes. The stamper asked if it was possible to raise his level faster somehow. Rose replied that some people rent dragons for this purpose, taking them into the guild for a certain time, and after raising the level, return them back. Despite this, she sincerely rejoiced for him. The Quicktongue rose to the 2nd level, and Rose happily congratulated him on this achievement. He asked if any changes had occurred after the promotion, but the secretary asked to wait a little, explaining that the busy fairy was diligently drawing something important right now. Bull said that the Bercel map was specially made to find guild dragons. If a mark lights up near the town hall on it, it means Louisa is somewhere nearby, a very useful thing. Rose asked where the 2nd dragon had gone. The boy replied that the dragon was now on Mount Milford, so it could not be seen on the map. The secretary was surprised how the young man allowed the dragons to travel independently, but he explained that they really could travel without him. The young man decided to demonstrate how to zoom in on a certain part of the map to see Mount Milford. This feature was really convenient, and it was the main idea of his plan. The girl said that when the guild level rises, new useful features appear. She wished him success in the future. Celia wondered why his level had jumped so suddenly, but the girl could not give him an answer. Since she herself did not fully understand what had happened, upon returning home, the hostess simply greeted Colette on her return. She asked if everything was all right and if anything unusual had happened. The young man replied that he had been waiting for her because he wanted to show something interesting. He handed her a bag, then took out a ribbon and added, "Creating a unique decoration for Louise was not easy and required a lot of time, but ribbons can be found anywhere." Colette enthusiastically noted what a beautiful ribbon it was. The shop owner immediately picked up on her words and assured her that this ribbon suited her perfectly. Although Colette wanted to tie it herself, the boy carefully attached the decoration himself. Cillier was not mistaken. The ribbon suited her perfectly, and he smiled, calling her cute. In response, her favorite simply and sincerely said that everyone had known that for a long time. Colette sincerely thanked the young man who supported her. Her guild card lit up again, but the level remained unchanged. The young man noticed that the more mercy the dragon showed, the more experience the guild gained. Looking at the map, the owner immediately saw that Colette was in a great hurry somewhere, although it was already noon outside. Louise realized that her friend dreamed of showing off her work as soon as possible. The previous night she was excited and breathing anxiously, which frightened Louise. Probably, words of praise from the owner still echoed in her head. The boy did not hide his surprise. Even a simple good evaluation was a great joy for the girl. The dragon earned a good amount of money and praised the girl. At that moment, the guild card lit up along with the ribbon. The young man realized that his assumptions were confirmed. Louise was also made a sleep mask, and now she happily wears it every night. The boy did not share their beliefs, but for this matter, they were the best fit. If the deal turned out successful and transparent, clients would trust them more quickly. However, to receive a reward, the boys themselves would have to put in a lot of effort. Meanwhile, Louis doubted, since Cillier had only recently created his guild, and now he was the only member. Louis began to wonder if such a new guild really deserved any reward. A former acquaintance also reported that after the Lindworm Guild received this award, many experienced candidates wanted to join them. Among those eager to join are even rank B Dragon Knights with over 10 years of experience. The boy noticed that Dragon Riders earn their ranks through their own achievements. If someone has reached level B, it means they have already proven themselves well, and many people talk about them. Louis advised the boy to communicate more with such people. However, even after hearing these words, the boy did not want to go back at all. Having stepped onto the street, he saw a large crowd of people and became interested in what had happened there. He was told that the dragon escaped. He looked very tense and understood that catching this dragon would be a real problem. No one had any idea where this runaway dragon had disappeared to. He had never seen dragons that had escaped before and really wanted to learn more about him. However, Louisa was already starting to doze off. He was about to go to the city hall to tell everything, but suddenly someone unexpectedly bumped into him. It turned out to be a dragon that looked at the boy with hope and asked him for help. The dragoness exclaimed with anxiety that she could no longer endure it and had to leave here. Cillier realized that talking here was risky, so he decided to temporarily take the dragon with him, bringing Louise along. Emma stood before them, and she could not believe that anyone still remembered her name. The boy smiled warmly and assured her that he had never forgot a single dragon he had met. He immediately recognized Emma. It was Sum, a dragon from the Lindworm Guild. This type of dragon belongs to the smallest in size, but it can very often be seen in many guilds. It is famous for special combat abilities and behaves excellently in the very heart of fierce battles. The boy asked why she was running. Emma explained that she felt sick and wanted to ask for a break, but no one heard her. She had to keep working, which caused her injury and defeat. Moreover, the guildmaster treated her harshly. They said that if the dragoness could not do her job properly, she would either be expelled or forced to work even harder. Cillier explained that guild members always behave like that. Dragons understand what people say, but they deliberately use offensive words to hurt them. The girl knew well that the boy went to the city council every day, so she patiently waited for him there. When Emma asked to be left there, the boy wondered if the Lindworm Guild would agree to talk to him if he really did that. Suddenly, loud knocks sounded at the door. The dragoness immediately realized that it could be those who were looking for her. But the boy did not lose his composure, remained calm, and gently told her that everything was under control and there was nothing to fear. Sarah remained the only one who still trusted him. Despite everything, only he could take care of the pet, and at that moment, Louis unexpectedly entered the room. The former comrade realized that their dragon was hiding right there, and to prove it, he brought witnesses to what had happened. The young man confidently said that he was only protecting the wounded creature. Louis insisted on immediately handing over the fugitive, promising to deliver him to the guild. The new owner declared that from now on he would take care of the dragon himself, and these words deeply hurt his former comrade, causing him offense and indignation. He also emphasized that he could not hand over an animal that had already left its owners. Moreover, he again recalled the guildmaster's words, forcing a dragon to work is wrong. His colleague heard this and was so surprised that he even fell into a state of deep shock. Cillier was convinced that releasing the dragon to his cruel mentor was impossible, so he asked Louis to inform the leadership that the young leader was ready to start negotiations. And Louis thought all this was a senseless performance, and in her opinion, the best thing would be to immediately return the captive to those to whom he belonged. Pushing the enemy away, he confidently opened the door and rushed to search for the dragon. Louis suddenly shouted loudly that he would return the dragon and called Emma to him. He immediately woke up from his own shout. At that very moment, she felt danger and quickly realized that in front of her was a stranger who could harm her beloved master. The girl swiftly used her special technique called fusion and struck the opponent hard. The enemy asked in surprise what she had planned. Cilia explained that it was normal. Everyone would defend themselves and resist anyone who violated their personal space. The young man turned to the offender and sternly ordered him to return and report everything to the guildmaster. Louis angrily threatened that the boy would regret his action. Soon, the master reported that he had already received all the necessary information. The Dicky said that this boy would take their dragon. His interlocutor confidently confirmed this. He noticed these signs. It was painful for him to watch how she was forced to work. The man noticed that the boy remained loyal to his beliefs and views. The youth calmly allowed him to speak without interfering, but the mentor realized that he no longer needed a weak dragon that could not perform the combat team's tasks. But he noted that the dragon still belonged to Lindworm, and it would be a disgrace if they allowed it to be taken without trying anything. The boy asked how much it would cost to free the dragon, but in response, he heard that it was not about money at all. The Dicky advised that when you ask for something, you need to carefully watch the words you choose and how you address the person. The boy, lowering his head, obediently asked the master for permission. But the owner only smiled, called him a weirdo, and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. After that, he returned to his favorites again. He wondered if Colette had already returned. At that moment, Louisa asked if the boy was all right. Despite all the difficulties, the negotiations were successful, and Emma was able to gain the freedom she had dreamed of so much. Realizing this, the dragon could not contain his joy. He exclaimed sincerely, feeling gratitude and relief. The new master inquired about her future plans and whether there was a place she could go. Her sincere gratitude and desire to stay deeply moved the boy. From now on, he decided to take full responsibility for her happiness and well-being. Suddenly, all three girls burst into bright light, and the boy froze in surprise, completely bewildered. It seemed to him that an invisible force was pulling him somewhere, and this caused him anxiety. Suddenly, the ring appeared right in the boy's palm, and the girls opened their mouths in astonishment. A bright light flashed, and a strange artifact appeared in Kirill's hands. The boy could not hide his excitement as he examined it carefully. He looked up at the dragon and asked what it was. The dragon calmly replied that it was the secret treasure of the dragons. The dragon began to tell about this artifact. According to him, long ago the Lord of Dragons and the King of Gods created this ring together. Kirill looked attentively at the ring in his hands. The dragon added that it is said this ornament appears only to those whom dragons favor. Kirill pondered these words. Cyril became interested in this newcomer because he knew nothing about him except his name. He decided to ask the dragons if they had heard anything more about the stranger. The dragons were not very talkative. They simply said that he was a ruler when the world still belonged to dragons. The dragons said that the king's voice had the power to enchant every living creature. Even the lord of the gods of romance admired this gift. Cyril thought about ancient times and the mysterious world of legends. But the dragons said they had never seen this artifact before, and this greatly surprised the human who was among them. Cyril could not understand for a long time how the dragons immediately recognized the artifact, although they had never seen it before. They explained that this feeling comes to them instinctively, then Cyril pondered. For him, this find looked just like an ordinary ring. Cyril thought if all three dragons immediately recognized him on an instinctual level, then this ring is probably really valuable. Kirill pulled out the artifact and showed it to the dragons. They looked at him in surprise, not understanding what it was supposed to mean, and asked Kirill about his intentions. Sarah said that since this is a dragon's treasure, it should belong only to dragons. Hesitating a little, she noted that Colette, for example, could hide this treasure simply inside her stomach. Colette exclaimed indignantly that she would never do that because she might accidentally swallow it, and besides, it could curse her. Cairo realized that the situation was more complicated than he thought. The dragons told him they could not take the artifact for a number of important reasons. Then Cairo looked more closely at the ring and understood how important it was. In the end, he decided to keep the item for himself. Kirill put the ring on his index finger and asked what power it contained. In response, the dragon asked if Kirill felt anything special when he touched this artifact. Cyril focused on his own feelings and admitted that he did not feel any changes. This surprised him, as he expected something different. He watched the dragons closely and noticed several brightly shining scales on their bodies. The dragons looked at their owner as if expecting an explanation. Zernov guessed that the master of the dragons was gradually beginning to understand how this artifact works. Colette got angry and insisted that Cyril clearly explain what the man actually saw. Then Cyril realized he could no longer hide anything and decided to honestly tell Colette the whole truth. Cyril asked the dragon if she was sick. Colette assured him that she was fine. Hearing this, Cyril was momentarily confused. Cyril shared that the artifacts made him realize something bad is happening to Colette. She is feeling unwell. The dragon pondered these words. Cyril explained that he now sees two icons above the dragon's heads. He believes these indicators show physical condition and mood. Cyril explained that Colette worked alone, so she got very tired. He apologized to her for what happened, but Colette tried to calm the master and said she was fine. The master replied that he greatly appreciated her ingenuity and diligence, but did not want her to get sick, so he insisted that she definitely rest at least one day. Cyril thought that the artifact came to him not just like that. Perhaps fate wanted him not to worry too much about dragons. Colette, with a serious face, agreed that she needed to take a day off tomorrow and rest well. Cyril was convinced that this artifact would not allow dragons to return to life, so he considered it the most valuable to himself. Several days passed. Cyril was sitting at the table quietly drinking from his mug when suddenly he heard a knock at the door. It was already late, so he was surprised who could visit at such an hour. The door opened, and the stranger immediately apologized for coming so late. The stranger inquired if he was speaking with Mr. Silly. Seeing La Rosa before him, Cyril confirmed that it was indeed him. The guest immediately apologized for arriving so late. The stranger said he did not know Siller and introduced himself as Laurent Flory. He admitted that he came with a request. Siller was surprised why Laurent addressed him specifically. Then Laurent explained that Madame Marielle had recommended him. Siliera was struck when the guest mentioned Marielle at that moment. He thought of Madame Catherine and of that letter full of tenderness and love. Siler asked which specific request was being referred to. Larov replied that recently one of the Dragon Knights guilds was defeated during a campaign. Cyril was convinced that such expeditions are most often organized to fight entire packs of monsters, as it is very risky, but victory in such a battle brings heroes not only wealth but also glory. Cyril pondered, although these expeditions were beneficial, they rarely came without losses. After a pause, he turned to the guest and asked how difficult this journey had really been. Lawrence sadly shared that the entire first unit was killed. No one survived. Cyril was shocked, as in 5 years he had never heard of such losses. Guests reminded that according to guild rules, everyone must leave a will before setting out on a campaign. It was Laurent who asked to gather everyone together. Kirill wondered if he had enough strength to go to such a dangerous place, but the guest reassured him, saying it was not a problem because the guild had already assembled another reinforced team. He added that this was why no one was currently collecting wills. Lerner reported that a new task was already waiting in the Danzig Valley, and 5,000 luri were promised for its completion. Cyril decided to accept this job, and Laurent thanked him from the bottom of his heart. However, the requests did not end there. There were still matters that needed resolution. The guest explained that when Kirill wrote his will, he would decide for himself what to do with what he found. After these words, our hero pondered but finally replied that he understood everything. Later the heroes gathered together to discuss the new mission and prepare everything necessary. Kirill was just packing supplies and carefully studying the map, checking the route. The dragoness asked him about the Dance Valley and added that considering rest for Louisa, the one-way journey would take 3 days. The host immediately supported her words and finished the sentence for her. The dragoness returned to her lord and quietly asked to be heard. Cyril raised his eyes, and Thor put the map aside and asked what exactly she wanted to say. The dragoness asked what he meant when he allowed her to decide which things could be discarded. Cyril was surprised to learn that she had overheard their conversation yesterday. Cyril was amazed at how sensitive the dragon's hearing was. He even felt that now they could hear every one of his movements. He explained that this place was actually a real treasure mountain. The dragons were impressed, as they had never suspected this before. Kirill said it was common here for warriors to go into battle in expensive armor, then take these items from the fallen and sell them for large sums. Clet snorted disapprovingly and said it was simply terrible and wondered how people could do such things at all. The host just nodded and confirmed that this was exactly how it happened. He added that once he heard about a person who was terribly unlucky because they accidentally touched the remnants of magic from an ancient artifact, and it almost led to death. After these words, a shadow of disappointment appeared in everyone's eyes in the room. The owner further explained that for dragons and their riders, much more expensive equipment was needed than for ordinary warriors. The dragons themselves quickly understood that the client wanted to pay them with part of the trophies obtained in battle. The owner did not like this idea very much, which he did not hide. Our heroes traveled through valleys, forests, and canyons. During the day, they tirelessly moved forward, and at night, they rested under the open sky. The heroes came out onto a wide valley, and Kyrillo proudly said that this was the Danzig Valley. The dragons were struck by the incredible beauty of this place. They approached the valley, in the center of which stood a mountain of piled bodies. Cyril carefully examined everything around and counted. Among the dead were 20 people and 30 dragons. Kyril sighed deeply and mentally noted, around was a real hell. Mountains of bodies lay everywhere, and the ground was soaked with streams of blood. The dragons, looking at all this, agreed with his feelings. The owner addressed Coletta because she was the best at noticing enemies and could sense the general atmosphere around. Coletta focused a little on her feelings, then confidently said that everything was calm for now and she sensed nothing suspicious. Cyril heard these words and smiled contentedly. Cyril showed the capsules that were hanging on a chain and suggested splitting up to find them more easily. He added that according to the client, each person should receive a separate capsule. The team listened carefully and was immediately ready to start the search. Coletta noticed that this work was quite unpleasant for her. The master told her to rest, but she decided to stay and help since she had nothing else to do anyway. The owner was deeply moved by Coletta's dedication and diligence, so they decided together not to stop and continued their work. The heroes brought capsules with wills. Kyrillo carefully reviewed them and confidently said that it seemed they had gathered everything necessary. Then the owner turned to Coletta, emphasizing that now it was her turn. The girl calmly agreed and immediately began working. She suddenly turned and announced that it was time to go home because she did not want to stay here even a second longer. Kyril stopped his friends and asked them to wait because he had one more important request. The dragons looked at each other in surprise and asked what exactly he needed. The master paused for a moment before answering. In the serial, they decided to bury the knights and dragons. All the dragons looked at their lord with surprise and asked if he really wanted to bury these bodies. Cyril confidently replied that yes, because he considered it wrong to just leave everything as it was. Cyril looked carefully at the valley where many bodies lay and realized how hard it was to see. The dragons were noticeably agitated. Cyril tried to calm them, but one of the dragons replied that the matter was not just about words. The reason for the concern lay somewhere deeper. The dragons wondered if they should also build tombs for their comrades. The master supported this proposal. The dragoness turned to him and said that he seemed strange to her. She had long noticed that he was not like everyone else, but she never understood why he wanted to hide the dragons so much. All the dragons agreed that their master was a real eccentric. Kirill agreed with this and asked not to hold a grudge against him for having to communicate with such a person, but the dragons immediately stopped him, not even letting him apologize. The dragons just smiled and said that their master was indeed quite strange. People said that the owner was a very kind person, and they thanked him with all their hearts. Kirill entered the administrative building, and the administrator immediately apologized for his sudden summons. Cyril noticed that the administrator was upset and decided to find out what was wrong. He was surprised because he rarely receives letters without a good reason, and the administrator explained that Cyril's guild had already reached the 3rd level, although it usually takes at least 3 months of hard work. Cyril finally understood why he was invited, and at that moment, a little fairy appeared before him, smiling warmly at him. The hero thought that it was probably the guild fairy and could not understand why she was laughing like that. He turned to the administrator, asking why he looked dissatisfied and what had happened. The administrator only replied that everything was fine. It was just a guild that existed for only one night, but their results were extremely impressive. They definitely broke all previous records. Cyril confusedly noted that, until now, this story did not concern him personally at all. Then the administrator asked if he understood the secret of such success. Cyril thought a little and said that he only followed the main rule, which is reflected in the name of the guild. Kirill reminded the main rule of the guild again: dragons come first. He openly stated that dragons had always been the most important to him, and that was final for him. The series noted that now, since their guild had reached the 3rd level, members could use the utility room. Going outside, he decided to look around. He noticed that the guild's auxiliary room seemed like an ordinary storage, although in reality it was protected by a powerful spell. No one could enter except the guild's knights and dragons. He had an interesting idea: to combine this protection with the storage of valuable items. Moreover, it became noticeable that people were already discussing the extremely rapid development of his guild. Around Kirill, people either watched him with curiosity or looked at him warily. This did not please him at all, but suddenly he noticed something strange. A carriage stopped in front of the house. Cyril saw a girl get out of it. She immediately ran towards him. The hero was surprised when he saw that the princess approached him. She approached Cyril with a smile and said she had already heard a lot about his successes. Cyril was surprised and asked which specific matters were meant. Then the girl explained that she knew how skillfully he completed various tasks and reached the third level faster than anyone in history. The princess joyfully shared the news. Now all the knights are talking about Cyril and his guild, and they have become the main topic of discussion. To this, Cyril politely invited the princess to come inside. Cyril sat down next to the princess at the table and asked why she had come this time. The princess said that today she wants to make a request to the best knight. Cyril smiled and replied that she was slightly exaggerating his merits. Hearing this, the princess almost exclaimed that he was actually not exaggerating at all, because for her, he really is the best. The princess announced that she wishes to introduce Cyril to a special dragon. Cyril agreed to this meeting. Cyril felt that if the princess herself had turned to him, then the matter was truly important. He was confident in his abilities. He believed he could defeat the dragon, as he knew these creatures well. Cyril asked if he was really suitable for this task. The princess confidently said that he was the one who needed to take on this mission. Then Cyril agreed and promised to defeat the dragon. The princess was very glad to hear these words. After that, Cyril clarified which breed this dragon belonged to. The princess said that this dragon is actually just a little phoenix. Cyril heard her words and was so surprised that he even fell silent. Cyril asked the princess why she entrusted him with such an important matter. Upon hearing this question, the princess instantly blushed and became nervous, and Cyril wondered why her face turned so red and why she became so upset. Cyril did not believe what he heard and asked if it was about the same dragon called the Divine Child. The princess nodded, confirming it. The princess hesitantly admitted that she was curious to see how Lord Cilar would interact with the divine baby. The princess noticed that the Ciliara Guild is still small now, but she is confident that in the future they will make an important contribution. Cilar thanked the princess for her support and care for the guild. Zero thanked the princess. The princess said that one day she had already managed to ride a dragon. The princess was surprised that the dragon was not afraid at all, and sincerely glad that a true understanding had arisen between Cyril and the dragon. Cyril asked the princess if it would be better for them to travel by carriage, but the princess assured him that she liked everything, and the dragon added that his master should keep himself in check and not worry. The dragon believed if the master decided to impress the princess, she would behave even more cautiously. Cyril also agreed with this, considering it quite possible. Cyril wanted to learn more and turned to the princess with questions about this matter. He frankly said that he was gathering information and found out that phoenixes are considered long extinct and nothing has ever been heard about their young. The princess listened to the hero and agreed with him on everything. Cyril could not understand what exactly the princess meant. Then she explained, only one divine child remained on Earth. The princess shared a legend. Phoenixes have no offspring because after death they are reborn from their own ashes. For Cyril, this was a revelation, and she was genuinely surprised. Dragons joined the conversation and shared that they had once heard about phoenixes, believing these creatures to be in some ways even stronger than dragons because they were completely invulnerable during their lifetime. The princess, although not very knowledgeable about dragons, still asked Cyril if phoenixes were really such extraordinary creatures. He confirmed her words. Then the princess shared that sometimes phoenixes are reborn only after many centuries and suggested that Cyril might somehow influence this. Finally, the boy realized what was expected of him and wondered if he could manage and do everything right. Cyril was surprised when he realized that he and the princess were not talking about real dragons. The heroes continued their journey, and 2 days had already passed since they set out on the road. Majestic mountains rose before them, stretching all the way to the horizon. Finally, the heroes reached the destination. Cyril immediately noticed that a carriage could not approach the palace. This surprised him and left a deep impression. The guards gladly greeted the princess, and she sincerely thanked them for their devoted service. Without hesitating for a second, the princess approached the guard and asked if she could see the divine child now. The guard replied that nothing had changed and they could enter, so the princess boldly took Cyril by the hand and led him to the palace. Cyril addressed the deacons with a request to wait for him outside, and they agreed. Meanwhile, in front of the heroes, huge, incredibly beautiful gates slowly opened. They entered a huge hall decorated with tall columns and rich decor, but the strange emptiness inside created a special atmosphere. Cyril was surprised. He could not take his eyes off the center of the room. The princess explained that the divine child was now here. The hero, with a pounding heart, stared at the enormous dragon skeleton, unable to look away from the spectacle. The princess said that these bones, which Cyril sees before him, have remained here for many centuries. Her people believe that one day the phoenix will return to life, so the guardians tirelessly watch over this place. Just in the middle of the hall lay bones, lifeless, cold, with no trace of life left in them. The princess asked Cyril if everything was clear to him. He paused for a moment, pondering her words. He decided that first he needed to examine the dragon's bones. Cyril slowly approached them and began to carefully examine the remains. Cyril moved a little closer and carefully touched the skull, but it gave no clues. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the silence, addressing Cyril directly and calling him a human child. The voice still echoed, and now Zero understood. It came straight from the bones. The stranger said that for many years, someone had entered his dwelling for the first time. For Zero, this was a real surprise. The dragon spoke and noted that the girl had royal blood, while the boy was an ordinary person. The hero was so surprised that he could not hide his emotions, as he had never even imagined that a dragon could talk. The dragon asked the hero if it was really him speaking to him now. Finally, Phoenix realized that his interlocutor had heard everything correctly and understood the main point. He fell silent and watched the bird intently. Kirill confidently confirmed his words and added that he came to see how things were going. He hopes to help people revive the ancient legend that still lives in their hearts. The dragon did not hide his surprise at what he heard. The boy suddenly exclaimed in surprise and immediately called the princess. Hearing his voice, she turned to him. She asked Salir what had happened and if he had managed to learn anything new. In response, the boy addressed the princess and inquired if she knew how to bring the divine child back to life. She stopped in surprise and said that, as far as she knew, nothing like that had ever happened. Hearing this, the dragon standing behind laughed. The divine child noticed that people quickly forget the past, and everything that is recorded and preserved always depends on the will of the powerful of this world. Then the dragon looked at the little person and quietly called her to himself. The dragon advised the hero to simply set it on fire. When Carillo asked in surprise, he explained that he had been reborn from the flames many times. The hero thought that the dragon's bones were probably a national treasure. If they were destroyed, it could cause great trouble. He smiled, considering it a minor matter, for he was sure dragons do not lie. Therefore, he decided to trust him and turned to the princess. He explained to the girl that he would now try to revive him. She did not believe it, so she asked again if it was really possible. The boy warned the attempt might fail and she might have to be disappointed. However, he really hopes that she will allow him to try. The princess agreed and handed him all her belongings, fully trusting him. He sincerely thanked her for such faith in him. Easter took a match and lit the flame. He threw the match forward, and the girl screamed in fright, trying to stop him. The match fell near the dragon's bones, and they immediately burst into bright flames. From the middle of the flame, something incomprehensible suddenly appeared, and the boys froze in amazement, watching it. From the flame echoed a creepy laugh, which only added to the tension of the moment. Suddenly, a fiery dragon appeared before them, wrapped in bright tongues of flame. He looked at the hero and said that he wished to express gratitude to the human child. The hero and the princess stood side by side, watching in awe as the dragon joyfully opened its jaws and loudly declared that from now on it was born again. The dragon was slowly coming to his senses, and the hero, stunned by what he saw, only quietly sighed in surprise. The dragon smiled at the people standing before him. The hero noticed that the dragon was much smaller than he had imagined and asked the princess if this was really the child of God. The princess sat on the ground, trembling with fear, and timidly answered his question. Seeing her fright, Kirill could not hold back and exclaimed, asking what had happened. In response, the princess began to apologize. The dragon laughed and admitted that it was because of him. After 100 years of self-control, he could not restrain his power. The princess panicked slightly, began to stammer, and asked again. Then Cyril explained to her that the dragon simply could not stop the forces that had long been growing inside, and finally called him a prankster jokingly. The dragon laughed once more and gently ran his clawed paw over the boy's head. The creature said that the hero was the first to dare to call him naughty. The princess was surprised at how quickly they and Cairo were able to understand each other. The dragon asked again what the hero's name was and heard the answer, Carillo. Introducing himself, Carillo decided to find out the dragon's name as well. The dragon asked the hero again what his name was, then unexpectedly admitted that he himself had no name. The hero was surprised and asked if that was even possible, but the dragon only smiled in response. He explained that in this world, everyone knows him as the only son of God, and that is enough. He does not need a separate name because he is unique anyway. The hero said that calling him that was inconvenient and asked if he could give him a name. The dragon asked if the hero really wanted to give him a name. The hero simply nodded in response. This surprised the dragon so much that he both laughed and even began to tremble, and the hero quietly watched him in silence. The dragon could not hold back and laughed out loud, not hiding at all. The princess shuddered in surprise and asked fearfully what that strange sound was. The dragon hurried to apologize and said that his loud laughter could even cause an earthquake. The hero asked again about this unusual voice. Then he assured the girl that there was no need to worry and nothing bad had happened, but she was only more surprised by this explanation. Suddenly someone shouted, calling her Tall One, and rushed toward her. The soldiers also began to shout, warning that it was dangerous to stay here. Meanwhile, nearby the hero's dragons were already circling. Both the warriors and the dragons were surprised when the child of God appeared before them. The princess and the hero calmed everyone down, assuring them that they were all right. The hero began introducing everyone, explaining that before them stood the child of God. The dragons froze in place from surprise. One of the dragons reminded the hero of the promise to give him a name. Remembering this, the hero apologized for his inattentiveness. The hero always thought that the child of a god should be special, not like all the other children. Then Cyril turned to the dragon and asked whom it was waiting for, a boy or a girl. The dragon smiled and said that he had no gender because, unlike others, he did not need to worry about heirs. The hero pondered these words. He suggested naming him Chris and asked the dragon if he liked this name. The dragon liked it very much. The dragon laughed again, not hiding his joy at the name Chris, which he liked very much. The hero asked him to be quieter because such loud sounds could cause landslides again. Hearing this, Chris immediately apologized. At that moment, the princess addressed the hero, wanting to ask him something. The hero shared with the girl that he had already come up with a name for the dragon, and she was very surprised, even asking him again. Cyril doubted whether he had been rude, but the dragon laughed cheerfully and reassured him, explaining that he had already remembered the hero, so nothing bad had happened. The hero understood this and felt relieved. The dragon asked the hero if he now felt free. The hero did not quite understand what exactly the dragon was talking about, so he asked for an explanation once more. The dragon proposed to form an alliance with Kirill. Hearing this, Kirill clarified once again what exactly the dragon meant. The dragon admitted in surprise that he knew nothing and asked Kirill if he was really a dragon knight. The hero confirmed this, but the dragon still could not understand who stood before him. Then his gaze stopped on the girl nearby, and he inquired if she knew anything. Kirill introduced her as a princess. Cyril asked if she knew what the agreement between a human and a dragon meant. The girl admitted that she knew nothing about it and did not understand what was being talked about. Then the hero called Louise and Corrid and Emma, naming them by their first names. They also had no idea about this. Even Chris could not have predicted this. The dragon explained that over many centuries people forgot the very idea of an alliance between a dragon and a human. Then the hero asked what exact agreement was meant. The dragon smiled mysteriously and said that it is better to show once than to explain 100 times in words. Then he asked the boy for some of his blood. The young man asked again, as he still did not understand what it was about. The hero pricked his finger and asked if that would be enough. At that moment, a drop of blood rose into the air. The dragon calmly remarked that it was his magic. A shining drop slowly rose in the air, and the boy watched this spectacle intently. A drop fell on his body, and he suddenly lit up. The dragon appeared nearby and said that if a person signs a contract with the dragon, they can receive part of his power. The dragon said that his main power is the ability to control fire, and offered the princess to try to ignite the flame herself. When the fire suddenly flared up, the girl got scared, screamed, and asked what they were doing to her. The hero gently calmed her down, saying that everything was fine. The flame posed no danger to him. He did not even feel its heat. At that moment, he realized that he could control fire. The dragon laughed again and assured that only his ionic power was truly special. The hero heard all this, understood everything, and sincerely thanked the dragon. Chris said that he felt the same way, and sincerely thanked the hero for the given name. The princess stood a little aside and watched them with interest. She thought that the hero really managed to surprise her. At that very moment, the girl made an important choice for herself. She approached Mr. Cairo and politely addressed him with a request. She frankly admitted that she really wanted to invest her money in his winery. The boy could not believe what he heard. He clarified whether she was really serious and if it was not a joke. It was incredible for him that someone from the royal family would want to invest money in his guild. The girl sincerely asked him to give permission. The hero only smiled because, in his opinion, he should be the one asking for it. But in the end, he agreed, said yes, and accepted her offer. The girl blossomed with joy at such an answer. She loudly exclaimed words of gratitude, and already in a moment silence prevailed around. The hero stood next to Chris, Louise, Carrot, and Emma. He shared with his friends that many different events had taken place in the temple, but now he understands that he can establish a connection with 3 more dragons. Chris nodded in response, confirming his words. Chris confidently stated that the hero can ask him about anything, and he will definitely answer, because he is Chris. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention around. One of the dragons noted that Chris constantly wants to be special. Another immediately agreed with this. At first, it was not easy for the guys to accept the new companion, but now there is true friendship and mutual understanding between them. The hero thought that Chris, it turns out, is not a bad person at all. Meanwhile, Chris was telling that he knows how to find a common language with any dragon. However, Chris clarified that everything depends on how much space the hero has left. The hero asked what that means, and Chris explained. The hero can write only a certain number of words on the sheet. This is the main rule. It seems the hero understood, but at the same time looked as if something was still not quite clear to him. The hero thought that this might mean he has only one more chance to summon a dragon. Then he turned to Chris and asked if there was any way to increase the number of these attempts, but Chris only smiled and said not to worry. He said that the hero is still growing, so this is really possible. In response, the hero asked if Chris is growing too. To this, Chris just laughed and said that he is actually immortal. The dragon laughed again, convinced of his perfection. But the girl dragon replied, "Even if you're perfect, behave at least a little more maturely." Chris asked her in surprise what she just said and asked if it was not time for her to grow up already. In response, the girl got angry at such words and indignantly replied why he is always picking on her. He laughed and advised her not to hide her emotions because he can see everything anyway. Besides, he heard that she is supposedly a real tsundere. In response, Carrot suddenly jumped up and bit him on the neck. Chris exclaimed in surprise, asking what she was doing. Carrot reminded him that he asked for it himself. Watching them, the hero drew the guy's attention to their good friendship, and then advised Louise and Emma to also be more friendly to each other. The girls only sighed and agreed that it is not so easy, although reasonable. The hero called Chris and asked if he could check how much free space he had left. Chris remembered this request and suggested the hero prepare a glass of water. The hero agreed to this proposal. When the water was already prepared, he stood in front of the mirror. The dragon advised him to take a glass, close his eyes, and imagine his greatest desire. He suggested imagining that the hero suddenly found himself in an empty room where there was absolutely no one. Now this space gradually begins to fill with water. Then he suggested imagining that the room begins to expand. The hero noticed his glass of water, in which bubbles suddenly appeared, and this genuinely surprised him. He asked with surprise what had happened, while the hero quickly stepped back. Behind, Chris watched the events closely and couldn't hold back his laughter. Chris confidently said that he was not mistaken in his choice, for before him stood the best bearer he had ever encountered on his path. He said that now the hero can make so many contracts with girls that they would be enough to fill a huge imperial square. The hero smiled and joked that this was probably not a very good example, but if there is so much space, then nothing bad, even good. Hearing this, others also rejoiced at the news. The hero was amazed when he saw so many people. He asked again if this was really his place, and Chris assured him, yes, everything is correct. The last time Kirill used his abilities, he was questioning the dragon Chris about how contracts with dragons are made. At that moment, Kirill turned to Colette and asked what had happened, but she just waved her hand and replied that nothing had happened. In response, Chris laughed and joked that this was true female mystery. Colette jokingly asked him not to babble too much. Chris asked the hero if he understood everything, but he asked again. Then Chris repeated after Kret that it was not strange, just unnecessary. He laughed again, and Kret bit him in response, making him apologize. After that, Chris complained that it hurt. Sura replied that until he tried it himself, he could not say anything for sure. At that moment, the dragon stood behind and was all wet, paying attention to the puddles of water on the floor. The hero turned to Louisa with a question of whether they could start with her, and she agreed. After that, Chris also decided to act first and said it was time to shed blood. They carried out the plan. Suddenly, Cyril and Louisa felt something strange under their feet. The hero asked in surprise what was happening. Louisa said she felt a strange tickling, as if someone was gently touching her neck. Cyril asked if it hurt, but Louisa just shook her head. She did not feel any pain. Suddenly, they both saw something strange. Louise admitted that the hero seemed even cooler to her than usual, almost like a real god. The hero asked in surprise if she was really not joking. At that moment, Chris solemnly announced that their deal was now officially concluded. As soon as he said this, new knowledge began to arise in the hero's mind. Louise immediately understood that this was the effect of the contract. The hero noted that he now knew about Louise's abilities. This interested Chris, and he immediately asked which abilities were meant. The hero smiled slyly in response and asked if Chris himself did not know about it. To this, Chris calmly replied that it all depended on the details of their agreement. Chris explained that there are skills used by everyone, but there are also those characteristic only of certain people. The hero understood. Louise has her own special abilities that he would soon be able to see himself. The hero sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and bowed his head. But after a moment he suddenly stood up, sighing heavily, which greatly surprised Correct. She asked if he really managed to fall asleep for only 1 second. She assured that it could really have been Louise. The hero just smiled and said that he never asked to just observe. This surprised Chris very much. He noticed that the cut on his finger had already completely disappeared. Kirill suggested that this happened thanks to faster healing during sleep, and added that recovery goes much faster during sleep. Chris was delighted with such magic, and smiling, said that it was really wonderful. The hero thanked Louise, saying that he liked everything very much. Louise laughed cheerfully and admitted that she was pleased to hear that. After that, the hero called Emma. They agreed once more. Emma smiled a light smile, and the hero noticed this, so he asked what had happened. She waved it off, saying it was nothing important. When he smiled back again, it became clear that was the end of it. The hero was very surprised when he suddenly received combat abilities. Chris agreed to let him test them in a fight with him. Then the hero clarified once again if he really could do that. Chris just smiled and said that it didn't matter to him at all. After these words, the hero confidently stretched out his hand forward and without hesitation spoke the spell, because now nothing prevented him from showing his true power. He directed his magic toward the dragon, and before Carrot's eyes a bright fireball suddenly appeared. The hero eagerly examined his new skill, understanding how useful it would be. Emma asked if it would help him, and he confidently replied yes. Then Cyril turned to Chris to see if he was okay, but Chris just laughed in response. The dragon assured that he was fine and allowed them to go further. Corette only sighed quietly behind. Chris asked what her face looked like now, because fire is his native element. The hero thoughtfully looked at his palm and spoke about a skill called Fireball with 9 fingers. That's the name of this technique. However, he himself does not understand why there are exactly 9. Magic was involved again. The hero smiled thoughtfully and honestly said he himself would not have managed with that. Emma immediately became interested and asked what had happened. Noticing this, Chris looked at the thumb of his right hand. The dragon explained that the thumb of the right hand signifies power for humans, then asked the hero if he had noticed that all rulers wear a ring on that finger. The hero admitted he knew nothing about it because he had not yet met them, so the dragon explained that it is a symbol of agreement, and at that moment, the hero finally understood everything. The hero called Colette to join him. She accepted his invitation, and together they decided to start their joint venture. Together they went through battles and shed blood. The magic circle shone again, and the dragon asked how he was doing. The hero reported with relief that everything had succeeded. The hero pondered. From now on, he would have no joy from the taste of food, because everything he ate would immediately turn into energy and be stored in a separate part of his body. He realized that now he could accumulate energy in any amount and use it when needed. Chris also guessed another interesting feature. No matter how much he ate, his body weight would not change. The hero confirmed this conclusion. When he returned to Carrot, he emphasized that her skills would be needed during future campaigns and sincerely thanked her. In response, she simply laughed cheerfully, indicating that it was a trifle for her. Chris also relaxed and jokingly said that the hero was really lucky. La Raz looked in his direction. Chris spoke about the contract. He warned, if the hero makes even a slight mistake, he will immediately turn into a fat piglet. The dragon froze for a moment in surprise. Porret lunged at him again and bit his neck. The victim couldn't hold back a scream. The pain was unbearable. He loudly complained about his sensations. The hero turned to Chris, saying he was to blame for the situation because he provoked it himself. The next day, 2 people were sitting at the table. The man sitting opposite the main character introduced himself warmly as Sebastian Bernard. The hero introduced himself as Cyril Elgeros. The man said warmly that he was glad to meet him. Cyril immediately recalled that he had many different tasks, but he rarely encountered such warm treatment, so he was not yet used to it. They handed him a letter and explained that it was an invitation for Morindel. While he was opening the envelope, they again mentioned the name Morindel. He noted that he had again received a message from Lady Catherine and decided to thank her for it. Then he addressed Sebastian, acknowledging that he was right, and asked what exactly it was about. The man admitted that it was not easy for him to talk about it, but he still dared to ask the hero for a favor. Could he bring Dacite? The hero listened to him attentively, then asked again to make sure he heard everything correctly. The man repeated his request. He needed 100 pieces exactly the size of one cockatoo, and he asked if that was even possible. The main hero pondered his words and did not rush to answer. Chris laughed out loud, sincerely rejoicing, and assured that they would be interested, so they got down to business. At that moment, Kirill called Chris by name, and when Sebastian turned around, the sight he saw deeply impressed him. The hero shouted and asked the dragon why he suddenly started to grow right now. However, the dragon did not even think about stopping. The man apologized confusedly when he realized that the hero's dragon was standing before him. Leros paused for a moment, apologized in return for this unexpected meeting, and addressed Chris, asking what had happened to him. Chris briefly nodded and said that everything was fine and nothing terrible had happened. He added that he knew where the Dasset was and could lead there. The hero was genuinely surprised to hear this. After that, Cyril turned to Sebastian and decisively stated that they agreed to take on this task. The man was glad at such an answer and thanked them gratefully. He said that the hero truly showed courage when he agreed to take on this task. However, the boy did not understand what exactly it was about. Soon Kodo asked displeased why Chris was walking next to her. In response, the dragon laughed and joked, asking if Kodo really wanted to be alone with the hero. The girl got very angry at such a joke. The hero addressed the dragon and asked Chris to find out what this Dasset was. The dragon thought for a moment, then smiled and quietly laughed. He said that it was just a decoration, but many people did not like it because they often got into trouble trying to obtain it. The hero understood why this item was so expensive, and Chris agreed with that. Chris shared that Dasset is a place where the moonlight fills everything around at night, and then the area shines like a real treasure. Because of this beauty, people sometimes call it the heart of the night dragon. The hero replied that seeing it with his own eyes must indeed be very exciting. The hero recalled the past and asked why dragons were treated in a special way. Chris answered that they were simply overrated. The hero smiled thoughtfully and then asked where Dasset was now, since Chris had not yet told him about it. Chris laughed loudly, and the hero, hearing this, turned to her in surprise. Seeing something unusual ahead, the hero was surprised. Then Chris said that it was a volcano. However, the hero had already guessed that it was indeed a volcano. Chris recalled that this volcano has the real name Nabin, but the hero got angry and replied that he was talking about something completely different. Chris suggested that Cyril look carefully once more, saying that Dasset is located right inside. The hero was surprised, approached closer, and began to examine the place more attentively. Then Chris asked if he really noticed nothing and pointed to the transparent stones. Finally, the hero saw them, leaned down, and studied them in detail. After that, he was asked what his further plans were. Chris laughed and said that an ordinary person would not understand this, but the hero could. Now the hero finally realized. All this happened because of his contracts. That is why this mission was entrusted to him. Now it became clear. Then he turned to Chris with a question about whether he could enter the lava. Chris smiled and agreed, adding that he could even swim here without clothes. It would be almost like in hot springs. But in the end, the hero decided not to take the risk and abandoned this idea. Correct calmly addressed him and asked if he really had no objections, because it could be risky. The hero confidently replied that everything was under control and called Chris, assuring him that he did not intend to deceive him. Gran descended the stairs down together with the hero. The hero calmly stepped into the lava, which reached up to his knees, and declared that he did not feel any heat. Meanwhile, the dragons watched him attentively from above, waiting to see what would happen next. Chris praised the hero, rejoicing for his comrade. The hero, turning around in response, reminded he had said it was a simple task for him, but Chris still emphasized that his action was a true display of courage. Hearing this, the hero just bowed and boldly plunged his hand directly into the molten lava. Kyrillo lifted one of the stones and, examining it closely, felt as if he was pulling it out of thick mud. Now even a whole pile of such stones no longer caused him difficulties. Meanwhile, Karekt called him, urging Kyrillo to return faster, as the stones were still hot. Collecting new gems, the hero noticed that here one could find as much as 2,000 lyres. In a few days he himself felt how much he had changed. To this, Riz calmly replied that the human world is arranged that way. The dragon said that when you have power and glory, people value your work completely differently. That's just how the world is arranged. The hero smiled in response and sincerely thanked the dragon for this wisdom. A lively conversation is taking place at the table. One of those present asks if the interlocutor has heard anything about the guild. He nods and says he has long known about the dragon Faust. Moreover, he admits that he is already tired of endlessly hearing how everything is going wonderfully for that guild. They admitted that they had the impression as if they were hiding something from outsiders' curious eyes. One of the people in the crowd asked if it was true that the queen herself wished to become their patron. Everyone was surprised. Some called it boasting. Others noted that they were extremely lucky and in general, predicting the future turned out to be difficult. The young man stood up from the table, still listening to the conversation about the guild. Once long ago, Kirill managed to complete his task and obtained those very stones. Now he was sitting again opposite the same man he had met in the tavern. The youth called himself Sixhar, pronouncing the name quite oddly. The hero immediately understood it was a made-up nickname, not the boy's real name. The hero asked why Six came specifically to him. Six replied that he had a task for Cyril, something needed to be delivered. The hero inquired what the matter was. Six announced that the reward for this case would be 30,000 lira. Hearing such an amount, the hero could not help but exclaim in surprise. The hero pondered, usually transportation is a simple matter, but such a large reward clearly hints at something more complicated. He hesitated a little and asked what exactly needed to be delivered. But Six only replied that he could not disclose the details yet. Sink asked the hero to capture this thing and take it to where it was needed. The hero was suspicious because Sink did not say what exactly was inside. The hero noticed that danger was approaching, but instead of fear, it only made him more interested. At that moment, Chris laughed loudly again. He stated that he came alone, and at these words the guest barely noticeably flinched, and the main character only slyly smiled and said that Chris is doing it his own way again. Chris noticed the interesting conversations around and asked to join the company. The hero did not object, as everything really looked very interesting. Then Chris confidently stated that he would arrange everything, as no one had ever refused his proposals. The hero asked suspiciously if it was really so. Chris just smiled warmly and said that he still was not trusted. Then he suggested listening carefully to the continuation of his story. Chris frowned, added severity to his face, and sharply addressed the guest, insisting that he tell the truth immediately without hiding anything. Sink got scared, began to tremble, and fell to the floor. Then the hero immediately approached him. Kirill asked the dragon what had happened. The dragon admitted that he had pressured him a little and was now ready to reveal the whole truth. The main character was still hesitant and unsure about what was going on. The guest stood hesitantly and silent, trembling slightly with excitement. Then the hero decided to start the conversation himself, carefully nudging the guest, prompting him to reveal what cargo he was carrying. Finally, Sinks confessed. The cargo was something like dragon tears. For Chris, these words awakened memories from the past. Chris explained that there is a special type of perfume that acts as a calming agent. If you bring it close to fire, you can see amazing visions. Cyril realized that this scent opens the door to the true world of dreams. The dragon said that he personally cannot cause physical harm, but these spirits were previously forbidden by the human king. The hero finally understood that this task was secret, and when the guest spoke, his suspicions were confirmed. Kirill asked the dragon why they were forbidden, since they had not harmed people at all. The dragon replied that this was indeed true, but because of excessive fascination with their world, people gradually lost interest in real life, and the population was decreasing. Then Kirill realized that he could no longer change anything. Chris noticed that maybe they overdid it a bit with this ban, since many people actually need it. The hero asked who exactly was being referred to. To this, the dragon replied, giving the example of Starkey, who had experienced the loss of his wife. It was extremely painful for him, and the hero understood this perfectly. He also believed that strict restrictions should not be imposed, as every person is unique and has their own characteristics. The dragon laughed upon hearing these words. The hero called the sixth person and said he accepted the task. However, the guest, judging by his facial expression, was not very pleased with this decision. Six extended his hand to him and suggested first going to the place indicated on the map, because that is where he would find the cargo he was supposed to deliver. Later, when the hero was already sitting on Louise, he announced that they had reached the desired place. They inquired if the fortress before them was New York and received confirmation. Yes, it was indeed it. They were also told that this was where the spirits would be brought. On the high walls of the fortress, they saw many people. The dragons and the hero approached the stranger. The stranger looked at the hero and asked, "Who are you?" The hero gave the man some object, asking him to take it. It seemed to be a guild card, because the man read the name Dragon Fist and let them through the gates. They entered inside and immediately found themselves surrounded. The dragons looked at the guests warily, not knowing who these strangers were. One of the people in the crowd asked the hero if he was really the head of the guild. The man quickly apologized, explaining that such a check was just a formality, and asked to demonstrate his strength. The hero asked in surprise if he needed to show his strength, even if the request came from the guild members themselves. The man shared that he had encountered cases where rumors turned out to be false more than once. Louisa called the hero, and he immediately took advantage of his arrangement with Emma. He formed fireballs and threw them in the direction of his enemies. People argue and click their tongues in dissatisfaction, while the man with the bandage on his arm is delighted with the hero and praises him, saying that he is a real good fellow. The hero sighed and asked if the man was now satisfied with the answer. He silently nodded, explaining that he wanted to be sure himself. After that, he told the hero that they could now move on. Laughter from Chris sounded behind, and the hero turned to him. The dragon confirmed that he had suspected this, as all his savings had already run out. Then the hero asked the dragon if he really understood what was being talked about. The hero said that he had already spent a third of his energy. Thanks to the deal with Colette, he could replenish his strength a little, but it was still not enough. Louis asked if he was okay, and the hero confidently replied that everything was fine. The hero noted that this experience would definitely be useful to him later. Chris agreed that this was indeed a good conclusion, although lately he had increasingly had to endure angry or wary looks. Other dragons noticed the same. They admitted that the atmosphere had become tense, even though they were the ones invited here. Chris suddenly shuddered, causing everyone around to become alert, but a moment later he simply laughed as if nothing had happened. The dragon addressed the hero and asked him not to be angry, explaining that he only wanted to joke. The hero thanked him for that, and the dragon added that there was no need to be offended because they were friends. The man with the bandaged face turned to the hero, and stammering a little, admitted that he had never heard of such a beast. In response, the hero only sighed heavily without saying a word. The hero asked him if the cargo had already arrived and where exactly it was located. The man clicked his tongue in displeasure, but still gave an answer. The man with blindfolded eyes turned to those standing behind him, and the people began to whisper confusedly among themselves. The dragons, however, did not understand what had happened and why everyone suddenly stopped. Chris said that the man understood everything. It would not be possible to control them, so it was better for him not to start a quarrel with them. Emma understood that these men were afraid of the hero. She responded as needed. One of the men called his boss and brought a box. After that, they placed several more crates on the ground. The man said that the main character needs to take this to a man named Jig, who lives in the town of Mano, and then he will reward him for the completed task. However, there was one more important condition. He explained that an outer wall is built around Mano, and any items or goods brought here are thoroughly inspected, so the hero will have to handle it on his own. The hero suddenly realized what was really happening. Emma asked what they would do if these spirits were discovered, then it would all be over for them. Korit asked in surprise what kind of check that was. Emma replied that this usually happens in big cities, and this procedure is carried out at the border. The hero praised the girl for how much she knew, to which she only smiled, and replied that she had gained this experience while living in Rinterm. His words made him think. The heroes decided it was better to remain unnoticed because they did not want to have extra problems. They hid all the evidence in Colette's stomach, but Louis noted that under such circumstances, everything would become obvious to everyone. The heroes decided that he believes they have already uncovered all his secrets. After that, Correct began to watch their further actions with interest. The hero barely smiled, and his gaze stopped at the river. At that moment, he remembered an important memory from his past. The hero addressed Colette and noted that he had a request for her. He asked her for help. During the inspection, a hero named Colette appeared in the city of Manovo. He told her that he trusted her, and the dragon confirmed it. But suddenly, the man who was walking ahead unexpectedly stopped and ordered everyone to stop as well. The guard asked him if he was really the same hero dragon, and the boy confirmed it with a nod. He said his name was Cyril. At that moment, La Rose from the Dragon Guild approached them and handed over the necessary documents. The guard gestured towards the dragons. He pointed at Colette and remarked that Masho Fusho seemed suspicious to him. Then the boy asked what she was hiding in her stomach. The hero hesitated a little before answering and said that nothing unusual had happened. However, the knight emphasized that it was up to them to decide how important it was. The hero asked again if he needed to tell everything, and the knight firmly replied yes. Sighing, the hero carefully ran his hand along the dragon's back. The hero agreed and ordered Colette to do what was needed. The girl immediately obeyed and suddenly began to vomit. Everyone around was stunned and did not understand what had happened. Everyone suddenly fell silent, looking at the hero in surprise. He calmly explained that water was very necessary for them during the journey. Then Knight, genuinely surprised, asked why they needed so much water. The hero said that the task was completed and inquired if they could continue. Pointing at the gates, he added that it was time to enter and better hurry. Together they all went inside. M.O. was very surprised that they had managed to bypass the inspection so easily. The hero explained that this method did not always work. They poured out all the water, but something still remained in her stomach. the smell of the dragon's tears. The hero noticed that now they should find Giga, because it is much noisier here than in Bersoli. They are in the city of Manovo. Emma shared rumors. They say this city was built by the guildmaster with his own hands. The hero became interested in how he managed to accomplish this. The hero dreamed of creating a city where dragons would have their home. They did not stop for a minute and boldly moved forward. Louis called the hero and asked him to look ahead at the sign. The hero noticed that the sign had not changed and remained as it was. He gathered courage and carefully stepped over the threshold, entering inside the building. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, they were immediately asked who they were. The hero introduced himself as Kirill and asked the man if he was Giga. The man immediately understood who was standing before him and recognized the strangers. They exchanged a few words about the goods, after which Kirill gave Colette a conditional sign. The dragon instantly took out chests with goods. The hero approached the man and asked if he was going to check everything. The man nodded in agreement and began opening the chests, carefully inspecting them one by one. The man assured that everything was fine and waved his hand, giving a sign to his people to start carrying out the boxes. He placed a box in front of the hero and said that this was the promised reward. The hero quietly nodded to Colette, and she, without hesitation, swallowed the box. The man asked Kier if he would keep count, and Kier calmly replied no. If suddenly there was not enough money, he would simply not take new orders. The man sighed deeply, after which they left the building together. Louisa could not believe how easily they managed to get 30,000 lira. The hero also pondered this and explained that such a high fee is given only for a special cargo, incense made from dragon tears. He noticed that the guys working with them seemed to be making even more money, so he decided to check it out. Emma was shocked by this news, and Chris laughed. The dragoness was amazed, for there was enough space here even for creatures like her. She yawned slowly, and the hero with a smile reminded her that the city was not huge for nothing. Emma shared a story about the amazing incense that brings tears, dragon tear. She did not even expect that it would interest many merchants so much. It really was a surprise for her. The hero agreed with her opinion. If you bring this incense to the city, you can get anything you desire. Emma said that this product is banned. Then Colette asked the hero if it was good to make a profit from it. He explained that the ban only benefits those in power, and if someone really needs this thing, he wants people to have access to it. Colette accepted his point of view. She said that if he was fine, then she had nothing to worry about either, but in reality, she did not care about others. The hero agreed, although he was a bit upset that no one told him exactly how to do it. Colette only said the task was difficult, and Chris just laughed and encouraged his friend, saying there was no need to worry. Chris smiled, and the hero asked if he really knew the recipe. The dragon immediately assured him that he knew everything. The hero only slyly added that it was no surprise, as he had long suspected there were no secrets for him. The dragon explained that at the beginning of the incense ritual, dragon tears still have another name, camouflage. The hero asked once again if this was related to dragon's tear. The dragon admitted that there was indeed some connection, but he immediately explained, the matter concerns the dragon itself, and all these materials are not as special as they seemed. The dragon explained to the hero that they could not manage without the fruit of Garian. The hero asked in surprise if it was really necessary. He was explained that this can be bought in a regular vegetable store, and that selling such a thing is not difficult. The hero understood everything and promised to go see everything with his own eyes. Later at the market, the seller handed him a hot dish and a fruit, the shape of which surprised the hero. The saleswoman explained that this fruit is also called cow's horn, and only the pulp is eaten from it. The hero understood everything and immediately asked to gather all the fruits that were available. The girl looked at him in surprise. Rarely does anyone take so many on the first try. When she handed him the bag, he sincerely thanked her. The hero returned home and told the dragons that he had already bought everything needed. Chris agreed and confirmed that this was quite enough. Chris said that Louisa was sleeping now, so he called Emma and Colette and invited them to try the prepared dish. The girls were surprised by such an unexpected offer. The hero asked if it was really only possible to eat what was inside, and the dragon replied that only humans eat that way. Then Chris explained how people usually swallow food so that everything ends up in the stomach, and Colette added that for her, food first goes to the first stomach. The hero asked Chris if he wanted to eat. Chris calmly explained that food was unnecessary for him because he didn't even have a digestive tract. Colette winked and joked that such a thing was completely useless. Hearing this, Chris laughed cheerfully and asked Colette not to be so ironic. The hero asked what would happen next and heard in response that they would have to wait a whole month. This greatly surprised Emma. Then the hero inquired whether this was the exact process used to create fragrances from dragon tears. Chris was intently examining the fruit, trying to find thorns on it. However, the spikes do not harm the Garian, as it is surrounded by a special substance formed in the stomach that protects against punctures. The hero smiled thoughtfully and asked if it was similar to pearls. Chris replied that these things form in the dragon's stomach, and later a rare aroma is obtained from them, called incense from dragon tears. The hero finally realized everything, and not believing it, asked again if it was really that simple. Chris Grind asked not to misinterpret his words. When the hero asked why, the dragon explained that everything might seem too easy to him. He insisted that other dragons cannot speak, because otherwise they would ask for dragon children to live in the Garian's stomachs for a month. Cyril had not thought about this before. Chris always said that it is hard for everyone except the hero himself. The hero was well aware of this. He apologized to Emma and Colette. He noticed that it is probably hard to carry fruits inside all the time. Emma laughed and agreed that it is indeed quite difficult. Colette smiled and asked who he thought they were, because she was sure they would handle it easily. The hero thanked them with surprise, although many were already familiar with this method of production. He thought it would be somewhat strange if he constantly bought Gary. Chris replied that this could very well happen. The hero wondered how interesting it would be to grow such fruits himself. This made Chris laugh, and he remarked with a smile that it seemed the hero had not only knightly qualities hidden inside. Chris noted that Cyril has a real talent for trading. This surprised the boy, but the dragon just laughed cheerfully and said that trading is not difficult at all. He asked the hero if he realized that at every step, from resource extraction to sales, different people work. The hero nodded, understanding what Chris meant. If he were in his place, he would also do everything he could. Chris simply agreed with this. Chris explained that buying goods from other companies is unprofitable because they set high prices, and you can become dependent on them. The hero understood his words, because if there was no alcohol in the bar, it would really become a serious problem. Emma noted that, of course, he can grow it himself, but it would be inconvenient if someone saw it. The hero agreed, but added that this matter must be done quietly, and so that no one notices. However, even after all this, Colette did not stop insisting that they simply need their own land. The hero wondered, how are they going to hide such a thing? Will he be able to handle it? He said that he could not manage on his own, but knows someone who can do it. Another day passed. The mad dragon and Manovo met again. The hero entered the building and addressed a man, asking if a gargoyle he was looking for could be found here. The man led him outside and gestured for him to follow. There, lying right on the ground, was someone. Cyril approached the dragon, greeted politely, and introduced himself, stating his name. The hero addressed the dragon and asked him not to be surprised, as he knows the language of dragons and wants to talk to him. The dragon spoke first. Cyril had recently successfully completed a task and now knew that the incense of the dragon level is made from Garian, so he was trying to propagate this fruit. At that moment, they caught each other's gaze. The hero was a little confused when he quietly asked the dragon why he spoke so little. The dragon honestly replied that he does not like to talk much. The hero remembered that he himself spoke little in childhood. However, the most important thing is that they understood each other perfectly, even without words. He looked at the dragon and sincerely said that he wanted to take him with him. Then he asked how the dragon felt about that. The dragon calmly said to do as he decided. Some time passed. The hero, walking forwards, thought that the dragon needed a name, so he asked what name he would like to have, but the dragon only silently looked at him, saying nothing. Kirill asked if anyone could hear him. The dragon decided not to answer, thinking the address was not to him, although he heard every word. The hero remembered that such creatures usually are not given names. The dragon did not worry about what name would be given to it. The hero pondered, reflecting on this question. He suggested to the dragon to name her Yui, and it agreed. Over time, the hero began to better understand the interlocutor. Although its response was laconic, it contained nothing bad. It greeted him and said it was glad to meet him, and an expression appeared on its face as if it had remembered something. The hero noted that he had heard about the amazing abilities of my people and asked to tell more about them. It was not easy for me to find words to explain this clearly. It explained that there are two types, and the hero asked about the first. Yui said that the first type disappears along with the person it touches. The hero realized with surprise that invisibility is a true miracle. You hear someone's voice very close, but until you touch, you do not see a single soul nearby. The hero finally understood everything and decided to ask something else. The dragon said it could become invisible to others, but the hero was interested in the details of this ability. The hero frankly admitted that it was difficult for him to figure it out and asked the dragon to give a specific example. The dragon did not object and willingly agreed to show. When they approached the house, Kirill said that his friends lived there and he could introduce them. The friends greeted Kirill with joy and said hello to him. Louis was surprised because he expected that he would have to bring a newcomer with him. The hero could not believe his eyes. At that very moment, the dragons finally noticed him. Emma apologized and said that they simply did not notice it. The hero wondered if it could be because of the size. Chris laughed and said that it was not like that at all. Those three just looked in his direction. The hero introduced you to each of them and told who is who. The hero asked you to show your strength, although he had already shown everything he could. Chris reminded him again that he had said this before. Those three only saw him. The hero wondered if this trait was also one of his abilities. He answered affirmatively. Yes, it was another of his features. It just had a different effect and was perceived completely differently. They recalled his words about perception once more and asked if he could make something invisible on the road. The dragon nodded, indicating that it was possible. The hero noticed with joyful surprise that with this ability they could hide the field from strangers' eyes. It was then that Chris called him. Chris said it would be quite interesting to make a contract with him. The main hero turned to you and asked if it was possible to discuss this matter with Chris. He had just begun to explain what a contract was, but the dragon quickly interrupted him and immediately agreed to everything. The hero asked in surprise if he needed something explained because he did not understand anything. The dragon calmly replied that he felt no hatred towards him. He also admitted that the boy seemed interesting to him. The main hero thanked him in response for such words. They agreed, and Louisa asked what exactly the new ability he had acquired was. It was a special power capable of changing how the world perceives you, and he was already burning with the desire to try it on himself. Chris supported him, advising not to hesitate and to take advantage of the new opportunities. Then Chris asked if he wanted to change his appearance. The hero decided to clarify this once more. He wanted to understand how it was arranged, so he carefully touched himself. You turn to the dragon, smile, and ask everyone, "So, do I look like a villain now?" Not yet understanding why Chris was laughing, he noticed that his defect seemed to obey the gazes of other dragons, the entire dragon kin, and even the dragon king himself. It seemed this defect suited him perfectly. The hero fell silent for a moment, then quietly asked if it was really true. In a few days in Bursel's office, the hero said he wanted to create another base. The girl was truly surprised to hear the boy's confession about how much his guild had grown. The guys noted that there was indeed almost no free space left. After all, Chris had joined them, and now there were 5 of them in the city. It became cramped inside. The girl agreed with this. On the one hand, it is true, but in fact he needs a large area precisely to accommodate the garrisons. The girl noted that such a plan would be expensive and asked if he could handle it. She noted that everything depends on the size of the area. The hero said he wants to get more space. He specified that a plot as large as a military fort would cost 50,000 lira per year. The young man asked in surprise why it was so expensive. The girl explained that all the land in this country belongs to the king. The boy realized he could not afford it, but suddenly the girl remembered something. She said that he was well acquainted with the princess and could approach her with the question. However, he immediately refused, saying there was no need for that. She had nothing against this proposal, but he did not want to involve her in his affairs. Therefore, he replied that he would first consider all financial possibilities and thanked Rose for her support. Later, Louis explained that they would have to manage without their own land for some time. Colette replied that then a new farm would appear. He sighed heavily and confirmed a little sadly that it was true. After that, he decided to try to grow this plant himself, from the very beginning to the end. He called you, informed you that he was going to plant this seed, and asked you to hide the sprout when it germinated. You agreed to help him with this. Priscilla called him to find out if this amount would be enough. The hero confirmed that it was sufficient and agreed to participate in the experiment. Then Chris suggested planting the seed right here, not outside. The hero noticed that in that case there would be a lack of light, but Chris just laughed and assured that it was not a problem. He performed a magical ritual and showed what came of it. The hero was very surprised. Chris used the fire of the phoenix, which is also called the fire of life. Thanks to this magic, flowers and herbs were supposed to come to life and cover everything around with greenery. Not believing his eyes, the hero asked again if such a thing was really possible. The hero promised to illuminate everything around continuously, and then the plants would be able to grow much faster. Then he asked if it would be difficult for Chris to bear this heavy responsibility. To this, the dragon only laughed cheerfully. The dragon remarked with admiration that he had not been so interested for a long time. In all 3,000 years, you are the first who truly cared about his fate. He calmly assured that there was no need to worry. Emma said that for Chris it was as easy as simply getting up from a chair. After her words, the hero felt relief and understood that everything was fine. The hero told the dragon that he relied on him, and he really liked that. Yue also helps, but she is not visible right now. Suddenly, someone called the hero by name. He was surprised and asked who was calling, then headed in that direction. The princess was the first to approach the hero. The hero immediately noticed that she was in a great hurry somewhere. They sat at the table, and he asked if she had come because of a new assignment. In her deep sigh, he heard a slight reproach that somewhat embarrassed him. She shared that she had received a letter from the city office. They needed land for the guild. The hero immediately guessed that it was just a deception. He admitted that it was so, although he did not want to hurt her feelings. She could not hold back and with tears in her eyes asked, why? She suddenly said that there was more than enough land here, and if he wanted, she would give as much as he wished. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, for such generosity surprised him. She enthusiastically said that she was ready for anything, just to be of help to him. Seeing her confidence, the boy replied that if she wanted so much, he had nothing against it. The boy confessed that he trusts the princess. In response, the girl sincerely asked him to trust her as well. The princess shared her strength and was able to find a new refuge in just 3 days. Cyril found a common language with the dragon Yui, and a friendship developed between them. Both wanted to have more land, so they decided to ask the princess for help. Cyril asked her if it would be difficult for her, but the princess only smiled warmly and assured that it was not a problem for her. The princess said that she is looking for a man who can manage her lands well. She also thanked Tim for his help. She still noted that it would not be possible to use this now, but she immediately told him that they had already arrived. The hero noticed that there was a lot of space around. They were walking through the field, and the girl asked where he lived. The archive hinted that there used to be a large estate here. The hero understood. This means that there are cultivated fields around. She agreed with him, but added that now these fields look very neglected. He noticed that the building was about to collapse, and then the girl sighed and said that she had tried to arrange the place so that he could start working immediately. The boy responded by encouraging her, explaining that she had already done a lot for him. He noted that there is already water and a bridge here, everything needed to not start from scratch. He sincerely thanked her. She said that she was very proud and happy to hear that he liked it. He thought that owning an estate was very similar to a village governed by aristocrats. The entire harvested crop belongs to the owners themselves, and the workers only receive wages for their work. Initially, this place was created solely for growing agricultural crops. However, he was convinced that the real main goal of this land was to breed rarians, and that this place had the best conditions for it. At first, he started cleaning up, deciding to destroy everything to the last bit, burning everything that was there. The princess was truly impressed by his abilities. Then he revealed his secret to her. He told her that he had made a deal with the dragons. She was even more surprised by what she heard. He decided to use it as fertilizer. The princess was walking behind, but soon she came closer and stood next to him. He looked back at her and asked if something had happened. She said that everything was fine and nothing had happened, and he admitted that he expected a completely different development of events. She thanked him and said that she was fine. She just wanted to talk to him a little. She shared with him a story about his guild and confessed that she had long dreamed of joining it, but the princess was forbidden to do so, so her desire remained unfulfilled. The hero immediately understood everything. She felt sad. The hero realized how hard she was trying for their sake and understood that he also had to do something for her. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called the girl, asking her to stay in place. She was surprised but still agreed. He used the Yui technique and changed the princess's appearance. She could not believe what she heard. The hero said that from now on, in her new form, she could join his guild. Her heart was filled with joy from this news. She repeated his words that this would remain a secret between them, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, that's exactly how it is. He said that he could no longer call her princess, but just then she turned to him and called out. She asked if he could come up with a name on his own. This surprised him a little, but after some thought, he suggested naming her Xana. She smiled, agreeing that the name was indeed nice, and thanked him. The hero pondered for a moment, then said that now that she had become a member of their guild, she needed to know something important. The girl asked with interest what the secret was. He said that he could speak the language of dragons and communicate with them. She asked in surprise if that was true. He laughed and explained that he understood why that caused surprise. The princess had never encountered such things before. Then he suggested trying it. She did not quite understand what he meant. Louise and the princess finally returned to Brussels, and the hero met them in the city with great enthusiasm. She asked if everything was clear now. The hero asked to wait a little and called Louise to come closer. The hero asked Jean to sit on him once and walk around. He wanted to translate each of her thoughts to show that he really understood their language. The hero asked Louisa how everything went and asked her to share it with him, but Louisa did not answer and remained silent. He asked what happened, and she, almost inaudibly mumbling, apologized to him. She awkwardly admitted that she did not know if she could share this with him. He did not understand why she hesitated. Then the girl whispered that these words should be said by the princess herself, that would be right. He did not understand anything, so he decided to call Jean. He shared that Louisa had told him what the princess said, although she was not supposed to disclose these words. She addressed Louisa, wanting to find out what it was about. The girl asked what exactly Louisa had written to her in the letter. The princess, hearing this, was confused and a little embarrassed. She exclaimed that it was impossible and that she would never agree. Louisa was not going to change her mind. The hero quietly replied that everything was fine, but Louisa remained steadfast. Jean thanked him. Cyril conveyed that Louisa would like to say it herself but still could not. The princess explained that it was impossible now. The hero asked why exactly. She shyly said that she behaved that way because someone might suddenly reveal their feelings. He looked at her as if he wanted to ask something, so she quickly changed the subject and said that she noticed he really knew a lot about dragons. She said that thanks to his amazing behavior, he was very trusted. He agreed that this once saved his life. The princess admitted that she really thought she was dealing with a child of God. But in reality, this trust was only the result of his own strength. She asked if anyone from his old guild suspected how strong he really was. He was silent for a moment, as if unsure what to answer. He admitted that he really did answer, of course, then. Then she asked if he was really kicked out that easily, and he confirmed that it was so. She mentally noted that it was very cruel. Although that guild was considered the best, now she understood what it really was. He sincerely thanked them for their support. His face was lit up by a warm, sincere smile. Now he feels much better next to those who truly believe in him. He told Zana that now she belongs to their guild and he counts on her support. Hearing this, Zana was very happy. They shook hands, and she assured that she could be relied on without hesitation. A month passed, and Coletta already saw how everything around began to change. The hero also acknowledged these changes. The dragons were thrilled by the space where they could fly with all their might. Meanwhile, Louisa increasingly just wanted to fall asleep. Cyril explained that as soon as the Garanya harvesting season begins, they will have to look for workers and build housing for them. Then Chris called Colette and Emmy. He asked them to demonstrate something, and they did not refuse. He was unexpectedly handed a basket, and he was surprised. Seeing the fruits of his labor, he realized that they had succeeded. The first results were already before him. Finally, the scents created from dragon tears were ready. They managed to complete the plan. The dragon noted with surprise that Garion was able to transform even while being right inside his stomach. The dragon's focus guild now owned new territory. The princess asked for permission to join the guild, and at that very moment, Cyril revealed his true secret to her. The hero noticed that it was probably hard for Chris to constantly keep these things in his stomach, and thanked him for it. He added that, of course, they didn't look very attractive. To this, Chris remarked that newcomers wouldn't understand, but he was confident in their quality and could guarantee it. He thinks that mana sellers would probably like it if he demonstrated it to them. The hero entered Jigo's workshop in Banao. Jigo heard the door open and asked who had come. He saw the hero in front of him. The serial apologized for causing trouble. Jigo asked what the task for today was, and the hero said he would like him to look at one thing. Then he called Colette, and the girl, understanding everything at first glance, took out a basket. He demonstrated the dragon's tears and admitted that he had created them himself. Hickel was so surprised that he couldn't even believe it. Thanks to UA's help, the company bidden product easily passed the trial for the dragon rank level. However, if something had gone wrong, there would have been no point in moving forward. This impressed Gojia so much that he even began to stutter. The hero noticed that there weren't many of them yet, but if he took at least one, he could do even more. Jigo was surprised by the unusual quality. This happened to him for the first time, so he didn't even think to complain. He liked everything very much and asked if the hero really made it himself. The hero smiled, nodded, and said that all of it was created by his own hands. He said he knew a person who was good at this and advised me to keep them in my stomach for a while. Kiko listened to the story about dragons and said that the hero was really lucky. He laughed cheerfully and added that his dragons really do know a lot, but Kalich emphasized that words alone won't get you far. Liros turned to the man with a question whether he was ready to take this product. Then he clarified whether he would be able to continue providing the same high quality. The hero approached Kullet and asked her opinion. She said that if he asked, she would agree. After that, the hero confidently told Jigo not to worry, everything would go well and nothing bad would happen. At first, Jigo offered to pay 1.5 times more for it, but later changed his mind and decided to give even twice as much. The hero could not come to terms with what he heard. It truly surprised him. And Jigo, seeing his reaction, calmly explained, "The high price makes sense because the product is worth it." The man reached for the shelf, took out money, and handed the hero a banknote. He said it was a church receipt that could be exchanged for money at any church. The banknote was inscribed 10,000 lira. It was an advance payment. The hero smiled and said that everything was clear to him. He took the bill and thanked me. When they sat down at the table, the man smiled and said he was glad to meet him. He gave his name, Roan Loran, a representative of the Laurent Trade Organization. Then he again noted that it was an honor for him to meet a hero whose guild is rapidly gaining strength today. Laurent agreed with this and added that he believes even greater achievements await Dragon Faust in the future. He honestly admitted that he would like to learn more about the hero. He thanked him and asked if Laurent really came not just to greet. Laurent agreed with this. He said that today he brought with him some of his goods. The hero immediately asked what exactly he brought. He delicately placed the chest on the ground and invited the hero to look inside. The hero froze for a moment, not knowing what to expect, and hesitated before peering inside. Laurent smiled and said that this was a true sacred relic. The hero repeated his words with surprise, looking at the artifact that stood right before him. Rowan laughed and said that the hero himself understands. Such things are often passed off as holy relics, although in reality most of them are fakes. But he firmly assured that all this was really happening. The hero pondered his words. Then Rowan said that it is hard to believe in something while only hearing about it, and suggested first to look into the chest. La Rosa came across a bone there. Rowan confidently repeated that this bone truly belongs to the Dragon King, the very one he managed to conquer, along with the other dragons. Moreover, he asked everyone to pay attention to one more important feature. The man loudly said that later everything will only become more expensive, so he advises buying now. The hero listened carefully and said he would still consider this offer. Rowan supported this decision. The hero still could not decide on his choice. Chris smiled and laughed, saying that the situation was actually funny. He advised the hero to buy it, assuring him that he would definitely be satisfied and not regret his choice. This hero, without any hesitation, immediately told Rowan that he came for the bone. The hero honestly admitted to Chris that it was hard for him to fully grasp what exactly he had gotten into, but he still believed it was worth the money spent. Chris assured him that it would indeed happen. He explained that this was not just a bone of the Dragon King. The hero could not understand what he meant, so the man decided to show it visually. In the hero's hands, the box suddenly flared up. The flame engulfed the bone and began to change it. Before his eyes, a real blade appeared from under the camouflage, which had previously been hidden as a completely different object. Chris said that this object is actually called the Phoenix Horn. Hearing about the Phoenix, the hero could not contain his amazement. The dragon confirmed everything and said that a part of that thing still remained. He added, even before recent events, people began to consider this thing a true divine artifact. The hero stood stunned. Everything that was happening simply did not fit in his mind. Such things are called divine because once they were used by the gods themselves, obtaining such an item is extremely difficult. Chris noticed that the hero rarely looked so genuinely amazed. The hero simply shrugged and smiled. If even Chris says so, then this thing is probably really worthless. After that, he asked what the special value of this sword was. In response, he heard that this blade can evoke tears of joy. The hero felt advice: unfold this and hide it inside yourself. He guessed this mysterious object must be eaten. Kirill asked what would happen to him, and Chris said that he could endure one death. This greatly impressed Kirill. He was amazed by such a powerful force and immediately understood that it was not called the power of the Phoenix for nothing. Kiss also pondered this, although the hero was not yet sure. Chris smiled and assured that there was nothing to worry about. It definitely didn't taste like anything special, but our hero was concerned about something else. He wondered what the right thing to do was if they only had one of these. Would it help to eat just a piece? But Chris immediately dismissed this idea. It wouldn't work that way. The hero still worried about his friends, even if Kristen needed him now. After all, he was immortal, so he could afford to take risks. Perhaps that was exactly why he wanted to take 4 pieces. The dragon laughed loudly. The hero turned to Chris, asking him to stay calm, and then began to apologize. He said that this man is truly interesting, even if he is an ordinary person. He is impressed by how he always knows how to take care of dragons first. He sighed with relief and sincerely admitted that he had never imagined such people could exist before. It seemed as if Chris had seen many different kinds of people in his life. Barely smiling, Chris added that this was exactly how he wanted to express his gratitude. He promised to fulfill the hero's wish, which surprised him greatly. He called and asked what the dragon meant. Then he quickly calmed everyone down, saying there was nothing to worry about, nothing important had happened. Phoenix sharply tore away his paw, and the hero froze in surprise. Then Phoenix calmly addressed him, asking to return the sword. Chris made his weapon shine, and next to it, a dog's paw lit up as well. He handed the hero that object, and added that it could be considered a restored phoenix horn. The hero immediately understood what it was about. Chris said that now the hero would be able to see everything himself, and then added that it was time to return to his own. La Rose asked the dragon what his further plans were. The dragon loudly laughed in response, and said that they were already in the very center. He ordered to thrust the horn into the ground exactly at the place he pointed to. The hero sighed heavily and asked again if this would really be enough. He drove the horn into the ground, and suddenly a dazzling light exploded around, forcing him to close his eyes. A column of fire suddenly rose into the sky. The hero saw a huge cylinder before him in surprise, gradually emerging from the flames. Chris calmed the boys, saying that they were safe in this territory and nothing threatened them. The main character was so surprised by these words that he could not believe them at once. Phoenix confirmed every word of Chris and added, "If something dangerous suddenly happens, they can immediately return here." Chris was delighted because his dream was about to come true. The hero could not believe his eyes, but the grand scale of what he saw proved it was really true. He returned to Phoenix, praised him, and sincerely thanked him. In response, Phoenix simply said that he should not doubt his friend and trust him. Phoenix laughed. The hero knew well, if some trouble suddenly happened, he would always be able to stay here. No one would die in this place. This is a new land filled with fresh power. This very girl will become the new wings of the Dragon Guild of Faust and help it soar even higher. The boy and the girl slowly walked side by side on the soft green grass, their path stretching through the endless expanses of the meadow, resembling a green sea. The boy and the girl walked together and talked with admiration. The boy shared that their family had recently moved from Bursalu. Now they only have a house and one more building for dragons. The boy, with joyful, shining eyes, enthusiastically told that their corner now has its own name. It seemed he had long awaited this important event. The young man confidently stood with his hands on his hips, looking over the village as if he had created it himself. With pride in his voice, he announced that this place is called Pazron. The dragons spread their huge wings and stretched their clawed paws, lazily resting under the gentle sun. Now they enjoy the cozy warmth in a safe place that has become their home. The girl froze for a moment, then slightly tilted her head, and a clear surprise flashed in her eyes. Hearing her voice, Cyril suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the girl in surprise. The girl noticed that the house where the boy lives was much simpler than she had imagined a dwelling worthy of a dragon to be. The young man admitted that the dwelling for dragons was indeed grander than his own house, but he emphasized, these creatures are the foundation of the guild, and without them it could not exist. Guilt was clearly visible on Cyril's face. He looked intently at the floor, and from his appearance it was clear he was about to confess to something bad. While they were walking along the path to his house, Cyril admitted that he had made several mistakes during the construction. The girl looked at the boy and asked if the building for dragons turned out so huge because of some mistake of his, and this thought made her laugh. The boy responded with a smile, noting that he had already collected enough money to expand the territory and had even decided where exactly to do it. They were calmly talking about how to expand the house when suddenly a dragon ran up to them. He called the young man because he had truly important news for him. A sudden flash of lightning cut through the silence, emphasizing that an unfamiliar guest had visited the guild. As soon as the dragon told where exactly the guest was, the boy and the girl set off without hesitation to the gates to meet this unexpected person. When they approached the gates, their gaze fell on a young man. Cyril approached him and asked why he was here and what he knew about Rose. The boy nodded, confirming Kiril's words about Rose, and said that they would be glad to see Kiril in their company. Cyril, not hiding his surprise, addressed the young man and asked what urgent thing had happened that was making everyone hurry. The boy just shrugged and admitted that he himself did not know the reason for this fuss. Cyril, although feeling strong disappointment and anxiety, still did not lose hope that everything would end well and nothing bad would happen. The girl agreed to go with them, and the boy only nodded in response and added that in such a form no one would recognize her. The Pazarun Guild was located high in the mountains, where the peaks touched the sky. Dense forests stretched around it, and deep gorges lay between the mountains, hiding ancient secrets. Finally, the boys reached the place they had been heading to all this time. The boy entered the office and saw a woman in a checkered dress. She immediately apologized for calling him unexpectedly. She glanced at the boy and froze thoughtfully. The girl in the plaid outfit politely asked if she could join and sit next to him. The girl politely leaned forward to greet, and the boy explained that Zana had very recently become part of their guild. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl in the checkered suit directly asked the boy if he liked any girl. John was surprised and even raised his eyebrows. The girl in the plaid dress noticed how politely Zana behaved and decided that she was probably from a merchant family. Thinking, the woman said that it seemed to her as if they had met before. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, the boy immediately understood that this girl at the table was really smart since she could say something like that. Kirill gathered courage, approached the table, and sat opposite. Without wasting time on unnecessary courtesies, he immediately said that he wanted to hear the whole truth from her about what had happened. The girl called the boy by name, addressing him. Feeling anxious about a possible refusal, Rose cautiously asked the boy if he would agree to help her with a small task, cleaning up after others. The girl bowed her head and sadly said that, unfortunately, the Lindworm had failed the assigned task, and now they would have to face all the consequences of this. The serious boy paused for a moment, then asked again about the Lindworm. Cyril, eager to understand the situation, inquired what exactly had become an obstacle for them and why they had failed to achieve the desired result. It was noticeable that it was difficult for her to talk about it, so she only briefly mentioned that a tragedy had occurred at the Dragon Shepherd. When she said that the entire staff had been evacuated, Rose added with concern, "It is still unclear what happened to the dragons, as they remained in the pasture." Hearing these words, Kirill briefly fell into thought, recalling all the details of what had happened. The girl, noticing his concern, anxiously called him by name, trying to encourage him. The woman shared with regret that the Lindworms, to whom she had entrusted an important mission, had not been able to complete the task, and therefore the fate of the dragons was tragic. Cyril folded his arms on his chest and calmly said that now he understood why she had turned to him with this matter. Considering everything that was happening, the boy said that then he would indeed do just that. Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, the office door loudly opened, and two boys burst inside. The boys stood frowning, looking attentively at everyone present in the room, clearly expressing their dissatisfaction. Cyril immediately recognized the boys when they entered and greeted each by name. Enric noticed that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Wanting to speak, he stepped closer and asked what was happening here. Eric asked confusedly what these words about ending their relationship meant. In response, Louis, repeating his question, calmly said they could explain everything. Rose was just about to say something, but Eric suddenly interrupted her. Eric explained that this task needed to be completed because their professional reputation depended on it. If they lost their good name now, serious problems could arise. Cyril listened carefully to them while they discussed their problems and tried to justify themselves. The girl was interested in his proposal, but Eric had not yet managed to tell everything about the documents when Cyril suddenly interrupted him and addressed Rose. Cyril said he was leaving right now and asked to gather all the necessary information for him so he could work without delays. Rose promised she would take care of everything needed. After Cyril's words, the boy could not stand it. His patience finally ran out. He asked indignantly how Cyril could do such a thing. The young man noted that if they really wanted this, they should complete their tasks independently. Louis angrily asked why they were treated so condescendingly, showing with his entire appearance outrage and disagreement with what was happening. Kirill understood how serious everything was and firmly said that the most important thing now was to save the dragons' lives. He emphasized that his goal was to quickly reach the right place and help them. Louis stopped Ciro by grabbing him by the shoulder and exclaimed that their conversation was just beginning, not allowing him to leave. Suddenly, the boy's shoulder and Louis's hand burst into bright flames. The young man got scared, quickly pulled back his hand, and shouted at the top of his voice. Not understanding what had happened to his hand, he looked at the flame and exclaimed, "What the devil is this?" Not understanding what exactly happened, Eric confusedly turned back to the series and asked himself in surprise when he managed to do it. Cyril looked at them contemptuously, his face radiating coldness and disdain. Returning home, the boy reported that Emma and Yui would go on the mission with him. He sought to protect them from trouble, so he warned, "One must be careful, for it is unknown where and when danger may come." The dragons listened to him attentively, assured that they had taken the warning seriously, and promised to be cautious. One of the dragons approached the boy, showed that he was displeased, and asked why she had not joined them yet. Cyril explained that this time they face a mission where they need to save people and fight, and her abilities are not suitable for such a task. He emphasized that even when she stays at home, she still performs a special role, protecting their guild. He also asked her to help him with all the preparations before departure. Kirill confidently looked at Jean and said that he hoped for her support. Jean finally made up her mind and told Colette that it was time to set off. That guy advised that Chris should also stay at home. Kirill shared his desire to be the protector of their beloved home. To this, the interlocutor only laughed cheerfully and assured him that he understood perfectly. Having informed Louise that she could rest a little, the guy immediately noted soon she would have to help again. The girl quietly nodded in response. He addressed Yui with a request to help him. Before setting off to carry out his task, he decided to finally figure everything out. Cyril asked if she could lead them to the right place unnoticed, and especially wanted to know if she would be able to protect them from possible detection. Yui explained that her abilities work only on dragons and do not affect humans. Therefore, if they happened to meet a human, she would no longer be able to help them remain unnoticed. Hearing these words, the guy focused and began to think deeply. Suddenly, he was struck by an unexpected thought. The idea came to his mind like a lightning bolt. The man asked if you could turn him into a wall. In response, you only smiled and said it was worth trying. The young boy slowly disappeared, as if dissolving into the wall. Chris could not even imagine that this would go completely unnoticed, and in amazement, he could not believe his eyes. Next, Cyril Cranet took the floor, who gently expressed his objections. Louis noticed what Kirill was thinking and agreed with his assumption. You just need to move a little, and you immediately become visible to everyone. Stepping away from the wall, the boy asked with interest if she could adapt to him. She agreed that she could do it, but warned her strength would last only a short time. She would quickly get tired. Cyril looked at her and smiled warmly. Kindness was felt in his gaze. Carefully, as if afraid to disturb, he ran his hand over the dragon's head. The boy carefully ran his hand over the dragon's side and quietly asked him not to waste his strength in vain, but to save it for truly important moments. In her calm gaze, there was not a shadow of doubt when she said she understood everything. Near a low brick wall stood two small wooden barrels, leaning against each other. A whole hour had already passed. The landscape constantly changed around, and clouds continuously drifted across the sky, while the sun flooded everything around with bright light. Against the backdrop of picturesque mountains covered with light clouds, the roof of a house was visible. When everything was sorted out, Colette asked if everything was all right. Cyril confirmed this, although there was surprise in his voice. Kyrillo, stunned by how much food was around, stopped, putting his hands on his hips. Looking at this real feast, he sincerely thanked Colette and Jean. Seeing a whole pile of various dishes in front of him, the young man realized that there was much more food here than needed. Today was clearly a real celebration. Jana asked the boy what he planned to do next with all this. Just imagine how much he would have to eat, said the boy with a slight doubt in his voice, but immediately added that he could handle it. Seeing so much food in front of him, John asked fearfully if it was all really prepared for him. Colette looked at Cyril with interest while he told her about their special agreement. From now on, all the food she eats would give her strength and become a source of energy for her. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and, unable to contain her admiration, exclaimed that all this looked incredibly cool. She turned around and spoke to this man. The girl looked carefully at Kirill and asked with interest if he was sure that he really needed such a large expenditure of energy. Sitting down, he nodded confidently and remarked that the next battle would most likely be difficult. The boy slapped his cheeks to cheer up and was already ready to start eating. The dragons watched everything that was happening, and in their eyes combined hopelessness and sadness. While the boy enjoyed the food, the girl handed him a glass of water. Kirill looked sadly at Jean as he handed him the water. The dragons watching this immediately noticed that Kirill was feeling unwell. Colette confessed with concern that she was afraid. Soon Cyril would completely turn away from food, and then she would no longer be able to help him. Yui calmly watches everything happening around, showing no emotions. She turned away and thought that he was very strange. At first, he asked her not to exhaust herself, and now he himself was sitting, barely catching his breath. Colette categorically ordered everyone to take good care of Cyril. She warned, if anything happened to him, she would never forgive it. The dragons accompanying their master disagreed with Colette and insisted on their opinion. Emma assured that she would do everything possible. Yui, inspired by Emma's example, decisively said that she was also ready to try no less than her friend. Chris laughed out loud. Chris emphasized that they had achieved everything thanks to a talented and skillful leader. The dragon decisively headed straight to Cyril. The dragon looked at Mr. Cyril and called him his friend. Chris leaned closer to the man, and Cyril asked what had happened. But this time, even without intending to go anywhere, he still had to give something. The chief looked with surprise at what the dragon had brought him. Cyril, together with his team, set off along the road that led to the pasture. Emma asked how much longer they needed to go to reach the desired place. Lost in thought, the boy reached into his pocket to find a map there. Holding the map in his hands, he pointed to it and said that if they crossed the Zapmarenia River and moved further to the Nurav Mountains, somewhere there was the place they were looking for. They walked for almost half a day, and this surprised the dragon very much. She asked if it wouldn't be easier if they went straight along the narrow path. The boy noticed that their legs could actually go in different directions. Emma suggested he settle on her back. She also noticed that she could hear him struggling to breathe and asked him not to overexert himself. Kyrillo thanked her, but inside, he felt that he had not expressed everything yet. The boy said that if everything happened exactly as described, then he could handle it himself without help. The young man noted that it would probably not be easy for her, but Emma just nodded and calmly said that such a thing could really happen. The dragon asked, then what will happen to Louise? Even if Cyril wants to sleep, she can simply give the appropriate order. Cyril did not remain silent and immediately contradicted her. Cyril inquired whether it was about the ring of subjugation and immediately emphasized that such things were not to his liking at all. The boy thought he could force them to use the technique, even if they themselves did not want to. But the dragons were against it and insisted that everything was so serious now that force had to be used right away. Cyril admitted that he had never wanted to use it. Hearing these words, Emma paused for a moment and pondered his persistence. The boy sincerely apologized for his stubbornness, but the dragon only smiled and said there was nothing wrong with it. She told him that she understood his stubbornness because he insisted so much only because he truly cared about others. In her opinion, this was not something strange, but on the contrary, very good. Cyril was a little embarrassed listening to Emma and carefully paid attention to everything she said. She wanted to say something more, but suddenly stopped, admitting that she had forgotten the necessary word. Yui thought for a moment and asked again if persistent work was meant. Emma smiled at her and lightly nodded. She really meant that. The dragon quietly smiled and said that the boy was too harsh on himself. Cyril slightly bowed his head and admitted that, probably, his actions could have confused her. Continuing his way into the distance, the boy wondered whether to stop for a rest, but still decided to go further, hoping he could walk a little more ahead. All together, they set off to the meadow. Yui suddenly looked at her with fright. She asked Kirill to stop. The boy immediately addressed her with a question. Emma instantly shouted his name, worried about him. Seeing this, the boy hissed quietly and hurriedly jumped back. At that moment, a magical charge flew past him. It fell to the ground so hard that a small crater remained at the impact site. Louis appeared on the horizon together with his dragons and slowly moved forward. Cyril could not stand it and shouted at him, not hiding his indignation over what he had done. The boy noticed that he was the one asking and immediately added that it was generally an uninteresting topic. Louis frowned and remarked that his appearance there could cause serious trouble. Cyril, with a gloomy and anxious look, ironically asked if that was really true. Louis put his hand on his thigh and persistently repeated that they risk losing their license. Cyril replied that even if that were true, their guild was probably currently busy solving this problem. Louis froze for a moment in surprise. He did not expect such a turn at all. He confidently said that it had nothing to do with him. He shared his fears about the terrible Cyril guild, but in response heard calm words. There was no need to worry, because these very people would save the dragons. Giving the order, Louis forced his dragon to swiftly attack Cyril. Preparing for the clash, Kirill wondered, would he really be able to defeat all opponents without hurting them? The dragons paused their movement and looked each other in the eyes. Cyril did not even suspect that the dragons would not harm him at all. Louis got angry and could not understand why the dragons were not attacking him. Michel turned to Emma and asked if he could be trusted. Emma was surprised and asked if he really did not know Kirill. To this, he replied that they had never met before. Cyril's dragon confirmed that she meant exactly the person she trusts more than anyone else. The dragons exchanged glances among themselves. Mitchell nodded, showing that he understood everything, and said that they could move on. Cyril was surprised, as he did not expect the alien dragons to let them pass so easily. 3 dragons admitted that they were already tired of him and wanted to go to others, but they also well understood how many problems this could cause, so they decided it would be better to leave him here. The young man sincerely thanked the dragons, saying that their support was extremely important to him. Hearing Cyril's call, Emma realized it was time to set off on the road. Louis asked what they were going to do when they gave the order to the dragons to destroy Cyril. And the dragons calmly sit nearby and attentively listen as Louisa shares her stories. The boy got angry and loudly said that he was underestimated. Cyril looked anxiously at the boy and his dragons. The boy quickly waved his hand and uttered a magical spell. The dragons were immediately shackled with chains. Dragons were surrounded by magic, and they shuddered under the power of a strong spell. Cyril did not expect Louis to act that way at all, and therefore was confused. The dragons suddenly became angry and made it clear that they were hostile. Seeing this, Emma immediately exclaimed that this spell is called the Ring of Submission. The boy felt slight irritation because of how Louisa behaved. Frowning, the boy sternly ordered the dragons to attack the youth. Michelle and her team sharply smiled and rushed to attack Zero. The boy summoned a dense fog, using magic to hide the ground and confuse the enemies. The dragons began to suffocate and cough heavily because of the thick smoke that filled everything around. The boys led the dragons along the path and realized that they would not be able to escape. Barely enchanted, the beasts rushed at the boy when suddenly behind him, Emma's scream sounded. She gave the order to attack because she feared the enemies might strike back. When the young man saw the dragons in shining armor, he thought they were real heroes. Emma supported him and confidently said that if he gave his all now, it would become easier for him later. Otherwise, everything would only get more complicated. Deep in his thoughts, Kirill again recalled that conversation with Yui that was spinning in his head. He immediately called her name loudly. The boy asked his dragon to hide him near herself, and Yui immediately began to do so. In an instant, Yui and Kirill seemed to disappear, dissolving into the air. Louis looked there in surprise, where they had been just a moment ago. The boy looked around in surprise and asked where everyone had gone. The boy approached the dragons and looked carefully at Louis. The enchanted beasts barely managed to gather their strength and were breathing heavily. The boy noticed his hand was engulfed in flames. He was overwhelmed with anxiety because he thought he had been exposed, but as long as Louis controlled the situation, others could do nothing. Unexpectedly, collars lit up on the dragons' necks, and fiery flames burst from them. The boy wondered why the shackles he had just fastened suddenly burned his skin fiercely. At that moment, Cyril was already standing behind him, ready to attack. The young man sharply struck Louis in the back with his elbow, and he immediately fell to the ground. The boy stood next to the dragon and said with relief that all the trials were already behind. Emma approached the dragons bound by magic and anxiously asked if anything had happened to them. When the effect of the magic potion wore off, the dragons looked at each other and sadly admitted that they did not expect such an ending and did not want everything to turn out that way. Emma sighed with relief when she saw that nothing had happened to them. However, she was quickly overcome with anger at Louis. She was about to teach him a lesson, but Cyril intervened in time and stopped her. The young man said that he did not deserve such efforts, so it was better to save strength to help others. The dragon felt what his master said and instantly responded to the call. Emma explained that this was only her imagination and no deeper meaning was hidden behind it. Creatures enchanted by a spell were now watching Emma and Cyril closely. They sincerely admitted that they envied her because she was very lucky to have such a caring owner. Emma agreed with them. Emma said that he really takes great care of everyone. Meanwhile, at home, Kellett moved right and left as if trying to find a way to escape. Chris laughed and told her not to worry about trifles. Louisa asked Chris what exactly he had given to Cyril when they were all having dinner. He replied that it was the horn of his phoenix. Collett was surprised, but Chris reassured her, promising that as long as he was nearby, nothing would happen to Cairo. He raised his head and fell into thought. Looking at the beautiful landscape near his house, he wondered when the moment would come when he would need his horn. When Emma reached the pasture, she asked with surprise if this was really the same place. Looking around, the boy was convinced that she really was not lying. They looked at the stone structure and noticed that it looked just like a real prison. The entrance to the pasture looked truly eerie. The top of the fence was wrapped with wire carrying an electric current. Emma just smiled and replied that was an understatement. In her native lands, everything was completely different. You replied that you didn't know how Emma was doing, although you yourself felt a bit awkward. The huge stone building looked very frightening. Cairo felt his throat tighten. With slight nervousness, he looked at the gate leading to the pasture. Gathering all his courage, Cyril and his team confidently stepped forward, boldly entering inside. Inside, everything was turned upside down. Things lay broken and damaged around. Kirill, along with his dragons, confidently advanced, carefully examining the surrounding area. Emma was worried because the atmosphere around seemed heavy and oppressive. Cairo heard that many dragons lived in these parts. He became curious about what exactly was meant and asked for clarification. The stone walls were scratched by sharp claws, the buildings had turned into ruins, and the ceiling bore marks as if it had been bitten by a huge beast. Mi said that different types of dragons are before them now. The boy pondered, listening carefully to her words. Emma shared that at least 6 different types of dragons live in these parts. Based on this information, Carrillo suggested continuing the journey. The young man was well aware that dealing with such a number of opponents would be incredibly difficult. Suddenly, the dragon instantly screamed. He was stunned by what he saw. The dragon, overwhelmed by fear, asked what was happening, and the young man turned around, trying to understand the cause of the commotion. What he saw so impressed Carrillo that he could not utter a word. Behind the ruined wall appeared a 2-headed dragon, and its silhouette was clearly visible to everyone who looked in that direction. Every time it stepped with its giant paw, the ground shook beneath it, and a menacing rumble sounded around, as if nature itself was warning of the approach of a true giant. Suddenly, some strange creature jumped out from behind the wall and quickly flapped its wings. Before them appeared a 2-headed monster, as if a nightmare from a dream suddenly came to life. It was huge, and its very size inspired fear, but the real horror was caused by the 2 heads growing from one massive body. A fearful roar passed through the whole body, making the heart freeze with terror. Carol and his dragons froze in place, frightened by the terrible scene that opened before them. Seeing the dragon, Yui screamed in fear, mistaking it for a chimera. Tamer is a monster creature that combines features of several different beings. The young boy looked around anxiously and thought, if a chimera appeared here, it means he is not alone. Someone else has also ended up in this place. The dragon looked at them carefully, as if evaluating each one with its sharp gaze. The 2-headed dragon roared loudly, and its formidable cry echoed far around. When Cyril and his dragons encountered the chimera, they stood confused before it, not knowing what to do next. The dragon suddenly lunged at them, opening its mouth wide and releasing a powerful flame directly at their side. He filled his cheeks with tongues of fire, preparing to use them as his weapon in the upcoming battle. The chimera rose into the sky and threw forward a stream of fire, resembling real flames from hell. The monster struck you with its attack. As soon as the young man heard her voice, he instantly turned around and shouted her name. The chimera was already preparing to attack the boy and his friends again. Emma, in panic, called Cyril for help. Without hesitation, Cyril clenched the magical power in his hands, preparing for a decisive battle with the monster. The young warrior, gathering his willpower, resolutely reached out to the chimeric creature and boldly rushed into battle. The boy summoned magic, and from his hands a thick fog fell to the ground, slowly spreading around. Kirill asked you to draw the curtain. The chimera stood amid the smoke, coughing and trying to understand what was happening around her. When the fierce roar of the dragon sounded, Cyril and the team instantly turned around and realized the best decision now was to retreat first. Dust rises into the air from the ruins of old buildings, and stones are scattered all around, reminding of the former grandeur of these structures. Everyone on the team watched as the camera gradually moved away from them. Emma asked with anxiety and sadness what kind of chimera it was. The monster slowly moved forward, leaving them behind and moving further away. Sarah watched with sympathy at what was happening and thought that he did not even suspect, but maybe the answer was hidden right here. Emma still did not understand what exactly they were talking about, so the boy suggested continuing the journey. They continued their way through the ruined pasture. Looking around, Emma was surprised. No dragons were visible anywhere. Cyril cautiously pointed to the enemy and explained that now only the chimera stood before them. Cyril carefully examined the tracks that Emma found and expressed his opinion about what had happened. The young man said that before them was not an ordinary dragon, but a creature that appeared when the powers of 6 different dragons united in one body. Emma immediately felt excitement and understood what it was about. She asked whose tracks these were, and the boy agreed. Most likely, they really belonged to the chimera. The dragon, with a confused look, admitted that he could not comprehend how this was even possible. Emma inquired whether such a thing really happens. They will turn to you for advice to understand what they should do next. The dragon reminded them once again of the main thing and asked, did they not come to save the dragons? Cyril pondered and immersed himself in his thoughts. The boy sincerely believed that everything could be resolved without quarrels, so he did not use force but tried to solve the problem with a calm conversation. The dragons look at the young man with impatience and hope, waiting for the decision he will make. Emma looked at the boy a little uncertainly and asked if they would succeed in doing it. Cyril, smiling confidently, replied that they would make every effort. The boy suggested they stay where they were standing, and he himself wanted to approach closer alone. Hearing these words, Emma immediately objected. She considered it too dangerous. The master hopes that the negotiations will take place peacefully, but if problems arise, he relies on their help. Cyril asked Emma to distract everyone as soon as he gave the signal. Meanwhile, Yui was supposed to help him see the vision. The dragons obeyed their master's command, after which they asked him to take care of himself. The boy boldly stepped towards the formidable dragon. Approaching a little more, he looked carefully at Kamara. After a brief pause, he addressed his dragon, asking if it could hear him, but in response, he saw only the fierce gaze of the huge creature. The enraged dragon roared loudly and focused its gaze on the boy. The dragon widely opened its maw, preparing to swallow the appetizing seed. The boy suddenly stepped aside, trying to keep away from him. The dragon's maw was heating up more and more, and it seemed that the flame was already ready to burst out as a powerful fiery column. The dragon breathed fire, and the bright flame instantly illuminated everything around. Cyril shouted in despair, trying to get through to him, and asked if he even understood what it was about. Cyril impatiently clicked his tongue and asked with a demanding voice, expecting an answer. He looked at him attentively, anxiously wondering why he could not hear any sound. The boy had not yet recovered from surprise when the enraged dragon was still fiercely growling in his direction. Strong feelings raged inside him, for he realized, before him were not real dragons, but only their altered, corrupted likeness. He involuntarily bit his lip, and his gaze combined anger and pain. He mourned for the fact that these creatures had lost their true nature. Eld asked if they had ever thought about returning to their past life. Suddenly strange sounds were heard approaching, and the boy turned to that side in surprise. The dragon itself wished to part with its life. The boy, looking at them confusedly, said that he heard their very voices. The dragon incessantly addressed the youth with prayers, sincerely asking to grant him salvation and peace for his soul, so that he could finally find a well-deserved rest. Looking at Chimera, the boy asked why it was so important to her. The dragon admitted that he was suffering from terrible pain. He said the pain was so strong that his only wish was for it all to end. Kyra begged Cyril for help so sincerely that he understood. Her strength was already at the limit, and she was gradually losing consciousness. Then he realized that the decisive moment had come. Despite the unbearable pain and difficulty breathing, the dragon did not stop. He stubbornly continued to ask his questions. Seeing how the dragon was suffering, Cyril sighed heavily, hesitating before doing anything. The boy clenched his fist, his hand trembling slightly. He realized there was no more choice. It was time to act. The youth quickly ran up to the dragon and sincerely apologized to him. Without hesitating for a moment, he sharply rushed forward and jumped straight at the dragon. I understand that it was very risky, but he still dared to help and boldly jumped right onto the enraged dragon. As soon as Cyril spoke the spell, his hands were illuminated by bright magical light. The boy gathered all his determination and aimed the spell straight into the maw of the terrifying two-headed dragon. Suddenly, a strange glow flared around, illuminating everything nearby. The bright light that burst from the boy's magic instantly engulfed the dragon. Right before everyone's eyes, its body began to change. Amid the chaos and scattered debris, the monster suddenly began to rapidly shrink in size. The young man stood bewildered, watching everything that was happening, attentively listening to the gratitude from the strange creature. Wingless dragons watched as the chimera changed right before their eyes, observing this miracle with surprise and admiration. The dragon's core shone brightly, as if thanking Cyril for the long-dreamed freedom that everyone had been waiting for. The boy was very surprised when the dragon's core appeared before him. Without a second thought, he rushed headlong towards it. He quickly ran up to the dragon's body with the phoenix horn in his hands and directed its power straight into the monster's heart. Suddenly, thick smoke covered everything around, as if the earth was engulfed by a foggy veil. The body lying in the middle of the road completely disappeared into the dense fog. Having come to his senses, the dragon realized that he was not yet dead. He got up on his feet and looked around in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment. The whole world around seemed like a wild space that seemed to embrace you. The dragon, amazed, could not believe his eyes and asked why he was still alive. He sat and carefully watched the company that was in front of him. Kirill, along with his dragons, froze in amazement. They could not take their eyes off the new image of the chimera, so much it impressed them. The boy smiled broadly and said with delight that everything happened exactly as he had dreamed. At that moment, the dragon seemed to cool down and completely lost interest in everything around. His unexpected dream surprised and slightly puzzled everyone who was nearby. Emma froze in surprise and immediately asked if he was all right. The boy placed his palm on the dragon and calmly said that everything was fine. Kirill calmly looked at him and assured that he was breathing well, so there was nothing to worry about. Emma felt her whole body craving rest. She took a deep breath and for the first time in a long while allowed herself to relax a little. She felt calm in her heart and with a slight smile said that she was happy to be alive. Emma told Joy and her friend about the phoenix beak and explained how incredible its power is. The boy remembered the mutation he saw in the magic chambers. Kirill sighed heavily and said that there was simply no other chance to rescue her. The young man completely calmed down, his face lit up with a friendly smile. Although he understood that there were no guarantees, hope for a happy ending remained in his heart. You can remember something and ask a question. She looked at the dragon, who was sleeping quietly, and wondered who he reminded her of. Emma, together with Cyril, were stunned looking at the dragon, lying right in front of them. Kyrillo admitted that he had never seen anything like that before, and Emma and Yui supported him. For them, it was also their first such experience. In his thoughts, memories surfaced again, and he suddenly realized, when she transformed into Chimaru, everything around became crystal clear. He thought that she might have been changed, but that is a completely different story. Emma noticed that she was no different from the others. She asked what they should do next, but the boy only said that now they just have to wait. Seeing that Cyril assured her of complete secrecy, Yui agreed to hide the girl from prying eyes while they made their way home. Yui asked in surprise if it was really necessary, just to restore her appearance as before. The boy gently ran his hand through her hair, praised her, and said that she had really done well. You seem to have wanted to say something else. She said that she had noticed another dragon who had become weaker. Emma and Cyril did not expect to hear that and looked at each other in surprise. The young man quickly composed himself and confidently said that they were going after them right now. The young man turned and told Rosa that he had seen 31 dragons. He added that, unfortunately, several people had arrived too late and it was no longer possible to save them. The girl thanked Kirill and said that doctors were now taking care of the dragons. Rosa stood behind the counter and said that the further events now depended on themselves. She spoke warm words to him, and tears appeared in her eyes. After a brief pause, the boy said that it was good, but there was no sense in it. However, the girl just smiled and assured that even so, it was still good. Rose recalled the failure of the previous group, but despite this, he still managed to complete his task. Cyril looked away to the side and quietly muttered something about another group. The girl said that people would discuss this a little more, but soon all the rumors would die down. The boy carelessly waved his hand and said that there had already been a fight here, so nothing serious happened. The girl smiled in surprise and asked again if it was really so. She promised to find out about this matter, but asked him to stay in touch and report any news. The boy thanked her for the help. After a short pause, the girl dared to ask a question. She quietly asked, a little nervously in her voice, if he was okay and if nothing was bothering him. The boy was momentarily confused, not expecting to see such a question from her. Cyril realized that she already knew about the chimera that was hiding in the pasture. He decided to keep it a secret between them so that no one else would find out about it. Sarah explained that he destroyed it because over time a big problem arose, and it became impossible to control such power. Rose bowed her head, overwhelmed with deep despair. He shared his view on the pasture, emphasizing that, in his opinion, it was impossible to restore it under any circumstances. The boy decided to simply remain silent. As soon as he shared his attitude towards the pastor, Rosa said she understood him perfectly. The girl apologized for the events that happened, and the boy reminded her about the promised reward. When the girl confidently answered yes, the boy sincerely thanked her. Sarah returned home and immediately began introducing the new girl to her guild. Chris laughed and warmly welcomed the new girl, sincerely happy about her arrival. One look at her was enough for him to tell Cyril they did everything right. He explained that this dragon was artificially created, but all evidence of this had long been destroyed. Cyril nodded, showing that this was exactly what he expected, while the new girl still could not recover from what she had experienced. Chris sadly noted to himself that even through many centuries, people remain the same. It never occurred to him that similar experiments might still be conducted. The young man inquired of the dragon how long this development process takes. The dragon paused for a moment before answering. He said he was not sure if they had truly successful projects during this period. But Chris did not hide his interest in the artificial dragon. Kirill again addressed Chris with a question about what he meant when he said interesting. First of all, he admitted that he did not understand this matter at all. The boy said he had never heard of such a thing and that it was probably a completely new species. Chris added that this creature looked almost like the one people had always dreamed of creating. The dragon was surprised, listening carefully to their conversation, and did not understand what was going on at all. At that time, Cyril cautiously asked how it all happened. Chris, attentive and a little confused, told one of his versions of how it all could have happened. He told that after Kirill defeated the mixed dragon and used the phoenix horn, all 6 or 7 species merged together, and from this, a new creature was born. The boy asked, puzzled, whether this even happens. Chris smiled in response and said it was just his guess. Chris said with a smile that he saw nothing strange, since it was his horn, and laughed smugly. Returning to the dragon, Cyril asked her what they should do next. The dragon looked at the boy, and in his gaze one could see both fear and surprise. The boy smiled gently and calmed her, saying there was no reason to worry. He assured that everything was fine and promised to stay close to protect her. She asked anxiously if there was any guard here. She, a little nervous, asked one more question, afraid to hear something cruel in response. The boy replied by asking the same question, sincerely surprised by the very concept of cruelty. The dragon admitted that he barely remembered this event. However, for her it became a real trial, full of pain and incredible difficulty. Kirill said calmly that this would not happen, no matter what. When he saw how the little dragon trembled with fear, he mentally recalled all the terrible things he had to go through. She asked once again if it was really so, and the boy reassured her again. But the girl did not stop and asked one last time, "Are you sure you are not joking?" The boy gently ran his hand through her hair and assured that he was only telling the truth. The dragon could not hide his joy. His eyes simply shone with happiness, and everyone nearby immediately noticed it. Cyril asked her if he could give her a name, because now she would live with them. She exclaimed joyfully and immediately agreed. The boy pondered, inventing a new nickname for her. Cyril chose the name Chanel for her and greeted the girl warmly. She gladly accepted her new name and sincerely thanked him in response to his greeting, giving a warm and grateful gesture. Chris believed that with Cyril, Chanel would be safe and could find peace. Chris loudly shouted the newcomer's name to attract her attention. He suggested she sign an agreement about communication with their teacher. Kirill and Chanel did not delay and immediately asked why it was necessary. Chris never wiped the light, almost imperceptible smile from his face. With a self-satisfied smile, he said that it would only help them become closer, and Cyril agreed to this without hesitation. The dragon drew a magical circle on the ground and asked each to give a drop of blood. A drop of blood slowly rolled down from the bodies of Cyril and Chanel. When their blood merged into one, a power unknown until then was born. The boy looked at his hand and with surprise felt a new power awaken within him. Chris curiously asked what others thought about his new power. He did not take his eyes off his own hand, paused briefly, and then confidently said that this was a transformation. Suddenly, the boy's hand lit up with bright light. Cyril wanted to test his newly acquired powers and made his body glow with a bright sparkle. Chris watched this trick with a smile, and Chanel was so surprised that she just froze in place with her mouth open in astonishment. His hand slowly grew dragon scales. Suddenly, long black claws appeared on his fingers. In addition to wings, Kirill also grew a tail. When the young man turned into a dragon, he could not contain his amazement. Seeing how his body had changed, he could not hold back his surprise. The new appearance truly impressed him. Chris could not hold back joyful laughter and exclaimed with admiration that this was simply something incredible. And Chanel said that Kirill had changed so much that he was now hard to recognize. Chris carefully examined his new power and finally understood everything completely. He said that this creature can be called a dragon man. Chris noticed that this combination of human and dragon traits was both strange and fascinating. Cyril looked at Chanel and said that it was with her that he made this deal. After thinking, the boy guessed that probably this is why he now looks a bit like a chimera. Studying his new abilities, Searle wondered how he could now easily change his appearance without any difficulties. The boy easily moved his wings and slightly swayed his tail, dreaming and immersing himself in his thoughts. He looked at his hand and wondered what mysterious power it held. Kirill slowly returned to his human form. The young man watched with surprise as his human likeness gradually returned. While Chris questioned the boy about what had happened, his thoughts kept returning to the new ability. He tried to guess what it could be. Kirill awkwardly scratched the back of his head and honestly admitted that he was completely tired and had no more strength. Chris laughed, watching everything that was happening, and suddenly he realized why his life had changed so abruptly. Kirill noticed that although not much time had passed, they had very little strength left. In response, Chris suggested testing this ability in a real situation. The boy just sighed and resigned himself to the fact that nothing could be changed anymore. He suggested going shopping together, but suddenly Chris interrupted him. The dragon said to wait a little while until he returns. Soon Chris returned, bringing with him a bowl, and this greatly surprised Cyril. Having said that this bowl would be enough for the porridge, he immediately began to prepare it. The boy also agreed there is enough meat to cook everything properly. When they finished eating, only bones remained on the plate. Chanel could hardly believe it when she saw with what admiration the person in front of her was eating. Chanel said she had already eaten everything. Hearing this, the boy laughed and added that he probably managed to surprise her with this. He explained to her that he had signed an agreement not only with her, but also with other dragons from this guild. Chanel listened to him with admiration and was amazed at how many different dragons he had managed to involve. The young man only smiled in response and added that it was precisely thanks to these contracts that he had access to the most diverse powers. Since the boys were about to return, Sero suggested that Chanel meet everyone. Chanel smiled and said she was already looking forward to this meeting and was curious to see each person with her own eyes. The young man, feeling that the important moment was near, decided to check if he could transform into another form. Getting up, he moved a few steps forward together with Chris. Holy transform! K-Roll changed his form, turning into a huge serpent-like dragon. His body became a powerful, winding creature. Chanel watched Cyril with admiration as he shared exactly how his body had changed, especially emphasizing how his muscles had become much stronger after the transformation. Chris, having listened to Cyril and shared his opinion, decided to suggest an idea to him. The dragon suggested the boy attack him. The youth looked at the dragon puzzled and asked if he really had the right to do so. Chris said that he was immortal, so there was nothing to worry about. The dragon said that the youth looked like a small pebble that could not harm anyone, and these words calmed the boy. The youth asked Chanel to stay behind to protect her in case something unexpected happened. Chris took a few steps aside, moving away from Cyril. After preparing for battle, Cyril was fully set to start the fight. The boy confidently asked not to waste time and to start the duel immediately. The boy suddenly jumped up and struck the enemy with all his might right in the chin. The dragon swiftly dodged to the side to avoid the strong blow delivered by Cyril. The boy ran up to Chris and loudly said that this was not the end yet. Pushing off the ground with his paw, he was already about to jump. The boy bravely rushed straight at the dragon. Kirill gathered his willpower and fiercely attacked Chris, starting to hit him with his fists. He did not stop and continued to hit with his fists relentlessly. From Cyril's blows to Chris's wing, a hole gradually appeared. The dragon looked at his wing and felt unrest in his soul. The dragon, without any emotion in his voice, praised Kirill, noting that even his own regeneration speed could not match the boy's abilities. They were filled with admiration, and Chris enthusiastically asked if he could try once more. The boy agreed without hesitation. Cyril was already winding up, preparing to deliver the next blow. Suddenly, the young man became human again. The transformation happened so quickly that Chris could not believe his eyes. The boy told him that he suddenly lost all his powers. When the dragon gradually came to his senses, he suddenly understood why his friend had changed so quickly in appearance. He noticed that even after eating the bowl, the fight lasted very briefly. This once again proved that Cyril's words about the great energy expenditure were true. Chris admitted that he found it really cool. The dragon confessed that he was impressed by this power. He said that in this form, the hero could become the strongest person among all. The boy barely tilted his head, and a smile appeared on his face. In his thoughts, he already knew this would be their main advantage. He turned around and called out to Chanel. The boy sincerely thanked the dragon for his impressive talent. He was surprised by the expression on her face at that moment. He addressed her again, but a strange, unfamiliar spark flashed in her gaze. Chanel sighed heavily and complained that it was already painful to look. Her eyes were tired. She could not keep up with their duel at all. Relief overwhelmed them as soon as they realized that it was all over and nothing else threatened them. Prist laughed and said he couldn't believe that Kyrillo had such power. Cyril, together with Jean, were walking slowly through the streets of the city. It seemed John was shining with happiness, as if he was delighted in a way that was hard to believe. The girl was struggling to find words, not taking her eyes off Kirill. To her, he seemed like a true god, so impressive was his noble appearance. The boy asked once again about the deity. When the boy went to the city, he showed Zana his new face for a moment. Since then, she remained just like that. The girl said with admiration that Kirill's power was simply incredible and emphasized that achieving such might was almost impossible. She enthusiastically shared stories that Serral was truly the best among all dragon knights. A little embarrassed, the boy sincerely thanked Jean for her warm words. Kirill recalled how earlier he could only talk to them, but now he had even learned to transform. But here is one small peculiarity. Jean asked what it was. Kirill explained that it was important for him to eat well so as not to lose strength and always be energetic. He always eats more than others. His plate is 3 times bigger than everyone else's around. The girl was impressed when she noticed that the boy ate 3 times more than she did. The boy admitted that he was already quite tired of eating the same thing, and in huge portions at that. Xana immediately agreed with him, showing that she felt the same. She herself suggested finding a cook and promised to help choose someone suitable. Sirius thought for a moment, but in the end decided to refuse this offer. When she asked why it happened, she was told that the head chef would soon join their team. The boy advised to choose someone you sincerely trust. Xana could not take her eyes off him, admiring every one of his movements. She sharply turned away, leaving the gentleman confused and surprised. The girl pressed her palms to her face and quietly whispered about trust, rejoicing that this trust truly existed. Cyro felt uneasy, worrying whether he had upset her with his refusal, but the girl suddenly turned back to him. The girl said she would wait eagerly, but the boy never understood what exactly she meant by that. Xana suddenly noticed that the delicious dishes somehow strangely affected how they changed. She admired his dragon-like appearance with delight, and each of her words put the boy in a dead end. The young man showed restlessness again, but promised to make every effort. The boy wondered if she really liked how he looked. Krill noticed someone approaching them and immediately understood. These were bandits who had chosen them as their target. One of the bandits, with a mocking smile, thought that Kirill was doing quite well. The hooligan said he saw just a fool in him, but immediately noted that there was some benefit in that. Hearing this, the girl only hissed irritably in response. The young man endured their mockery with irritation. But suddenly he shouted loudly and asked who they really were. When he was called without a name, he was asked if all his actions really boiled down only to making money. The young man admitted that he understood why they treated him unfriendly. Yet, despite this, he really wanted to find out who these people really were. He smiled and told Kirill that he had caused quite a lot of trouble for Furious. Having learned that it was about Rintwalt, the boy remained completely indifferent. The hooligans nodded, confirming his words. The bandit with a tail sighed heavily and said that if he were born again, he would curse everyone around him, and also himself for the foolishness through which he lost his dragons. The group of hooligans had already chosen Kyrillo as their target and was preparing to attack him. Kyrillo assured that he understood everything and finally realized they were waiting for this very moment. In response, John addressed him several times, calling, Sir Kyrillo. The boy calmed the girl, assuring her that he was fine, and told her that he would soon change his appearance. The girl anxiously asked what would then happen to his energy. The boy looked at his hand and smiled. The hand transformed and now looked like a dragon. His body changed, and Kyrillo suddenly realized all these boys were actually no different from each other. At first, he chose one victim for himself and attacked exactly her. After that, he quickly defeated most of his enemies. The boy tensed his muscles, crouched, and prepared for a decisive leap forward. Every time Serial attacked, he acted so lightning fast that he instantly defeated the opponent. The girl clapped her hands in surprise, not hiding her admiration for what she saw. Mr. Serral once again began to look like an ordinary person. Jean again could not take her eyes off Cyril in the form of a dragon, as if under a spell, and admired her appearance with delight. She boldly looked the bandits straight in the eyes. The girl is curious about what they should do now. Zana suggested punishing them, since she only needs to say a word, and her people will immediately settle everything. The young woman confidently said that she is a princess, and therefore it is none of her concern. Since you dared to attack Sir Sero and thereby added another crime to your debts, you fully deserve execution. The young man pondered how angry she could have become. Serial reacted to this situation by explaining that this is exactly what they do, that is what they were created for. Therefore, he himself does not understand how to deal with them further. Jen suggested calling Louisa. The boy was a little surprised. The man politely asked the girl to wait for another minute. First, it was necessary to resolve more important matters. Jean was walking along the same road as Cyril. The girl immediately understood where the boy had brought her. This place was familiar to her from the past. Finally, they arrived at the Rinfam Guild, which is also called Furusu. The boy shared that this was not the first time this had happened to him. Someone had already confronted him more than once. Now Gina was also involved in this matter, and it greatly upset Cyril. The young man said he was unable to forgive this. Before them towered the huge doors of the Rinfam Guild. This was exactly where their new adventure was to begin. The boy came to the guild together with the girl. The young man who had just entered the guild apologized for the inconvenience, and this greatly surprised the boy. Louis was sincerely surprised when he unexpectedly saw Cyril in the guild. He did not think he would meet him here. When Cairo noticed the boy, he called him loudly. Louis stood stunned and could not understand how he got to this place. Suspecting Louis of something, the boy said they needed to have a serious talk. When Kirill asked to speak with the person responsible for the situation, Louis sharply interrupted him, saying their conversation was over. The boy did not finish speaking when the princess suddenly interrupted him and loudly called Kirill. The princess announced that she would address everyone with an important statement, because, as she said, the truth must remain the truth. Louis was impressed when he unexpectedly saw the princess before him, who came to visit him. The girl was confident that the boy had already guessed. Standing before him was not John, but the real princess. Louis asked in surprise if all this was really real. The girl calmly nodded and quietly said it was pure truth. David said that she plans to tell everyone about what she herself heard and saw. The boy was so surprised that he simply became speechless. He had no words, he did not know how to react or what to say, because he did not expect such a turn of events at all. The boy began to stammer embarrassedly and quietly asked to wait a little. Louis wanted to say something, but his hands were trembling strongly from excitement. Kyrillo realized that he could not answer precisely, so he just sighed heavily. Then he returned to the conversation with the princess. The young man apologized for not wanting to listen to her back then and asked if they would now have to go to a government office. The princess confirmed, yes, they would have to, but she did not object. For her, the most important thing is to find out the truth, so she accepts this proposal. Cyril held his gaze, thinking that everything was unfolding exactly as planned, but he quickly realized, if he had not intervened and restrained the princess, she would definitely have given him a hard time. Louis exclaimed and wanted to add something else, but the words got stuck on his tongue. None of the attempts brought any results. Cyril, confidently placing his hands on his hips, gave a serious warning one last time. The young man comfortably settled on the sofa and said that if the responsible person did not come, they would simply leave. Anxiety was clearly reflected on Louis's face. He stood up from his seat and asked everyone to wait a little. Louis went to call the chief. The man apologized to the princess for the heavy burden she had to endure. On the other side of the table sat the one responsible for all the events happening here. Before them stood the deputy head of the Lintform Guild. The boy admitted that he had never imagined that the eldest was standing before him. The man calmly replied that he would never allow himself to behave rudely to the princess. The girl asked if they really think that what happened earlier was not a difficult trial. The man apologized again and said that the visit should have been announced immediately. The elder once again sincerely asked for forgiveness for everything that happened. The princess cast an indifferent look at the man. The man said that Louis himself confessed to him about his involvement in the attack. Cyril understood that these words meant that Louis admitted his guilt. The man sincerely apologized and said that Louis had already received his due. The boy replied that it was not worth it. The elder looked at them with sadness in his eyes, pondered, and asked himself a question. The young man, folding his arms on his chest, began to explain. Louis was inciting people to attack them, and they only responded in kind. He claimed that there was nothing wrong in their actions. Kirill emphasized that the main thing now is that the princess is beside them. The boy asked the princess what people said when they first met her. Recalling their conversations, the princess realized that for everyone she was just a pleasant addition, not something truly important. The young man said that these people insulted Her Majesty. The man said anxiously that they had no idea who was standing before them and did not suspect at all that it was the princess herself. The young man thought aloud. Even if he told everything honestly, the guilt would not become any less. He wondered if his interlocutor understood him. The elder became alarmed and decided to find out what had really happened. The princess sat to the left of Cyril. The young man realized that if her father, the king, found out about this, he would not avoid trouble. The man, frightened and covered in cold sweat, asked uncertainly what he should do now. Cyril emphasized that this event was truly very tragic, and if others find out about it, everything will end badly for them. The man asked to wait a little and fell silent, delving into his thoughts, looking for a way to resolve this situation. The elder slowly got up from his seat. Some time passed, and the man appeared again. He held a box in his hands. Placing it on the table, he asked if this could at least somewhat calm their anger. I opened the box, and inside were 100,000 different layers. The girl turned to the young man and asked how he felt about all this. The man was anxious, impatiently waiting for an answer. He said that both sides had come to an understanding and concluded a peace agreement. After the conversation, Kirill and Jane walked around the city together, enjoying its streets. The boy was glad because finally the guilty were punished. Suddenly, Cyril looked directly at Jean. When he saw her face, he immediately asked what had happened. The girl apologized, remembering that she urgently needed to resolve an important matter. The boy asked again, and this time the girl confidently said, yes. The girl politely inquired if she could leave already. Cyril did not try to hold her back, only reminded her that she also had many tasks, meetings, and personal duties. The boy asked if the princess needed help, but she only smiled and thanked him, saying that nothing serious had happened. The boy nodded to show he understood everything and said goodbye. The girl responded with a warm smile. She happily hurried forward to attend to what she had planned. While the young man walked through the city streets, his thoughts did not let go. He kept thinking about the report on one villain that he had to submit to the authority. The boy looked away to the side. He noticed a shop that sold all kinds of things for dragons. The boy looked into his bag. The next day, Mr. Cyril's guild was always noisy. Different people came here seeking adventures and new experiences. The boys told him that they had completed the task, and Kirill sincerely thanked them for the well-done job. Emma, together with Louisa, cautiously peeked from around the corner and asked if it was safe to go further. Hearing the confirmation, the young man smiled kindly and invited them to enter his house. Emma asked what kind of construction it was, what materials it was made from, and who exactly had built it. Kirill suggested that it would be faster if they checked it themselves. Fritz laughed and said he would try it first, but Louisa quickly objected, thinking that was unfair. A young boy stood by the entrance and smiled sincerely. The dragons carefully examined their home, trying to understand what had become different from before. They continued to closely inspect the surroundings, trying not to miss any detail. Kirill inquired if anything had changed, and Louisa admitted that it was difficult for her to give an exact answer, but she felt that some noticeable changes had occurred. The dragons really liked the new atmosphere and coziness around, although they still did not quite understand what exactly had changed. Chris laughed cheerfully, lightly jumping to the ground. He immediately noticed that the soil here was different from what he had seen before. The girls lowered their eyes and immediately understood that something had changed. Kirill admitted that he wanted her to change exactly in this place. Emma could not believe what she heard. This name truly surprised her. Louisa asked if she knew it and received confirmation in response. Emma explained that this blue grass grows only on the lands of dragons, and it is there that it is most valuable. Emma curiously asked if such grass really grows everywhere around. Zero smiled and confirmed that yes, it grows everywhere here. Before Emma could recover, Louisa already asked how much this plot of land costs. Kirill frankly said 20,000, and that's it. Louisa could not believe her eyes when she saw such a large amount. Chris only sighed heavily and said that Cyril had completely lost his mind. The boy explained that this is where a person spends most of their time, so it is important to make this place as comfortable as possible, even if it requires spending a lot of money. Chris admitted that he found it hard to fully understand such logic, but acknowledged that the restoration itself had already cost a pretty penny. Looking more closely, Chris noticed that he had changed not only the land itself. Kirill confidently said that he was not mistaken. He approached the wall and gestured in the necessary direction. It was a crystal specially created to make magic stronger. The young man said that thanks to the support of the stars, the magical powers here would become even more powerful and purer. The dragons could hardly believe what they saw with their own eyes, what was happening right before them amazed and astonished them to the depths of their souls. Chris was impressed by the power of the energy of this crystal. He felt as if a dragon had just been born before him. Emma asked Cyril in surprise whether it really cost that much. The young man stated the price, 80,000 lira. Hearing such a large amount, Louisa was confused and felt uncomfortable. The boy shared that once shiny coins unexpectedly appeared before him, and it was thanks to this that his old dream finally came true. The dragons did not hide their admiration and thanked their lord from the bottom of their hearts for such generous gifts. Zero was glad to see how they reacted. The boy understood that these changes might be incomprehensible to him, but he was still confident. He had done the right thing when he decided to invest. Suddenly, girls appeared nearby, enthusiastically discussing news about Kirill. One stated that she had heard he was actually a very good person. Another agreed and confirmed that it was true. The princess stepped out, and the cow stood quietly nearby, to her left. The young man pondered about the princess and the woman who stood beside him. The boy slightly bowed in greeting and apologized for not being able to meet them earlier. The girl only waved her hand in response, indicating that it was not important, and asked him not to worry about it. The princess sincerely dreamed of introducing him to the person who was very important to her. Countess Jurl stood before them. The boy was stunned with surprise when such a distinguished lady came to him. The boy immediately bowed politely and introduced himself as Cyril Laros. The woman, touched by his manners, introduced herself in return as Clara Jurl. He stopped right in front of the princess, as if hesitating, and looked as if he was about to ask a question that had long been troubling him. The girl admitted that she was the one who helped Countess Jurau open her eyes to the truth. The boy asked in surprise what she meant. The young man was very surprised by the lady's confession that she had been cooperating with the Lentwalm Guild for many years. For noble families, such relations were almost unheard of, as this guild dealt with dragons. Usually, if an aristocrat made a contract with them, he became a permanent and profitable client for the guild. She pressed her palm to her face and quietly recounted what she had learned from the princess about their terrible crimes. The boy did not hide his surprise. The woman said that she was hesitant about further cooperation, but added, she has an interesting idea that she wants to discuss. She asked to be told about the dragons of Fuz. The boy was genuinely surprised by what had happened. An expression of surprise froze on the boy's face. Could it be that she really intends to join his guild? If so, will he have to negotiate with the counts? In the young man's mind, one thought replaced another, causing more and more questions. The princess admitted that she was filled with rage towards Lentwalm. She is unable to forgive them and does not even intend to. Hearing these words, Cyril froze in place. They deeply affected him. Finally, the boy realized what urgent matter she had mentioned yesterday. It turned out to be her plan to weaken Lentwalm. Looking at them, he pondered how powerful a force can be if it can influence even the countess herself. He remembered the gentle smile of the princess. It was that which warmed his heart even when darkness reigned around. Cyril realized that he did not want her to become his enemy at all. Kirill could not understand what exact deal was made under the influence of the princess. The young man asked what exactly the secret of Lentwalm was. The boy confessed to the woman that if this problem were within his power, he would have dealt with it on his own. The girl nodded to the young man, indicating that she wanted to show him something important. The princess reassured the boy, saying that he should not worry because he is a Sir Zero, and people like him always succeed in the best way. The girl explained that she had deliberately chosen the person who could really harm them. The boy paused for a moment, wondering if she was really exaggerating and hoping that she was. Kirill realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not compare to the power of Lentwalm. So he asked the countess to honestly tell the whole truth, and she agreed to open up to him. However, before starting, she decided to introduce us to one person. She turned to him with a request to look. He was very surprised that she appeared not alone, but also brought someone else with her. They slowly went to the carriage. When Sura approached this place, she was genuinely surprised by what she had brought with her. It was a dragon of incredible, truly captivating beauty. The young man was genuinely surprised by what he saw, while Chris was thoughtfully gazing out the window. Chris was very surprised to see this type of radon, as it happens extremely rarely. When the young man noticed radon, he was surprised and asked if it was really the same one. The Countess nodded affirmatively in response, assuring him he was not mistaken. Cyril understood perfectly that this type of dragon was not considered the most powerful, but their beauty was unique and unmatched. Heavy shackles were visible on her paws. Seeing them, the boy wondered if he had made a mistake. The Countess inquired how things were going with their child, and the young man only looked at her in surprise in response. He was quietly mumbling something to himself, gloomily staring at the floor. Cairo noticed how beautiful she was, and the Countess confirmed his words with a smile. The Count shared with him that he was most proud in life of her and his family. The princess shared with Kirill a special privilege of aristocratic families. They keep several dragons of the rare Radon breed in their estates. By ancient tradition, the beauty of these dragons symbolizes the prestige and greatness of the family. The young man thought that raising and caring for such a dragon would probably cost a lot of money. Chris looked out the window and smiled, realizing that now it was an integral part of the life of this city. The Count explained that he had already entrusted Lentvoma to take care of her, so now he is responsible for her well-being. Kirill pondered how important it is to show care and support, especially when loved ones are going through difficult times. The young man suddenly felt as if a light had flared up in his heart. He believed for the first time that he could figure everything out. The boy cautiously asked if he could touch the Countess, and she calmly allowed him to do so. The boy confidently walked towards the deadly dangerous raid against the dragon. He approached her, politely introduced himself as Kirill, and asked her name. The dragon said that the vase remained without a name. He said that it causes sadness. He looked with sorrow at how she had to live in such difficult conditions. Radon asked in surprise if he really understood her language, but Chris only smiled in response. He said that Radon was his best friend, and also added that he was a very interesting person. She just waved her hand indifferently and said that, it turns out, such people really do exist in the world. The young man timidly offered to take care of her. The girl asked in surprise if he was really talking about that. Then the boy explained that in Lentvom they treated her completely differently, in a special way. She said coldly that she did not care, because she was just a little bird in a cage. Cyril asked her if she wanted to be free. Radon convinced everyone that their efforts were in vain, and now they had nothing left but to accept the chains. The boy remained silent, not uttering a single word in response. Radon had already opened his mouth, preparing to say something. She said that these shackles cannot be removed just like that. The boy noticed the girl's shackles, saw magical power in them, and did not doubt that they were truly strong. The dragon accepted his fate without making any attempts to change anything. As soon as Mr. Larose noticed her, his mood immediately dropped. The boy noticed that the girl had already stopped hoping for anything. Finally, the boy gathered courage and decided to make the first move. Sir Cyril became a real dragon. Such an unexpected appearance surprised all the girls very much. He stretched out his hand to take the Radionevi handcuffs. The gentleman suddenly broke her handcuffs, which greatly surprised the girl. The Countess got angry because he acted that way. The woman asked why she acted that way. The princess turned to her with a request to trust him. Returning to human form, Cairo sincerely congratulated her on finally becoming free. The boy assured her that she was free to do whatever she wanted. She could not even imagine that he would act that way, and it really pleasantly surprised her. Finally, the dragon rose, leaning on its strong paws. She lifted her head and looked up at the sky. The dragon spread its wings so wide that they overshadowed everything around. Radon spread his wings and rose into the sky. Radon easily glided in the air like a butterfly, feeling the thrill of true freedom. She was happy because she finally felt truly alive. The young man and the girls could not take their eyes off her amazing flight. The dragon smoothly finished its flight and began to slowly descend to the ground. Falling to the ground, she decisively approached the boy. Radon did not hide his excitement. She sincerely thanked the boy, and he only smiled and said there was no need to thank. The boy looked at the dragon in awe, unable to look away. Sarah noticed that everyone around admired her beauty. The young man turned to the woman and inquired how the Countess was doing with the dragon. The woman admired her own beauty and grace, not hiding her satisfaction. Radon and Kirill held their breath, anxiously awaiting her response. Cyril said that dragons were never meant to live in captivity. He said that true beauty reveals itself only when a person feels freedom. The girl was delighted because that was exactly the answer she wanted to hear from him. The Countess nodded approvingly and fully agreed with this idea. The Count looked at the animated dragon and once again was convinced of how extraordinarily beautiful they were. The woman noted that it was no wonder why Her Highness felt sympathy for him. The Countess expressed hope that they would continue to work together. Bowing his head, Cyril sincerely thanked the lady for her help. The girl, with admiration in her eyes, confidently extended her hand to support the boy. Lady Jorel told me that according to the agreement, the next payment is due tomorrow. Upon learning that the young man had only one request for her, the Countess became interested and began to listen to him attentively. The boy approached and asked for some food for his dragons. This request came as a surprise to her. The woman said that if that was the only issue, she could invite that man herself so he would find out everything. The young man thanked her for the help. While everyone quieted down a bit, the Countess shared her thoughts about the peculiar habits of Sir Cairo. At that moment, Jean loudly addressed him. The girl asked why he did it that way. The Countess looked with delight at how the dragon's mane shone. The boy truly cared about the dragons and decided that they should receive the best food. The princess confidently said that she had no doubts about Faust's dragons. Cyril smiled and leaned forward lightly. He sincerely believed that worrying about dragons was as natural as breathing. The next day, the girl sincerely apologized for addressing him so unexpectedly. See with your own eyes how everything really happened. Rose told about the mission, entrusted specifically to the dragons of the Faust family. The young man sincerely rejoices and thanks for being addressed directly. Rose felt proud because she was able to arrange a special registration for Cyril. The boys asked Tasky about her task, but the girls smiled and asked them to wait a little. She took out a sheet with a list and announced that she would read it now. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not expect such a surprise at all. You were surprised by such a large number and asked if this was really the full list. Rose looked at him with interest and made sure that there really was a list of tasks in front of her. The boy asked how many people they had gathered here together. The girl thought about it. Scrolling through the list, she confidently stated that she would effortlessly find the needed number. She said that 46 people were needed for subordination and as many as 97 for preparation. The young man did not let her finish, suddenly interrupting and asking what all this meant. The girl looked at him in surprise. She said that he had actually never thought about it before. Everyone who was in this building found themselves blocked on the ground floor. Looking around, he unexpectedly saw that everyone directed their gaze at him. This caught him off guard. Rosa clarified that he had just agreed to the same conditions that had previously been offered to Lentivovk. Later, everyone realized he could really be trusted, but not them. The boy grabbed his head with his hands and finally understood why everyone was watching him so attentively. Coming to his senses, the boy sighed with relief. He apologized but noted that he wanted to decide for himself what to do. The girl accepted this, but reminded him to value himself and not to despise his abilities. The girl noted that they could refuse everyone, because almost all these people just want to meet with him. The boy, with a mysterious face, replied that such offers really exist in real life. The girl folded her arms on her chest and shone with a slight smile. He admitted that he would not want the dragons to be overworked too much. Rose acknowledged that he always cared for the dragons and treated them with care. Cyril asked to carefully check what exactly is included in this list. The girl noticed that there was very little information, but the boy just shrugged. It was not important to him. The boy quickly skimmed through the list, carefully examining each inscription. Cyril constantly felt that he was forced to engage in many futile tasks. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. The girl asked in surprise what had happened, and the boy responded by handing her the list. She tilted her head and pondered, trying to understand what exactly had impressed him so much. The girl carefully read the task. She needed to save a dragon that was stuck on a cliff and could not get down by itself. Thinking it over, the girl realized that this situation seemed very strange to her, because such things usually concern kittens, not people. The boy thought for a long time and then finally told about his plans. He decided to take on this job, and it surprised the girl a lot because they paid only 5 lira for it. Cyril denied and explained that he could not miss this opportunity, as the dragon child is now in danger. The girl did not object because she knew perfectly well how kind and sincere he was. The girl noticed that it strongly resembled him. The road leads through extraordinary landscapes. Tall mountains hide in soft, blanket-like clouds. A high cliff rises sharply into the sky, and its dark stone evokes anxious and gloomy feelings. Little dragons tremble fearfully with their paws and look around because they do not dare to go down. The majestic mountains, covered with snow, rose high and disappeared somewhere in the clouds. Behind the fluffy leaves of the tree, there is a view of majestic mountains, above which clouds drift slowly, giving this scene a true harmony of nature. As soon as the dragon landed on the ground again, he thought that the place he was looking for must be somewhere nearby. Louisa looked around intently and finally admitted that this place was familiar to her. Cyril also nodded, showing that he felt the same. The young man examined the map and noticed that the ravine, where the little dragon hides, is located exactly at the place where they once saved the princess. Louisa asked if anyone needed help or rescue this time. Cyril reassured her, answering that there would be none. The boy noticed that since she had been here before, together they would get everything done much faster. He also assured that if any difficulties arose, he would handle everything himself. He assured her that the transformation would be successful, and Louisa showed that she was listening attentively. The dragon asked who this child was. Cyril replied that it was because of her that he agreed to undertake this mission. The guy said that their client specifically paid attention to this feature and suggested that, most likely, it was a Balor. Louis said that then they need to move faster. The silence of the mountains is broken only by the light rustle of leaves in the dense tree crown, and high in the sky slowly float clouds resembling snow-white sails. With each step uphill, the rock became more distinct, and it seemed that it would soon be very close. Louisa noticed something strange among the rocky slope. The dragon ordered to look back and immediately understood it was her. She admitted that she was overwhelmed by fear and sincerely worried about the child's condition. Cyril asked if she could handle this task, and Louisa paused for a moment. Lucy's understood that without strong supports around, a child could get into danger. The young man realized what danger it was and decided to go alone. The dragon believed him and was filled with hope. The boy carefully looked at his hand and resolutely said that he intended to complete the transformation. The young man suddenly turned into a huge dragon. He quickly ran up to the bear cub. The boy sharply pushed off with his foot from the steep slope. When Cyrils appeared, the little girl froze in surprise, unable to believe what she saw. When the man suddenly lifted the girl into his arms, she was very surprised and involuntarily exclaimed. It was her sincere surprise at such a sudden event. They quickly rushed down the slope together. Cyril quickly approached Louise, holding the baby firmly in his arms. When the boy finally stepped on the ground, he regained his human form and said with relief that everything had succeeded. The little girl looked at Louise in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Louise quietly began to explain that everything happened so quickly that she didn't even have time to blink. The dragon anxiously asked if she was all right and if she had suffered any injuries. A clear surprise appeared on her face when she inquired who her younger sister was. She was about to say something, but suddenly she was seized by unexpected astonishment. The young man asked what had happened. It turned out that this news was brought by Viz, but unfortunately, it was not a real breakthrough at all. The boy had no idea that everything would happen exactly like this. She told them that before them stood a dragon belonging to the very Supreme One. This was what surprised the boy the most. The boy timidly repeated that the landscape was truly wonderful, and the girl looked at him attentively, as if trying to understand whether he was speaking sincerely. Usually, dragons for knights are raised on special farms where they are specifically bred for this purpose. Untouched dragons are considered the highest type among all. They appear very rarely, only 1 in 10,000 dragons. Cyril was so surprised that he even froze in place for a moment from the unexpectedness. The boy remarked with surprise that he had never encountered a dragon with such an unusual appearance before. The young man noticed a watchful gaze on himself. Someone was carefully observing him. The girl did not take her eyes off Cyril, attentively following his every move. The dragon scrutinized the boy from head to toe until he dared to ask, "What is this?" She wondered if this person was really her father. Hearing this question, the boy was so confused that he simply froze in place from astonishment. The confused boy tried to say that he was ordinary and she had mistaken him for someone else, but the girl firmly asked him to be silent and listen until the end. With a heart full of indignation, she asked why he had become human, although just recently he looked completely different. The girl reminded him that he was her father and demanded an explanation for why he had transformed. Louisa really wanted to share what thoughts had arisen in her about this. She said that it seemed to her as if the baby was hinting at how it would change. Cyril admitted that now everything had become clear to him. He turned back into a dragon again. The baby immediately smiled widely. The little magical lion cub with a wide, sincere smile joyfully ran up to Sarah, filled the entire space with a joyful exclamation and hugged him tightly, sincerely saying what it felt with all its heart. He is her father. The boy, returning to his usual appearance, apologized. The boy pondered how much energy is wasted in vain, while the dragon, being in human form, only raised his eyebrows in surprise, watching him. The boy did not even pay attention to what happened and calmly said that it was not important. Louisa thought that this was probably the first time the child saw someone resembling a dragon. The boy finally understood what was going on and explained. Her strange behavior was caused by imprinting, which was a consequence of the transformation. Louis was truly surprised when he learned that Cyril liked the little dragon, as this does not happen often, but the boy only smiled shyly and replied that he was just lucky. She thought that her parents might be somewhere nearby. When Cyril asked the dragoness where she was born, she only looked at him in surprise and apparently did not even understand what he meant. Upon waking, he immediately asked where she was. His words so impressed the little girl that her eyes instantly shone with happiness. She barely smiled and skillfully gestured somewhere aside, avoiding a direct answer to the question. The young man was sincerely impressed when he saw how she incredibly quickly flashed before his eyes. He could not believe what he saw. She vanished instantly, and already a second later was far away, before anyone could even blink. Cyril did not waste time and immediately rushed after the child, jumping straight onto Louisa's back. They simply could not catch up with her. Louisa was tired from the endless chases and complained that she couldn't keep up with this extraordinary speed. She explained that their ancestors were best at covering short distances. Louisa explained that people do not want us to be able to travel far because it is not profitable for them. Because of this, they force us to change. She advised him to watch her more carefully. Louisa explained that if they hesitated, they could lose their goal from sight, and the boy agreed with this. They finally stopped, and Kirill suggested giving the dragon a little rest. Turning back into a dragon, he instantly soared into the sky, hurrying to reach the baby. The baby floated carefree in the air like a light feather, completely unaware of fatigue or worry. Even after changing, he still could not catch up with her. He realized that he could no longer endure it, so he began calling her for help. The boy was so surprised that he couldn't even hide it. The girl, standing next to the place where she had just appeared, addressed her father and said that this was exactly the place. Cyril returned again to human form. The boy took a step forward and cautiously approached the small child. He fixed his gaze on the empty shell that had previously served as a home for the dragon. He asked her if she was from these parts. She confidently replied that yes, she was local. She explained that she had set out to look for him because she did not find him where she had hoped. To these words, he replied that now he understood everything and realized how she ended up here. She admitted that she was very scared. He noticed that something strange was happening in the baby's nest. It was just an ordinary fabric. Cyril decided that it might be a fragment of her parents' claw. While he carefully examined the find, the girl suddenly asked a question. She asked where her sister had gone. He said that the sister was simply tired. Cyril said that she is resting now because she was in a big hurry. The baby was worried and very anxious. She stopped, got a little confused, and felt anxiety, admitting to herself that she had no idea what to do next. Apologizing, she ran as fast as she could to her younger little sister. The young man scratched the back of his head and realized that escaping the pursuit was no longer possible. He had no choice but to follow the chase. When the dragon's transformation ended, its claw shone with a bright light right on the paw. On his dragon paws, the scales shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, each shining separately and catching invisible light. Around the legs, magical smoke swirled. It moved like a living creature, enveloping the claws and scales with a soft mist. His feet became much wider and stronger than they were before. Cyril was confused when suddenly someone asked about his legs. He looked at his feet in surprise and a little confusion, never fully understanding what had happened. The boy pondered, looking at the changed claw, and tried to understand how and why it happened. The boy had new, exciting thoughts. Pushing off the ground, he was already preparing to run away. Without losing a single moment, he rushed forward with all his might. During the run, he realized that his assumptions were correct. With every step, he became more and more confident that the calculations did not fail. It happened faster than ever before. The boy ran so fast that even the fastest horse could not catch him. The young man remained in his usual form and no longer transformed. Cyril admitted that he felt tired, as he felt how every drop of energy spent gradually took away his strength. The boy leaned his back against a tree and slowly slid down, sighed heavily, and admitted that he was incredibly tired. A little girl jumped out of the bushes and joyfully called her dad, smiling when she saw him. She asked anxiously what had happened, but the boy assured her that there was no reason to worry, everything was under control. Louisa barely dragged her feet and complained that everything was changing too rapidly. She honestly admitted that for both her and the owner, this child had become a real exhaustion. He just silently looked at Louisa. The great bear stretched out on its back, and Cyril asked her about something. Louise smiled and thought that he would probably soon get tired of these transformations. The boy smiled, although his eyes showed fatigue. He thanked her with a sincere smile and admitted that she had really helped him a lot. They made a campfire and roasted bear meat on it. The young man realized that he was already full, the hunger was gone, and he really liked the dish. Only the skeleton remained from the body. The boy pondered over the claw that he had taken with him when he transformed. Cyril reminded everyone that there was almost no time left, and it was time to head back to Parson. A little girl ran up to her father and asked where he was going. Dad replied that he was returning home and invited his daughter to join him. The girl gladly agreed. The boy beamed with joy and enthusiastically agreed to come up with a name for her. That year, the series first considered this question. He suggested naming her Lee and delicately asked if she would mind if he addressed her by that name. The little girl could not hide her joy. She agreed to his proposal. After an exhausting day, they walked home slowly, tired and silent. Chris sat on the roof and dreamily looked into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed the owner returning home. The dragon rejoiced sincerely, not hiding his admiration. Chris quietly laughed. Chris looked carefully at the baby lying in Cyril's arms. It was a first-generation creature, a very rare and unusual baby. After the girl greeted them, she named herself Lee and said she came here with her father. To this, Chris noted that Lee seemed very energetic. Chris asked Cairo why she called him Dad. The girl replied that she would soon explain everything from the very beginning. The dragon raised his head and smiled in surprise, quietly chuckling. He told his friend about his thoughts on changes, and the friend shared his opinion in response. The boy approached the dragon and boldly asked him for a horn. Chris asked if it was about the phoenix horn, and Cyril only nodded in response. At that moment, Lewis and Lee glanced at each other sideways and barely smiled. The boy confidently said that the gift of immortality would definitely manifest. The young boy stood in the field among the mountains, and beside him were his dragons. He was filled with curiosity. He wondered how exactly his new power, which had just awakened in him, would change him. 3 small dragons watched them attentively. Excitement was visible in their eyes, especially concerning Lee. Louisa turned to her mentor to make sure he was truly confident in his decision. Cillier, confidently folding his arms across his chest, addressed his dragon with a request to complete the task. The white dragon laughed, yet worries still remained in Louisa's heart. Chris advised her not to be afraid and to be braver in her actions, regardless of what she undertook. The large dragon smiled kindly and calmed the black-maned dragon, saying that for their new companion it would be no scarier than a light bite. Louisa sighed with relief, but the boy still decided to ask again what exactly they meant. The dragoness finally calmed down, took a deep breath, feeling confident that everything would be fine. She bravely raised her gaze and looked at her mistress. The dragon warned the boy about the beginning of the attack and began gathering a bright energy ball in her jaws. The boy remained calm and stood directly in front of the dragon, placing his hands on his hips, boldly exposing his chest. At that moment, the princess suddenly flew in, having no idea what was happening here. The girl noticed Kirill standing facing his dragon, which was already preparing to attack. She could not hide her anxiety and exclaimed in surprise, asking what they were going to do. The young man turned to the girl, just at the moment when the enraged dragon was about to attack. The dragon shot a bright beam at the boy, which hit him right in the stomach. The princess screamed in horror and desperately called for someone to bring her flakes immediately. The boy had a huge hole right in the middle of his stomach, so he decided to become a half-dragon. The girl became worried and asked if he was okay. As soon as the boy became a dragon, he looked at his belly in surprise and noticed that his wound had already disappeared. The boy sat among the dragons, who now looked like people, and spoke with the girl. At that moment, she understood what had happened. He shared that he possesses the phoenix horn and wants to find out if immortality will work if he transforms into a dragon. The girl understood his intentions and finally calmed down. She looked closely at his belly and saw that there was no trace left of the scar. The boy agreed and, without even thinking about it, looked at his belly. Running his hand over it, he clearly felt that he had indeed been stabbed, but it was strange, there was no wound or even a scratch. Kirill explained to the princess that as a dragon nothing can harm him, and if he is wounded in human form, he immediately turns into a dragon, and his wounds instantly disappear. The girl was surprised at how quickly he can heal. Luisa was upset because she thought her magic was no longer interesting to her master, but he immediately assured the girl that this was not true. Scratching the back of his head, he admitted that he had simply accepted the power of immortality into himself, and already then realized he would have to pay a certain price for it. Looking at Louise, Cyril thought that with her minor wounds it was best to use his own gift, to lull the pain and heal a bit. The dragoness smiled with satisfaction. She understood what was going on. But the young man simply folded his arms on his chest and thoughtfully stared ahead. The boy was glad that he could protect everyone thanks to his power, but at the same time he was worried because it took too much energy from him. It became a difficult obstacle for him. Suddenly, the girl remembered something very important. That is why today the princess came to the boy. He looked at her with an interested gaze. In the castle, the princess loved to read books, and once in one of them she saw a mention of an interesting spice. The young man, noticing her interest, asked curiously what exactly she had found there. She told him that this book describes a story about rainbow salt, which people passed from hand to hand. Cyril had never heard of such a strange and bright seasoning. The girl noticed that this spice was quite difficult to use, so probably ordinary cooks rarely used such salt. The knight thought that if the girl came specifically to him to tell about this seasoning, then it definitely had some meaning, and perhaps this information would be useful to him. The cheerful girl shared that it was precisely thanks to this salt that dishes acquire a special taste. She said that when you add this salt to food, its flavor instantly changes. The boy listened carefully to her and felt true inspiration. But still, the princess could not understand why no one could explain to her when exactly and how the taste of salt would change. The boy finally managed to truly understand what the girl was feeling. He noticed that a dish with this spice should not just be placed on the table, because its taste can change completely at any moment. He felt inspired because he had long been tired of ordinary flavors. The cheerful princess also decided that this seasoning was just right for him. He happily grabbed the princess's hands and thanked her because he heard truly wonderful news from her. Sienna blushed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. She lowered her eyes and quietly admitted that she was pleased to have helped him. The young man immediately decided to find out where the strange seal could be found. However, soon he encountered some difficulties. The girl explained that if the cooks do not use this salt, it means they either extract it themselves or turn to the guild with a request. The boy thought that made sense. The princess lifted the boy's spirits. She said she knew where the rainbow salt was hidden, although this place was very far away. The boy did not lose composure and promised that he could help obtain it. The boy pointed to his dragons and suggested to the girl that they go together for salt the next day if she had free time. The girl sincerely rejoiced at this offer. She said yes to him and decided to go with him. The boys mounted their favorite dragons, and then one of them addressed his dragoness named Colette, asking her to bring them some fruit. The dragon smiled and nodded in response to his master's question, continuing to chew the banana, thus showing that he agreed. The series decided to replenish the salt supplies and invited Colette along. Together with her, they managed to buy all the necessary products and well replenish the stocks. The girl suddenly screamed, and the boy immediately asked what had happened. She pointed with her hand at the banana, and the dragon Colette had already touched it with his lips. However, this did not seem strange for the knight. The girl blushed and wanted to say that it was an indirect kiss, but she could not finish her sentence. Xana lowered her eyes and quietly said that Colette is a dragon, but there is nothing scary about it. The boy did not understand what she was talking about. The princess decided the boy must find out that he is actually a kind and wonderful person, but Sir Kirill could not understand why she was trying so hard. The girl admitted that she quickly and without doubt ate all the food that was in the dragon's belly. The dragoness looked at her attentively. He said that there is neither gastric juice nor dirt in the spare stomachs, so there is no need to worry at all. The girl believed him and calmed down. The princess explained that usually behaving like this is considered strange. To this, the boy asked if it really was so. The girl smiled and replied that if the boy really is not worried, then that is good. However, the boy still could not understand what was wrong in this situation. The dragon Colette laughed and smiled sincerely, and sparks of merriment lit up in her eyes. The dragon asked its master if he wanted more. The boy truly desired more, but suddenly his gaze stopped on something strange. The boy suddenly heard a strange hum coming from somewhere in the thicket of the forest. The persistent buzzing did not cease in the forest. The girl was talking to her flakes, asking who they were. Smiling cheerfully, she decided to answer this question herself. The boy suddenly heard some noise, and the girl exclaimed in surprise. Some noise sounded again in the forest. This time even Xana heard it. She decided that it was just the breath of the wind. But Kyrillo assured that it was not the wind at all. The knight suggested that this sound was definitely not of natural origin. The rider immediately jumped off the dragon and ran at full speed into the unknown. The girl who was hiding inside the dragon hurried after him, calling to stop and let them catch up with him. The whole company quickly ran through the forest toward the mysterious noise. A strange creature made of stones suddenly approached the girl sitting in the cart. Terrifying, eerie sounds came from it. The main hero watched the spectacular battle with delight. The night dragon engaged in a duel with a naga and a golem. All together, they hurried to where the strange noise was coming from. Xana suddenly screamed. What appeared before her eyes scared her so much that she could not move. Fearfully, she asked Kirill what they should do now, but the boy calmly said that he could handle it on his own. He loudly declared that he would turn around any moment now, and right before everyone's eyes, he transformed into a real dragon. The knight, having become a dragon, swiftly charged at the golem. The boy who underwent the transformation easily destroyed the golem. The beauty with golden hair watched in amazement as the clay giant shattered into pieces. Tired and exhausted, the boy slowly returned from dragon form to his usual human appearance. He quickly realized little strength remained and there was no time to waste. Everything had to be finished with one powerful strike, but the amount of energy he had spent amazed even himself. It even frightened him. The stranger watching the battle could not believe his eyes and thought that such a thing was impossible in principle. The blonde woman looked at the man who managed to defeat the golem with one blow in surprise. However, now she had a more important matter than thinking about it. Rosalie Rain sincerely thanked Kirill and finally gave her name. She was very grateful, and now she wanted to find out who had saved her. The boy gladly agreed to introduce himself in return. The boy's name is Cyril Laros, and the girl's is Jeannie. Rosalie widened her eyes in surprise. She asked the boy with curiosity if he was the same Faust's dragon. Nish was surprised how the blonde knew about him. She confirmed with a smile that she knew him well, as he had now become part of the most famous guild. Rosalia could not believe her luck. This very boy became her savior, and he himself felt awkward at that moment. The blonde noticed the princess sitting on the horse and saw something unusual in it. The girl thought the rumors about the guild's power were probably true since even their horses looked special, but the boy still couldn't understand what exactly was unusual about that horse. Rosalie shared that usually horses are afraid of dragons. She even added that this horse is probably very clever. Kyrillo considered this horse special. As the princess's own horse, it was definitely not ordinary. The blonde was not surprised at all. She expected exactly such a reaction. The boy felt uncomfortable, glanced awkwardly aside, and although he himself could not find the words, still tried to say at least something. Knight noticed that it is now almost impossible to see real dragon knights. The girl immediately guessed what was meant. The girls gently stroked the dragon on the head. She has already learned to fly confidently on this dragon, as her guild consists of only herself. Once knights often fought each other flying on dragons during famous duels, but those times are long gone, and now such spectacles are very rare. Currently, knights perform various tasks, and dragons are mostly used for transporting cargo or scouting the area. The boy became thoughtful, realizing that the situation was more complicated than it seemed, and the girl turned around and quickly said that she had to go. The girl quickly jumped onto her dragon and briefly explained that her friends caught her at an inconvenient moment. In fact, she was on her way to perform a dangerous task, but on the way she was stopped by Gollum. She smiled warmly and sincerely thanked the boys. The main hero wished Rosalia good luck. Everyone sincerely said goodbye to the girl who was leaving their company. The heroes continued on their way, and the princess said with enthusiasm that Rosalie is a true hero and a great knight. The girl, smiling, said that the blonde is very similar to a dragonborn, so much so that she would gladly take her to the palace to serve. The boy, a little embarrassed, agreed and added that this girl really is unusual. The girl asked Cairo what was bothering him. He replied that she truly deserves respect, but something is wrong with her dragon. Rosalie's dragon was breathing heavily and asked her to quickly get into the saddle. The knight simply ignored this, and the princess pondered. This dragon seemed very unusual to her. The knight decided that there was nothing strange about this, and the hero thought the same. However, his dragon constantly assured him that he really was not like the others. The boy and his dragon made such strange sounds that no one around could remain indifferent. The boy hurried to assure his dragon that it was not about him, but about the young wyvern he once hired. Colette felt a little embarrassed. The main hero asked his dragoness why she thought he was talking about himself, but the dragoness only exclaimed in response that this was not the case at all. The boy was confused, and the dragon became even more worried. Colette screamed desperately, opening her mouth, and loudly declared that everything was happening not as it should. The boy confidently said that everything was clear to him, and the girl just laughed at them cheerfully. The squad moved along the mountain road, bravely overcoming steep climbs. The girl noticed something ahead. It seemed their search had finally led them to the goal. The boy widened his eyes and froze, surprised and enchanted by what he saw. In the middle of the lake, their gaze was drawn to an incredibly beautiful tree. In fact, it was a rainbow salt deposit, long known as Lake Garrett. The boy could not take his eyes off this amazing landscape. The boys came to Lake Garrett, which is also called Rainbow. Crystals of different colors, like a rainbow, grew around it. The serial could not take his eyes off this beauty, and Jean was also delighted with the amazing lake. Cyril, together with his friends, set out on a journey, searching for a new spice. The boys saw beautiful square crystals on the shore of the lake. Kirill asked if these were really the same Kanzel crystals. The princess nodded and explained that they appeared here when the water level in the lake changed. The dragoness Colette suggested going together to collect salt, but her master only muttered something incomprehensible in response. The knight offered the dragoness his help, but she politely refused, believing that this task was no more difficult than ordinary ore mining. After the conversation, she went to collect salt by herself. Kolek joyfully began to consume the crystals of rainbow salt, enjoying every piece, and Cyril suggested that it would be better to leave this matter to the dragon. The knight proposed to the princess to go hunting at the very time when the dragon went for salt to confirm his intentions. The princess gladly agreed to this adventure. Suddenly, the girl saw that something moved in the bushes. She pointed to the bush from which an unusual rustle came. Something there seemed to be moving. The boys immediately turned that way. On their way, they encountered a wild boar, just what they needed. As soon as the boys appeared in the board's field of vision, it started moving, and Cyril was almost sure the board wanted to run away. The board flew sharply at the main character, but he reacted quickly and began to defend himself. The boar with a loud roar rushed straight at Sorella, screaming loudly. The princess was worried about Circe, but he remained calm and focused. He grabbed the boar by the neck. He looked at the hunted boar with pleasure and felt relief. Now only the task of butchering the prey remained. The princess was stunned to hear such an answer. After all, she did not expect anything like that. The boy could not understand why the girl was so joyful. Meanwhile, she was savoring her favorite breakfast cereal and deriving genuine pleasure from it. The girl smiled and noted that Cyril's body had become much stronger, even in human form, but the boy only shook his head sadly. He realized that the girl noticed this because an ordinary person would never have defeated a boar with bare hands. The boys settled comfortably by the campfire, enjoying fresh wild boar meat. Jean turned to Cyril and asked if the mysterious magical seal had impressed him. The boy thought for a moment, then smiled and sincerely said that he really liked the dish. It was extraordinarily tasty. The girl's eyes lit up with joy, and she clapped her hands excitedly. Eagerly, she asked the boy if it was really true. The boy nodded confidently in response, confirming her suspicions. He shared with her that every time he tasted a new piece, the dish seemed sweeter and more interesting in flavor. The boy sincerely thanked the girl, as thanks to her efforts he could now eat twice as much. The girl heard this and sighed with relief. The dragoness Colette was pleased, and the master thanked her for finding so many crystals. In response, Colette simply smiled and said that it was a usual matter for her. The boy watched attentively, not taking his eyes off what had caught his attention. Only now did Cyril realize that he had become stronger and more resilient than before. Colette immediately asked how much he had changed. Gathering strength in his fist, the main character confidently declared that a person was fully capable of handling this. Of course, this was only a pleasant bonus for him. Now the boy would have to transform often and expend his strength, and he really liked this idea. The dragon pondered, because from now on he would have to work even harder to make the boy dragon's appearance even more perfect. The boy realized that this task would be far from easy. The dragon could not understand why this boy so strongly wanted to talk about his feelings. The boy said that after the trial of immortality, Louisa and the others gave him parts of their horns, but he still could not accept them. Colette immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that an invisible mystery was hiding in the darkness of the night. He shared his theory about the horns and claws. The claw of the ancient dragon was taken from his dead body, and the phoenix's horn from the immortal body of the cries. Because of this, he assumes that such power may be connected with the soul and life energy of the dragons themselves. The dragoness became sad because she could no longer be useful to her master. Meanwhile, the princess fell into thought and, wishing to ask a question, raised her hand. Shame was not understood by Colette, but he also wondered whether the remains of the dragons were really important to that boy. It was only a guess, but she was eager to verify everything through her own experience. In the girl's mind, an interesting plan was already taking shape. She suggested sharing the dragon's remains with the boy, and he was pleasantly surprised by this. The girl shared that she had many more similar artifacts. Finally, the boy understood. Before him stood a true princess. The girl smiled mysteriously and shared that all these things were kept in the royal treasury. The girl rummaged through her pockets, took out a pendant, and handed it to the boy. He asked if it was a precious stone, but the girl replied that it was actually a scale of Midzuchi. The knight had never encountered such a creature before, as it is very rare. These creatures are also called phantom dragons. The girl shared an interesting fact with the boy. If their scales are properly processed, they can be used to create a protective barrier. Such barriers are often used to protect the carriages and wagons of noble people. After these words, the boy had a new idea. Cyril recalled his first meeting with the princess. All her knights died, the carriage was smashed, but the princess herself remained unharmed, without a single scratch. Looking at the pendant, the girl said that since that moment she always carries it with her, because it has become a true talisman for her. She handed the pendant to the boy and asked him to try to use it. The boy was surprised because he did not expect such a request. The knight stubbornly resisted, as if waving its arms, unwilling to give up. But in reality, it was just trying to protect Yan, although it calmly assured him that everything was fine. Smiling, the girl sincerely said that when Cherkero is near, she feels completely protected. The boy was a little confused and blushed. He took the gift that the girl handed him. Clenching the amulet in his hand, he confidently promised himself, no matter what happens, he will definitely protect this girl. The scales crumbled in the boy's hands, and at that very moment, he was illuminated by an unusual glow. The dragon asked the boy how he was doing, but the boy did not understand anything from his words. The girl inquired if I was okay. The squad no longer smelled the aroma of roasted meat. Indeed, the smell vanished instantly. At that very moment, the man turned to the dragon. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to crack, and the whole group felt intense anxiety. Sir will regain his human form again. He said tiredly that he was fine, although he himself understood, in reality, he was getting worse and worse. This time Colette asked the question herself, and the boy agreed without hesitation. Thanks to this ability, a strong protective barrier formed around them. The girl rejoiced and clapped her hands cheerfully. She already suspected that a trial awaited us ahead, and that was why the smell of roasted meat suddenly disappeared. It turned out that even in human form, dragon abilities can manifest a little. The boy, with a smile on his face, confidently said that he could protect each of them. The dragon asked if everything was okay, and if it was allowed to act exactly like that. The boy said with enthusiasm that everything looks perfect and asked how she managed it. The dragon said that at first she ate a lot of earth and then tightly compressed it in her stomach. The boy said that it reminded him of how he worked with clay. He never even thought she could do that. For the hero, it was a real discovery. Another creature approached him and asked what he planned to do next. Thanks to Konzil, we had the opportunity to eat our fill of tasty and nutritious food. The main hero said he wanted to try conducting a small experiment and politely asked everyone to step aside a little. Leia asked what he was doing now. He said it could be dangerous and asked her to step back and wait in a safe place. The hero returned to Colette and asked what happened. She calmly replied that everything was fine and nothing happened. The dragon laughed and said that sometimes allowing yourself a little selfishness is normal. After that, he wondered if he should ask their friend to pet her. The main hero asked them to stop, but they just waved it off and said not to pay attention to it. The boy said that now everything depends only on Chris. He used his talent for transformation. The hero said that everything happened in the best possible way. He noted that this barrier can withstand even Chris's flame, so he is confident in its strength. The girl, however, admitted that today he made her scared again. The boy sincerely thanked Chris. He was informed that he is the strongest among all people. He thanked Colette for the help. She asked if it wouldn't be better to test the barrier on living creatures rather than on dolls. The hero replied that he cannot expose them to danger just for a simple test, and the girl smiled in response and asked with interest why he is not so worried about himself when it comes to his own safety. He explained that his transformation lasts no more than 3 seconds, even if he uses all his strength. This is not enough for a real fight, as he needs at least 30 seconds to fully utilize this ability. Chris noticed that to achieve the goal, one needs to have more energy. There are many different ways to help do this. The boy unexpectedly felt pleasant surprise. He was asked if he wished to listen. The first option was to eat the dragon. The main hero was embarrassed, as he was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. He was explained, by eating the dragon, he would not only get its body but also take its soul. This is what made the method so powerful. The boy confessed that he feels true rage inside himself. The dragon laughed and admitted that he was just joking. He explained that he was joking, but it was actually noticeable how much the dragons bothered him. The hero noticed that anyone would be upset in such a situation. Chris replied that it was not about that at all. The main hero was overwhelmed with such rage that he did not even realize the true meaning of his words. The dragon said that this is just one of many paths. The boy finally understood that new paths were opening before him. Colette asked Chris not to watch him so closely. Chris assured in response that he did not mean anything bad. The boy asked what the true path really is. He was told that they planned to involve the King of Dragons to help solve his problem. The hero wondered what Chris really meant. He was troubled by the question of how this could have happened at all. They replied that they have no information about this and are hearing about it for the first time. Khaled turned to Chris and asked what it meant. The dragon said that explaining in words would take too much time, so it was better to show everything in practice. The hero asked if they could manage on their own. Chris smiled and confidently said that, of course, they would succeed. The dragon suggested making the exchange right there. The man smiled in response and noted that if everything was resolved so easily, it was extremely convenient. Chris looked away and pondered. The main question was who would dare to take such a step. The dragon said that Coletta did not count. She instantly turned to him and angrily asked if she meant nothing to him at all. Chris just laughed and said that she was hardly useful here. The dragon asked why everything turned out that way. Chris unexpectedly asked who among them ate the least. His question surprised everyone. Coletta wondered if it was necessary to eat very little. She was told that it was simply impossible for them. The young man believed that among all the average dragons, the Surushi liked to eat the most, so he decided that it was probably Leah. She approached him and asked if he really called her. He said that she was still too young, so it was better to wait with that. The boy decided that he probably needed to eat something to create the sphere. The dragon nodded, confirming that he was right. The hero noted that right now, Louisa would handle it best. She explained that, unlike others, she is a herbivorous dragon. Emma sighed and said that in this situation, she was unable to help. The boy explained that she eats a lot simply because she needs more energy, and there is nothing wrong with that. The hero turned to Louisa and asked if she would support him. The girl confidently said that he could count on her. Chris advised her to eat as much as she wanted and stop as soon as she felt full. The girl turned to the boy and said, if Louisa needs so much food, you could give her arkanziel, but the boy immediately objected. He said that the spices people use are not suitable for dragons. He was advised that if he swallowed it without chewing, nothing bad would happen. Emma admitted that she hardly uses seasonings because they immediately cause a tingling sensation in her mouth. The boy responded that all this made no sense. The hero explained that he saw no need to give them seasonings, since human and dragon food are completely different. The girl nodded in agreement and promised to remember this. The boy noticed that dragons prefer raw meat more than fried. Emma supported him, noting that for her there is nothing tastier than fresh raw meat. Dragons differ from humans. Louisa ate to her fill, and with a smile declared that she could not eat another bite. The hero sincerely thanked her for the well-done task. Chris promised that he would now show her how to create a sphere. A small light ball rolled up to her and politely asked her to accept it. He inquired if everything was clear to her. She confidently said with a slight smile that she understood everything. Louisa decided to try to create a sphere, and the main hero encouraged her and supported her with his words. She was able to create a perfect sphere, and Chris praised her, saying that it was truly excellent work. The girl noted that it rather resembled a transparent pearl. The boy nodded in agreement and asked what he should do next. Chris explained that he needed to eat it. He suggested trying to just chew it first, but decided that it would be easier to swallow it all at once the first time. This surprised him greatly. Inside, it was as if something had turned over. The girl noticed this and asked what had happened. The hero shared that something extraordinary was happening in his stomach. Chris laughed and jokingly said that if he tried to bite this bullet, it would only get bigger in his mouth. The boy agreed that it didn't sound very pleasant, but he would probably have to get used to that feeling. He inquired whether this was indeed the concentration of energy. The dragon only silently nodded in response, confirming his words. Dragon sphere is a strong ball formed from compressed dragon energy. Chris noted that this method provides a lot of energy and works very efficiently. The hero replied that for a person, this is truly a great help. The boy suggested to others to eat for him, and when he has no strength left, he will be able to absorb spheres. The dragon said that this is really possible. The dragon said that the more you eat, the stronger the effect will be. The boy could not contain his amazement and exclaimed that this was truly something incredible. Louis explained that she could create only one sphere at a time. She lacked strength, and the hero's power had hardly increased. He said that it does not matter at all. Even the A1 sphere can help significantly. Chris just laughed and added that it is a trifle for him. The dragon explained that other dragons feel an attraction to him, so the sphere will grow larger each time. The guy admitted that he actually embellished the situation a bit. The hero decided to check how much energy he managed to gather. For this, he activated his ability to transform. With the help of this sphere, he could transform for only 5 seconds. He admitted that it was not much, but still it was a noticeable step forward compared to his previous abilities. He also noted that now he had more opportunities, and expressed gratitude to Chris for that. The dragon said with admiration that he wanted to see something special, and gently ran his paw over his head. To the southwest of Borsal stretches the Marzin Valley. The main hero changed his form and rushed swiftly towards the wolves. Today's goal is to deal with the Tombin wolf pack. It is necessary to destroy 100 of these dangerous predators. He realized that he had almost no strength left. 10 seconds had passed, and his transformation had reached its limit. The boy turned to Louisa, and she again summoned a glowing orb for him. The hero absorbed her power and underwent changes again. After that, he thanked Louisa. This pack seems even more dangerous than experienced bandits. It was about this task that he heard from Zana. His strength was again approaching the limit. The wolves formed a circle around them, and then he suddenly realized they were trapped. They rushed at him, and he instantly realized opponents standing before him were distinguished by rare cleverness. The hero was very tired. They asked him if everything was all right. He said he was fine because friends who cared about him were nearby. He changed his form again and said that everything was finished. In the government office of Borsal, one of the men approached Colette and addressed her. The girl raised her hand, indicating that it was enough already. She said that there were no wolves left. The girl praised the boy and noted that he had really done well. The young man addressed Colette and said that they could stop there. Then she asked what should be done with what was still left. He said that she could eat them, but asked if her stomach was not too weak for such food. She said that it was indeed possible. It was then that the girl stopped them. She said that the evidence should be left as it is. The girl said that these orders were given by the princess herself. The boy could not even imagine that she could address him with such a request, so he was very surprised. It was the princess herself who personally entrusted him with this important task. He thought it would be easier if she just talked to him personally, but she decided otherwise. Instead, she addressed the government with an official request. Apparently, she had her reasons for this. The girl asked the boy to take all the heads to the warehouse. He agreed, and together they quickly completed this task. When everything was done, the boy asked what they needed to do next. She promised that an investigation would begin in their country. The man asked her to share details about it. The girl asked if they had heard that the Draconic Knights are awarded titles. The main heroine admitted that she did not know about this. Then the interlocutor clarified. So it turns out, a title can be given not only to the entire guild, but also to each individual person. The boy explained that he acts for honor, although he doesn't really like this activity. The girl replied that this often happens in life. However, certain difficulties arise with the assignment of this title to him. If during the investigation it turns out that he diligently completed the task today, he will be awarded the rank of 1-star Dragon Knight. The boy asked again, because he could not believe that he was really going to be given such an honorary title. The girl smiled and said that they managed to defeat the entire pack of Tobin's wolves. She emphasized that it was a true victory since they did it without any help. The boy said he understood everything. Even he, who had nothing to do with it, had already heard about such people. Dragonite of the Star is a special title awarded by the state to Dragonites for their outstanding achievements. The boy noticed that not only the Dragon Knights know about the stars. He became curious whether these people are chosen according to some special rules. The girl explained to the boy that 1 star is given for special achievements in a particular field. 2 stars are awarded to those who have distinguished themselves in several areas at once or have received a promotion in rank. And 3 stars are already a reward for a true feat that no one has ever managed to accomplish before, something unique that had never happened in history. The boy admitted that he still did not quite understand what it was about. Then the girl added that throughout the history of the kingdom, there have been only a few knights with 3 stars. They can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The girl noticed that ordinary people have an easier life. The boy agreed and added that everyone understands receiving such a title is a great honor. She reported that the investigation results would appear in a few days, so he would have to wait a little. The hero nodded in response, showing that he understood. The boy immediately guessed what the princess really wanted. In his heart, he quietly thanked her. Only 3 days passed, and it seemed that everything would soon be fixed, but the very next day he went to the government building. The man politely bowed his head and asked them to stay in this place and wait a little. The boy began to wonder if this room was the one where he always waits. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, and he immediately responded. The girl apologized for being a little late and carefully poured the tea. Placing the cup in front of the hero, she smiled reservedly. He thanked her, barely smiling in response. He immediately noticed that the tea had a special, as if very expensive taste. However, he could not understand why the interlocutor spoke to him so formally. There was a knock at the door again, and he opened it. A girl entered the room, apologized for being late. He recognized her immediately. The main character pondered how to figure all this out. Rosa explained that this address is designated specifically for dragon knights with the rank of 1 star. The boy confidently said that everything became clear to him. He asked if the difference between them was really that big. The girl confidently confirmed that yes, it mattered. The main character admitted that the stars looked even more amazing than he had imagined. The girl asked why he decided to come here today. The boy recalled everything that had happened and sincerely apologized, since because of him they had to organize such a solemn meeting. He said that he appeared here, as always, only to find a side job and nothing else interested him. The girl immediately realized the situation. She calmly explained that they currently had no requests. The young man was noticeably surprised by this answer. He asked if there were any other requests after the story with the Countess. He was told that they had rejected almost all similar appeals. This caused him to ask the next question, why they decided so. The girl explained that it all happened because he became a dragon knight with 1 star. The boy looked at her in surprise, but she remained calm and explained that it was important for them to choose exactly those clients who suited him. The girl asked if it was possible to send him on a mission to catch the one who supplies products to the imperial family. For such a task, they promised a whole loaf of bread as a reward. He asked her not to say that they did not even deserve 1 star. The boy wondered if now he would be entrusted only with more important tasks. The girl smiled and said that this was indeed the case. She also praised him for understanding the situation. The dragons were impressed that he still had not been entrusted with any task. The main character admitted that there is even something good in this. Now his job has gained great value, and he feels that he has already achieved one of the goals he dreamed of after being expelled from the guild. We said it directly, and at that moment everything became clear. He was advised to take a closer look at the people living in this city. Everyone simultaneously turned around and looked at him. The girls approached him and greeted him. He replied that he was completely sterile. Hearing this, the girls were delighted. The girls admitted that they were his biggest fans and enthusiastically asked to shake his hand. The boy gladly accepted their offer and sincerely thanked them. The girl said that she dreams of becoming a dragon knight someday. One of the boys confessed that he dreams of someday becoming a dragon knight, a true hero whom everyone respects. The main character heard these words and felt warmth in his heart. The title Dragon Knight of a Star level is a true pride for adults and a cherished dream for every child. They asked the boy how they could become like him, and the boy said he needed some time to think it all over. He carefully placed his hands on their heads and gently stroked them with his palms. The hero reminded them that the greatest treasure is dragons, and they should be treated with respect. They were a little embarrassed, but still repeated this important truth. The boys shared that for them, dragons had become true, irreplaceable friends. He assured that if they are well cared for, they will definitely grow up to be outstanding dragon knights. The man beside him seemed to come alive at these words, his eyes filled with light and hope. They promised the boy that they would be grateful to the dragons. He sincerely admitted that recently nothing better had happened to him. It is difficult for adults to reconsider their beliefs, but children can change their minds much more easily. If even more children look at him with admiration, the first idea of the dragon will spread even further. He said that it would remain in him forever and never change. The representative of the trading company Jig, as always, announced his intention to obtain the dragon's tears. He noted that the product was indeed very high quality. Then the man asked if it was possible to get more of such products, and repeated his question once again. The hero noticed that in such a situation the quality might deteriorate. He was explained that they solve such problems themselves. They organized a base to stockpile the necessary raw materials for creating items of various levels. But since he had too few dragons, starting mass production turned out to be impossible. The man proudly said that his invention was a true work of art. Thanks to it, controlling dreams became very easy. He told that the widow of a nobleman was delighted. She managed to see the face of her deceased husband so clearly, as if he was standing next to her. The boy asked if they sold goods to aristocrats. He was told that their product was so high quality that even nobles buy it. The man said that he did not want his goods to become worse, although he admitted there is a high demand for them now. The merchant addressed him with another request, which had nothing to do with dragon tears. The hero became interested and asked what the task was about. The man asked if he knew anything about the Dragon Lord. The interlocutor nodded and said that he had come across that name before. Dragons are capable of laying eggs even without mating. However, from such eggs hatch babies who will not be able to have their own children in the future. Usually, these are girls. Then the boy finally realized why girls predominate among dragons. He was explained that this is the main reason. Dragons find their mate only at the end of their life. From this union, females are born who can continue the ancient line of dragons. They are also called dragon lords. The main hero noticed that humans and dragons still differ greatly from each other in their biology. The man explained that this is a common phenomenon and emphasized that such dragons are extremely valuable and cost a lot of money. Yes, it happened to him. The boy lowered his head and froze for a second, as if a sudden unexpected thought flashed through his mind. The hero could not remember anything from his past. Therefore, he asked the man to continue his story. Long ago, a mysterious old dragon left an egg as an inheritance, from which a new ruler of all dragons was supposed to emerge. The main hero received a new task. He must guard this egg until it hatches. This is the essence of his mission. Even the egg containing the Dragon Lord himself is extremely expensive. The man explained that he could entrust this matter only to a person he fully trusts and who already has the necessary experience. Moreover, the boy had every reason to use the same abilities that helped him defeat Tabini the wolf cub. Yes, when they were asked about it, they confidently confirmed, as the news of his promotion had already reached even the most remote corners. The man emphasized that payment would be required for the job. The price was 3 million lair. But even hearing such a large sum, the boy still agreed to carry out the task. Khalid admitted that it was something incredible. The dragon noted that 3 million lyre is indeed a large amount. The hero replied that such work deserves a great reward. Although the payment is significant, the most important thing for them is to gain a good reputation. She paused for a moment. The boy asked what happened. The girl said that she was hearing about this chief dragon for the first time. The egg he left after his death reminded of the story that happened with Leia. Finally, the boy recalled what he had long been unable to remember. The empty egg rested beside the smoldering bones of the fallen dragon. Leia was a dragon who appeared in the world long ago. Among them was the chief dragon himself. The boy loudly declared that Leia is the true mistress of dragons. Colette replied that she did not know for sure, but everything seemed very logical. The hero agreed with her. He thought there was no evidence, but it could still turn out to be true. Compared to humans, dragons were much purer beings. This is evident from their subsequent behavior. Perhaps, after the mother laid the egg, she moved on to find a quiet place to rest. The boy confidently said that the dragon mistress Leia is truly incredible and cool. The girl silently immersed herself in her thoughts. The boy noticed her silence and asked what had happened. She paused for a moment, pondering his question. The girl said that a true master of dragons is very rarely found nearby, and this really causes surprise. Then he asked if such a situation worries her. Khalid objected, explaining that everything was quite different, and the reason was entirely another. She paused for a moment before continuing her thought. The girl admitted that she was thinking about children. He looked at her attentively, as if trying to understand whether she was curious about how it all happens. 2 days passed. At the Pazlon base, Lear approached the main character to talk. She rejoiced when she saw him. Finally, he had returned. The girl confidently stated that he would definitely be late. The boy turned around, thanked the loader for the help, and added with admiration that she was truly amazing. The main character asked if Leia was okay. She turned to him with a proposal to play tag. He replied that he would prefer to rest a little now. The boy thought that she looked like an ordinary child, but to play with her, he had to try hard. He apologized to her and said that he was very tired while returning home. Because of this, the girl became upset. The hero was momentarily confused, but immediately recalled his clever plan that could help him get out of this situation. The boy asked her to prove how fast she was. They wanted to see how quickly she could run around the pavilion. The girl was wildly delighted and immediately rushed to run forward with all her might. The boy only smiled kindly at her excitement, saying that this was exactly what he expected. Kelech could not believe his eyes. Even in his powerful dragon form, he barely managed to catch up with the girl. Then she asked in surprise if he himself had not become stronger. He said that if he starts chasing her now, he will need 10 seconds. The dragon replied that then he would have no strength left. The boy sighed and said that this was exactly their whole trouble. He said that this was the whole point. Kalek noted that if she were nearby, he would already have at least 5 dragon balls. The boy laughed, supported her opinion, and sincerely thanked her. In front of him stood a princess, and nearby waited an unfamiliar carriage, which he saw for the first time in his life. The girl turned to him and said she apologized for her unexpected appearance. The boy simply smiled in response and assured her there was nothing to worry about. He asked what had happened and who the person before him was. The girl explained that this was a merchant who had made a deal with the royal family. The merchant insisted strongly on meeting him, and she could not refuse. The boy thought that trading was not such a bad job. The girl asked if he really liked it because she could just drive him away. Then the hero asked again what exactly she wanted to talk about. The girl noticed that the question he raised was very serious. However, the man did not back down and emphasized they must discuss all the details only face to face. The boy realized everything. The princess also agreed that the situation really seemed suspicious. She immediately promised to come to their meeting. The main character said that he would talk to him himself then. The man said that it was a great joy and honor for him to meet him. He introduced himself. His name was Pierre Gaunod. The hero introduced himself, saying his name. The old man began sharing various gossip with him, but the boy stopped him and suggested getting to the point. He directly asked what business the old man had with him. He addressed Her Highness with a request to help them organize a meeting. The hero asked if it really mattered that much. The man apologized and promised not to delay any longer, but to immediately get to the main point. Then he admitted that he had recently seen the boy talking to a dragon. The old man asked if he would be allowed to see the dragon once more. The boy asked why the man needed it. He replied that he just wanted to look. The hero agreed, feeling no threat from him. Despite the luxurious clothes, he was an ordinary old man. And if something unexpected happened, the boy could always stop the man by turning into a dragon. The hero turned to the dragon and asked if she had already appeared. The girl approached and he gestured for her to come closer. Then the young man turned to the man and asked if he knew this girl. The old man nodded and said he had seen her before. He politely asked for permission to look at her more closely. The hero still remained cautious, and so that the girl would not worry, he gently stroked her head and assured her that everything was fine. The man confidently said that there could be no mistake here. Before them stood a true master and a dragon, moreover with a unique appearance. He explained that his laughter was sincere. The man standing nearby asked in surprise what it was about. Then the stranger politely apologized to him. He shared that he had met a man named Jeeg and learned important information from him. While he was entering the shop, that man accidentally heard his thoughts. Finally, the boy realized what was happening. He had already discussed it with Colette, so he understood he was the one to blame for everything. The man said that he had come to the other for an important matter he wanted to discuss one-on-one. He asked if he would agree to sell him the girl. The old man offered him 1,000,000 lira right now, but the main hero confidently refused this offer. The man began listing different offers. At first, he promised 2,000,000 lira, but in a moment he changed his mind and offered 5,000,000. The main hero firmly refused and said directly that this thing was not for sale. He asked if the old man understood who he really was, and the old man calmly replied that now he had become the strongest. The boy asked what their guild was called. The man they addressed looked away, as if hesitating to answer. The hero said that their guild was called Dragons. After that, he asked in surprise why the other thought he would agree to sell him a dragon for money. The grandfather sincerely apologized to him. He admitted that he made a mistake when he proposed such a deal. The boy said he was glad the grandfather admitted his mistake. The old man sincerely apologized for taking up his time and apologized again for the situation. The main hero thought that if something happened to Leia, everyone would immediately suspect him. The boy said that maybe he would try to take her by force. The man replied that he would never do such a thing. The hero explained that he found out about it because he was the one who provided the royal family with everything they needed. He explained that this was just a preliminary measure. If the need arose, he promised to carefully consider all possible options and would be one of the first to start the investigation. The boy hoped he would be heard, and the man nodded in response, agreeing with him. Leia said that he was quite a strange person. The princess sincerely admitted that she really felt sorry about it. She confessed that if she had known what he was going to talk about, she would never have agreed to the conversation. The boy simply assured her that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. In their world, such a deal was a common matter and did not surprise anyone. The princess sincerely apologized. The girl asked with curiosity why the main character decided to threaten him. She was almost sure she knew why he kept the weapon ready. However, this time he disappointed her, although usually she could rely on him. Meanwhile, the boy asked if that person really had such significant power. The boy shared that he finally understood what the girl is really like. He decided to become a wall and support for her, one that will always protect her. The main character firmly assured that he does not even entertain the thought of wanting to harm Leia. If he suddenly learns that someone plans to kidnap the girl or has evil intentions, he will immediately intervene and not allow them to approach Leia. The princess gladly noted that this boy was truly extraordinary. Leia admitted that she did not quite understand what it was about, but with a smile added, "Her dad is simply wonderful." The boy thanked both. He returned to the girl and told her not to worry because he promises to protect her under any circumstances. The hero turned to Chris and asked him to stay close to Leia and watch over her, while he himself decided to guard the egg. He admitted that he would feel calmer if the dragon did it, as he was their greatest advantage. The dragon nodded, laughing. He assured that everything was already completed. The boy thanked him. Chris wondered, why is he asking this? After all, he was the one who scared that merchant. Perhaps if he wanted, he could have prevented the kidnapping. But the boy and the wisest person in this world often act not as everyone expects. Chris laughed, but Colette immediately asked him to be quieter. The dragon noticed that not everyone was like Chris, and many here needed to sleep. The boy asked why Chris was laughing. He replied that he felt real relief. He was glad that his companion had made a wise decision. The hero realized that Chris was testing him again. The dragon noted that most people were not that wise. The merchant could help them, but he was not omnipotent. Chris carefully placed his paw on the hero's head. He assured her that as long as he was nearby, the child would not be in danger, so she could calmly go and complete her mission. The heroine thanked him for the support. The next day he set off with Colette to Saint Simon to complete his mission. She informed him that they were setting off on a journey together again. The young man responded that few could handle such a task. The girl asked why he had taken her. The hero explained that he had two reasons for this. He had already voiced the first. He would acquire many dragon spheres. After that, Colette asked what the second reason was. The young man said that if something bad happened, she could always swallow this egg. He warned that in case of anything, she might be in danger, but she replied calmly and confidently, asking him not to worry and to believe in her. She would manage. The main hero said that he believed her in this matter and sincerely thanked her for the support. Guarding the Dragon Master's egg. When he was entrusted with this task, he did not fully understand how important it was. However, after yesterday's adventure with the merchant, he finally understood the value of the Dragon Masters. He will believe that he can win relying only on his own strength. On the way to Saint Simon, they made a stop in a small postal town. The girl looked around with curiosity, carefully noticing every detail. She admitted that she had previously imagined this road to be much wider. The boy agreed and explained. Most of the city buildings and stables here are made specifically for dragons, so everything around is designed taking their sizes into account. It seemed that there were other dragons nearby as well. The main character noted that they needed to find a hotel and mentioned that they could choose any. At that moment, he looked with interest at one of the dragons. The boy asked the dragon to stay outside, while he himself went inside. On the first floor there was a bar. The hero approached a man and said that he would like to rent a room for one night. He was asked how many people would be with him. He replied that it was just himself and his little Sarashu. He was told that a room on the second floor costs 50 lira. If you go higher to the top floor, the price rises to 100 lira, and for a room with a window, you have to pay 200 lira. He asked how much he needed to pay for the dragon. The man explained that this was already included in the room price. Then he advised simply to put the dragon on an empty spot on the writing desk. The man believed that dragons do not change, no matter how much you talk to them. Then he confidently said that he wanted a room with a window. The owner asked his name and which guild he was from. The boy introduced himself as Kirill Laraz and added that he primarily represented the Dragon Guild. The people in the bar laughed, looking at him. He asked confusedly what had happened. They said that now he had become famous throughout the city, but the boy himself was not bothered by this at all. The main character realized that talking to drunks was pointless. One man began to boast that he had become rich because of a woman, and this greatly angered the boy. He was even asked, "Are you angry?" Everyone around began to whisper, as if he had now become the princess's favorite. The man noticed that the girl was too trusting, and with a smile said, "Probably some guy completely messed with her head." The main character got angry and couldn't hold back. He approached the hooligans and spoke to them. He said that the girl was not at all as frivolous as they thought, and demanded that they apologize to her. Then the guys asked what he would do to them if they refused. In response, the guy activated his ability to transform. The man asked what he did with those people, but the hero just shrugged and said that nothing special happened. The employee handed the guy the keys to the room. He was surprised that they let him go so quickly. He was explained that fights in the bar happen often here, so no one pays attention to such trifles. He said that their opponent was so strong that they barely survived. They were very lucky to stay alive. The man noticed that he also liked those guys who can protect the girl and defend her honor. The hero laughed and sincerely thanked him. He stretched out on the bed and admitted that he was bored. If the guy goes to the bar now, most likely he will end up in a fight again. He stayed in the hotel to not waste extra energy, but he had already been sitting idle for almost a second. This has happened to him for the 4th time already. The hero was just about to go to sleep when suddenly he heard a knock on the door. At first he thought that some familiar guys from the bar had come to see him, so he asked who exactly had come. However, at the threshold stood an unfamiliar girl who timidly asked for permission to enter. The boy felt that she emitted a smell like that of a dragon. So for what purpose had she come to him? The girl invited him to share a glass of drink with her. The hero looked at her in surprise, but still invited her to come in. She sincerely thanked him. While she was entering, he carefully examined her weapon to make sure she had no treacherous intentions. The boy asked her name. She replied that it was impolite not to introduce oneself immediately. Suddenly, a girl appeared at the door whom he had not seen before. She politely asked to be let into the house. The girl introduced herself as Lisa and handed him a glass. The girl suggested celebrating their acquaintance with a glass of drink. They smiled at each other and lightly clinked their glasses together. She took a sip of the drink and laughed cheerfully. Then the girl asked if he would like to try as well. The boy said that he did not like to drink if he did not understand what was happening around him. She inquired about his name. Lisa shared that she had recently been to a bar where everyone was talking about the hero's amazing power. He then asked if she herself had witnessed all of this. The girl sincerely admitted that she dreamed of one day being in the strong embrace of a powerful man. She asked if that seemed strange in his eyes. He was surprised by her frankness. The girl knight and her dragon had always been nearby. Perhaps that was why she sought to find a truly strong man. But the hero understood. The girl was searching for more than that. In her eyes flickered some secret hope. She asked what had happened. The boy said that some noise could be heard outside. Lisa also heard it. They together approached the window and looked out onto the street. Right in the middle of the road, a carriage stopped, and next to it stood an important gentleman. The boy inquired what such a respectable gentleman could have left in this hotel. The girl recognized the man. The hero asked her if they had met before. He heard footsteps. The stranger looked him straight in the eyes. The boy understood that the guest was interested in him specifically. Apologies for disturbing at such a late hour came from behind the door. The stranger said that first he wanted to find the room belonging to Mr. Larasso from the Dragons. He allowed them to enter. As a sign of gratitude, they sincerely thanked him. A young boy entered the room. He once again sincerely apologized for coming without warning. Smiling, the young man greeted and introduced himself. His name is Charles Saber. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, and the hero smiled and jokingly asked if everyone really talks so much about him. Lisa shared that he is a descendant of the famous Saint Simon family. Saint Simon is the main city of the dragons, and that is exactly where he is heading now. The stranger turned out to be the very client for whom he is currently carrying out the task. As expected, one of the aristocrats asked for protection from the Dragon Lord. The hero inquired why he really came, not believing it was just about an acquaintance. Charles replied he came to take him with him. He admitted that due to his mistake, he was forced to stay in this hotel, and sincerely apologized for the inconvenience. The boy thought that he probably had nothing against staying here. He was surprised why so many people had gathered for a simple escort. The hero was surprised to see such an important person before him and asked why such a respected figure had come to meet him personally. He was told that once he himself agreed to share his power with others, so refusing now would mean offending them. The man said that no matter what, he remains just a knight with one star. Charles shared that sometimes there were nights when there were 3 stars in the sky, but it always started with just one. The boy nodded, agreeing that Charles had expressed himself well. He realized that no matter how he responded, Charles would always have something to say in reply. Charles was not a person who valued only titles. The aristocrat said that he had already prepared a house for him and invited him to look at the new residence together. However, the hero politely declined, noting that it was not necessary but sincerely thanked him for the care. He remembered the girl who was beside him. She smiled gently, laughed, and assured him that everything was fine and she was already about to leave. Lisa admitted that he turned out to be much more interesting than she had imagined at the beginning. The young man pondered. Everything with Lisa turned out quite differently than he had wanted. Charles apologized for interfering. The hero only said that everything was fine. He was offered to leave right now, but he refused, explaining that the dragon he came with is sleeping now. Then he asked if he could set off tomorrow morning, and in response, he was reassured that there was no reason to worry. The hero explained that Charles also took care to ensure his companion received new legs. He was advised to look through the window, and he saw a harnessed cart on the street. The young man specially prepared all this for the dragon La Rosa. Charles explained that he perfectly understood how dear dragons were to him, and therefore they sought to honor them properly. After these words, the main character felt slight relief. For him, dragons are the most important thing. He not only repeats these words, but also confirms them with his actions, which speak much more than any promises. It is clear that he has thought everything through in advance and prepared properly. The hero assured that he immediately begins to pack his things. He sincerely apologized to the hotel owner and thanked him for the warm welcome and comfortable room, but explained that he had to leave earlier. The owner reassured him in response and told him not to worry about anything. Charles apologized for the inconvenience caused, but the owner just waved his hand and said there was no need to worry about it. The boy returned to his dragoness and saw that she was no longer sleeping. Kellett complained that it was too noisy around and asked what had happened. The hero replied that they needed to leave earlier than planned and inquired how she felt about it. The dragoness agreed, though she admitted it was a surprise to her. The boy pointed to the cart and said that it was prepared specifically for Coletta. The girl was pleasantly surprised by such an unexpected gift. The girl immediately understood that something was wrong here and suspected that these people had bad intentions. The main character assured everyone that everything would turn out well, although deep in his heart he himself doubted it. He said that if something happens, the dragon must be protected, and then everything will be fine. The cart, unlike the luxurious carriage, looked very simple and had no decorations at all. The boy thought that it was probably made in a hurry. At that moment, Charles addressed the hero and offered him a place in the carriage, warning that this was his only chance. The subordinates were surprised when they saw that Saber allowed him to go first. The boy was sure that Charles was a famous person. When he was informed about their arrival, he was truly surprised. He was sincerely surprised when he saw such a luxurious building right here, in a simple town near the post office. Charles assured that the entire hotel was booked only for him, so no unexpected guests threatened them. The hero raised his head and listened carefully to Charles, trying to understand his words. He thought that this was probably a hotel for the wealthy. Surely, renting such a large premises must be incredibly expensive. The boy decided that if this hotel was intended for aristocrats, then there was hardly a stable here, so he asked Charles if the dragon could stay with him in the room. Charles replied that it was quite possible. Saber was entrusted with studying the annex, which was arranged to be suitable for the dragon's life. The boy did not even think that Charles had changed everything beyond recognition, but in response, Charles just smiled. Colette said that this place seemed unusual to her. The main hero assured her that one could rest here peacefully. She smiled and replied that it was good, but she would hardly be able to fall asleep now. Charles addressed the hero and invited him to follow him. As soon as he entered the building, a whole line of maids was already waiting for him, each politely and attentively greeting him one after another. To him, it all looked like a masquerade. When he passed by, people bowed to him, not Charles. It was obvious that these people knew their job well. Charles himself came to the meeting, and the hero felt needed for the first time. Charles assured that he understood everything. After that, he was asked again if that was really so. He said that when you pay such a solid sum in advance, you want to give your all. The hero thought it was a sensible idea and was sure Charles was not acting this way for the first time. The next day they set off, moving toward the place they had chosen as their goal. The main hero confidently approached the boy. He asked if he often requested something so significant. Charles looked around and asked if he had ever seen a dragon egg in the wild even once. The hero shook his head, denying it. He explained that a dragon egg does not have a precise time when a baby will hatch from it. Then Larose asked if it was the same with other eggs. The boy replied that with dragons, everything is different from other creatures. Although all these babies belonged to the same species, some appeared in the world in just a few minutes, while others needed a whole year to hatch. The main hero thought about Lee. Maybe she was also one of those who grow not so fast. If the claw found near the nest was the only thing reminding of her mother, then probably a lot of time had passed since then. If this is really an ancient dragon, then most likely she cared a lot about her egg and did not leave it until the very end. This option seems the most probable. Charles noticed that so far there are no signs that the dragon is about to hatch. Their duty was to protect the egg for as long as necessary. Even when floods rage around, fires break out, earthquakes happen, or former friends become enemies, the egg must remain intact until a dragon emerges from it. The hero admitted that this is really a very difficult trial. Then Charles explained that this is exactly why he wanted to provide the best protection for the egg. Now he hopes that the main hero will be able to help him. In response, the boy assured that he would do his best. Before him opened the city of dragons, the capital called Saint Simon. Since dragons became ordinary neighbors of humans, people began building increasingly larger cities, but Saint Simon was truly an unusual place. The boy said that this city is hard to miss, it is simply huge. Charles noticed that the most outstanding people in the world had gathered in this city. The hero asked why so many dragon lords were located in Saint Simon. Charles remarked that the boy understood almost 70% of everything that was said. This city looked rich and flourishing. Neat roads led through the quarters, and around rose beautiful, tall buildings. However, due to its incredible size, it seemed almost deserted. It was this emptiness that gave the city a strange and somewhat eerie atmosphere. The boy said that they had already arrived where they needed to be. The knights politely apologized for the trouble and let Charles pass further. He thought that such politeness seemed a bit exaggerated. Saber invited the boy, and he sincerely thanked her for the invitation. Colette turned to the hero. She asked if she could also go downstairs, and the boy kindly said that it was quite possible. The dragoness admitted that she felt very tired. She said that returning home in such a state was not worth it, and it was better just to take a little walk on foot. The hero apologized to her and promised to talk about it later. Charles asked to be shown the place where the eggs are kept. The boy agreed and said he would take him there. Colette realized that it was not worth staying here. The main character also felt that something evil and threatening hovered in this place, as if the space was filled with deadly danger. This time the hero faces a special trial. He must protect the egg of the Dragon Lord. The boy asked about the same egg that needed to be carefully guarded and tenderly cared for. Charles said that this was exactly what they were looking for. The hero asked if he could examine the find more closely. Charles allowed him to do so. The closer he got, the more tense the guards became. Although Charles gave permission, it is still better to remain cautious. He said that the egg looked completely ordinary. Colette admitted that she did not feel comfortable here and asked for permission to stay outside. The hero agreed, allowing her to go out, and Colette asked to be called if anything happened. The boy suddenly felt pity for the dragon, but the guards, already hardened in battle, radiated a strong desire to kill it. The pressure became unbearable, as if he had been plunged into boiling water. But despite this, the boy understood. Today he had to finish this task. He could not allow himself to stop when so little remained. The dragon turned to the man and spoke to him. The egg asked him if he really understood the meaning of his words. The main character inquired whether they were addressing him specifically, to the child who was now hidden inside the egg. The egg insisted that everyone be taken outside immediately. It did not want to hatch in such tension and desired a calm atmosphere around itself. The boy asked in surprise if the egg was about to crack any moment and something would emerge from it. The egg replied that it had not been able to do so for a long time, but nothing unpleasant was felt from the outside. Charles asked what had happened. The man addressed the guards to leave the room for a short time. He asked why this was necessary, to which the hero explained, as soon as everyone leaves, he will finally be able to come into the world. Charles asked why all this was happening and on what grounds exactly. In response, the boy asked why Charles had been by his side all this time, gathering evidence but never mentioned it once. The hero said that everything was happening as before. He himself did not hide his surprise about this. Charles said that he could be trusted and suggested everyone go outside. He could not believe that all this was happening in reality. The main character asked him to leave this place. It seemed that now everything would be fine. The dragon really came into the world, and Charles sincerely thanked the man for his help. He appeared completely unexpectedly, even before the guards could do anything. The main character only noted to himself in surprise that he had not expected such speed. The boy asked the dragon if she had heard anything from the outside world while she was still in the egg. The dragoness replied that it seemed so. She heard someone's voice, which is why she dared to break out of the shell. If she had suspected that danger was lurking nearby, she probably would have hidden among her own people as well, just like he did. The boy replied that perhaps there is nothing unusual in this, since everything depends on what the dragon is feeling right now. Some children are frightened by strong pressure, while others worry that they will not be able to understand the language of dragons. Because of this, getting to know them sometimes takes a long time. Charles turned to the main character and apologized for the delay. The hero asked if everything went well. He was informed that the little dragon was fine. He was completely healthy. He thanked for this news. The hero said that this was very good news. Charles asked if he would be able to talk to the dragons. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case. The little creature, which had just emerged from the egg, said that it was afraid of the guards, so it hesitated to come out for a long time. The main character admitted that he was surprised at how simply he understood everything. He had never seen such a calm reaction before. Charles said that there was nothing strange here, as the best dragons and knights have special abilities, and that is what makes them extraordinary. Charles said that now everything had become clear to him. The man confessed that something was deeply troubling him. The hero asked what exactly had happened. Charles admitted that if it were not for their presence, he would have been constantly anxious waiting for the dragon to emerge from the egg. The security would undoubtedly have been made even stricter. In such a situation, he would have completely withdrawn into himself. If everything had really happened exactly like that, he was even afraid to think about what would happen next. Fortunately, he still decided to turn to him. Charles handed him the payment for the completed task. He gave him 6 million lira without any hesitation. The man noted that the amount should be only 3 million. Charles called him a true hero, as thanks to him the problem was solved, and sincerely thanked him. The hero accepted the words of gratitude and also thanked in response. Charles said that if they need help again, he asks not to refuse his support. The boy agreed to this. The best thing that happened to him in this story is his meeting with Charles. Saber bowed respectfully and thanked the main hero from the bottom of his heart. Colette asked if he was okay, since he promised to take her to Paslan. She also said it was not worth breaking that promise. When they arrived at St. Simon, they were immediately filled with a desire to explore the surrounding areas. The main character admitted that too much attention tires him a lot. She nodded in agreement, understanding his feelings. The dragon said that he did not want to be treated that way. The boy thought, probably, she does not even notice how kindly she is treated. He inquired what other concerns she might have. The hero wanted to discreetly find out what Colette liked the most. After all, even those who do not always find the right words can sincerely show their feelings. She noted that everything looked too luxurious, but the boy just smiled and said they had simply received some extra money. She dreamed of having her own room where she could finally eat quietly alone. Colette shared that in a big noise it seems to her that the food goes completely the wrong way. Then he asked if she often had to carry heavy things. The girl said she had long been used to carrying such loads. The dragon shared that they digest food twice. First they swallow, then bring it back from the stomach to chew again. However, sometimes the second stomach gets clogged, and then it takes a very long and hard time to clean everything. He asked if she was not sad to eat alone. The girl replied that it was easier for her that way than to clean up after everyone later. Then the boy assured her, if it was more convenient for her, when they returned to Pastalan, he would organize everything. He only regretted that she had not told him about it earlier. If she ever needed anything, he asked her to contact him without hesitation. Colette thanked him for the support. They understand each other well, so it is important for them not to be lazy, to communicate more often, and to strive for even greater harmony in their relationship. The girl shared that many shops still operate in that place, where one can find the most diverse equipment for dragons. Most shops in that place, more than 7 out of 10, are somehow connected with dragons. Some sell various items related to dragons, others keep real dragons, like in the shop of St. Simon. The main hero suggested visiting one of the shops. He thought that there one could find unusual equipment for dragons. The boy looked around carefully, trying to find a store that would appeal to him. The dragon was surprised because the hero noticed this very building. It was smaller than the others and looked very old. He suggested going there, but she asked why it was necessary. The girl noticed that new stores had opened in the city. The hero said he seemed to have anticipated such an update. The dragon only nodded in response, agreeing with them. He himself could not explain why, but some mysterious force was drawing him there. At the same time, a strange, soft trembling appeared at his feet. He entered the room and immediately apologized. Colette noticed that a thick layer of dust lay all around. The owner greeted the boy. The youth thought the work was not yet finished but felt some strange tension. Meanwhile, the girl looked around carefully, as if searching for something. A scene opened before him. Old tools were scattered everywhere haphazardly. However, he did not stop and decided to carefully examine everything around. The dragon firmly said that nothing could be done anymore, but the boy did not give up. He felt that something was hidden here and there must be a way out. He approached the shop owner and said he wanted to find something for the dragon. The owner just waved his hand and said they must be somewhere here, so look for them yourself. After that, he again immersed himself in reading his book. It seemed that the boy was about to fly up, and his legs would carry him somewhere into the unknown distance. It felt like a light tingling on the tips of invisible claws. This claw belongs to the barrow, an ancient creature that managed to merge with the body of a dragon. Did they somehow react to this? The boy felt that something was hidden in that place. You find a saddle that seems made specifically for the dragon. The man noticed that young people possess impressive instincts. This is a special tool in the shape of a dragon. There is no second like it. It was created especially for one unique species. The man noticed that, whether by accident or not, the saddle turned out to be exactly what was needed for the Sira Russia. The boy asked why this saddle was needed at all, and if it had any special capabilities. The man explained that if you wear this item, your stomach will not grow even if you eat a lot. You will remain in the same shape as before. Colette joyfully exclaimed that she really wants this. She felt embarrassed because of what she was doing. Sriracha spends energy not on digestion, but to move. He himself does not understand how it happens, but from the outside it is not noticeable at all. The man said he wanted to buy it and asked about the price. When he was told the price, he found out it cost 5 million. The dragon noted that it was too expensive, but the boy said he would buy it anyway if she really wanted it. He offered to buy this thing for her. The girl thanked the man. He asked if he would inspect the goods. The young man said he understood everything and agreed. It was really worth the effort. The owner asked why he thought so. The hero explained that it seemed to him that the very place called him. Hearing this, the man agreed and said that then the hero could pay only half the amount, 2.5 million. The shop owner praised the main hero for how skillfully he found the necessary thing among all the old goods. The shop did not exist for profit. The owner said that if this thing was really needed, he would gladly give it for free. However, the main hero thought and said that it was too great a generosity.